Beat the Devil. Claude Cockburn. New introduction by Alexander Cockburn. Introduction. My father wrote Beat the Devil in 1949, some of it in the house we had just acquired 3 miles outside Ewell, County Cork, and some in a summer cottage taken for August in the tiny village of Ardmore, which was all of 8 miles away, across the Blackwater in County Waterford. These were the years immediately after his departure from London and from the Communist Party in 1947, and the name Cockburn did not have benign associations for the publishers and magazine editors crucial to our well-being. Since my father had left the party without fanfare, it took a while for his absence to register. Then finally the security forces, in the form of the Special Branch and the Daily Express, sent men to investigate. In the absence of nutritious commentary from either my father or the locals, the investigators concentrated on my father's locomotive resources. The man from the Special Branch established by zealous questioning, all subsequently related to us, that boat, train, and car had been the various means assisting my father's translation from London to Ewell, while all the expressman could report was that the ex-Red was now using a bicycle to get about, head down against the wind and, he asked dramatically, against the party line. Neither my father nor my mother could drive, and, for that matter, we wouldn't have been able to afford a car. But Ireland, or at least our particular part of it, was still essentially a 19th century rural society, and the cost of living was negligible by present-day standards, and anyway the pretensions of genteel poverty have never been part of the Anglo-Irish sensibility. You could be flat broke with rain pouring through the roof and bailiffs pouring down the drive and still hold head high, in our case, above the handlebars of the famous bicycle or in the horse and trap which was our alternative means of transportation. This was just as well because we were indeed flat broke, even though my father, banging away on his elderly Underwood, had developed a whole family of pseudonyms to try to confine the wolf at least to the hallway of our spacious and drafty Georgian house. My father later wrote in his memoirs that a guest had described in the visitor's book what he called the literary colony at Ewell. He claimed to have met Frank Pitcairn, ex-correspondent of the Daily Worker, a grouchy, disillusioned type secretly itching to dash out and describe a barricade. There was Claude Cockburn, founder and editor of The Week, talkative, boastful of past achievements, and apt, at the drop of a hat, to tell, at length, the inside story of some forgotten diplomatic crisis of the 1930s. Patrick Cork would look in, a brash little number, and something of a professional Irishman, seeking, no doubt, to live up to his name. James Helvick lived in and on the establishment, claiming that he needed quiet with plenty of good food and drink to enable him to finish a play and a novel which soon would bring enough money to repay all costs. In the background, despised by the others as a mere commercial hack, Kenneth Drew hammered away at the articles which supplied the necessities of the colony's life. James Helvick, the name under which Beat the Devil was originally published, had been my mother's suggestion. Across the bay from Ardmore the long green finger of Helvick had poked out into the sea, and in the end its borrowed name decorated my father's first 3 novels, Beat the Devil, Overdraft on Glory and The Horses. These were all written in the 1950s. When my father returned to fiction with Ballantyne's Folly in 1970 and Jericho Road in 1974, they were launched under the true colors of his own name. Beat the Devil was published at the beginning of the 50s, in England by Boardman and in the US by Lippincott. Both are now defunct, at least as houses publishing trade books. The advance against royalties provided by Boardman was, to my mother's recollection, somewhere between £200 and £300, and the sum for American rights was $750. This sort of money, though not as paltry as it now appears, did not long stay the bailiffs, and things were looking bad as we went off to stay, for the Dublin Horse Show week, with Unac Oranmore at Lugala, her house in the Wicklow Mountains. Quite apart from the simple comfort of not having water on the floor and bailiffs at the gate, Lugala was a wonderful place to go in the early and mid-1950s. Writers and artists from Dublin, London, Paris, and New York drank and sang through the long hectic meals with a similarly dissolute throng of politicians and members in good standing of the café society of the time. and during this particular horse show week Lugala was further dignified by the presence of the film director John Huston and his wife of those years, Ricky. My father was a friend of Huston, from his stint in New York in the late 1920s perhaps, or maybe from Spanish Civil War days, and quite apart from the pleasures of reunion there was Beat the Devil, ready and waiting to be converted into a film by the famous director of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. My father spoke urgently to Huston of the virtues of Beat the Devil, but he found he had given, beneath fulsome dedications, his last 2 copies to our hostess and to a fellow guest, Terry Kilmartin. These copies were snatched back and thrown into Huston's departing taxi. A week later Huston was in Dublin again, shouting the novel's praises. He and Humphrey Bogart had just completed The African Queen and were awaiting the outcome of that enormous gamble. I can remember Huston calling Bogart in Hollywood and reading substantial portions of the novel to him down the phone, a deed which stayed with me for years as the acme of Babylonian extravagance. By the time Huston and his wife came down to Ewell to talk more about the screenplay he couldn't read Beat the Devil down the phone, not ours at least, because it had been cut off for non-payment of bills. Telegrams shuttled back and forth between Ewell and Hollywood and finally the offer came, £3,000 for rights and screenplay, or a lesser sum up front, against a greater, but as yet insubstantial reward, the famous points, in the distant future. My father naturally took the lump sum on the barrel, used some of it to plug the roof and appease the bailiffs and then went to work with Huston on the screenplay. The film had a sumptuous cast: Bogart, Peter Lorre, Gina Lollobrigida, Jennifer Jones, Robert Morley. When it finally got to Ewell there was a great to-do in the form of a grand screening at Horgan Cinema. The people of Ewell, not entirely without reason, found it incomprehensible but applauded heartily, none more so, I imagine, than the bailiffs and other representatives of the commercial sector of the town. Though not an immediate success, the film of Beat the Devil has developed a cult following over the years, and in the US quite often bobs up on late-night TV. One aspect of this cult caused some irritation to my father and indeed to the rest of the family. The film's credits announced the screenplay was by Truman Capote, from a novel by James Helvig. Admirers of the film professed to find evidence of Capote's mastery in every interstice of the dialogue, and over the years Capote did nothing to dissuade them from this enthusiasm. But in fact his own contribution was limited to some concluding scenes, for it had chanced that during the final days of shooting in Italy the end had suddenly to be altered. As far as I can remember, the locale of the scenes had to be changed in a hurry. In the emergency, with my father back in Ireland, Capote, who happened to be visiting the set at the time, was drafted to do the necessary work, and his name, more alluring than that of the unknown Helvig or the ex-Red Cockburn, scrambled into the credits. Although reissued as a paperback in 1971, Beat the Devil has been, till now, almost unobtainable, and it's not the least of my pleasures that admirers of the film may now see that the inspiration for that dialogue came not from Capote but from my father. As a comedy thriller of manners, Beat the Devil has lasted well. Aside from a short story published by Ezra Pound in the Dial in the 1920s, my father had previously written no fiction. From a writer whose chief occupation for 25 years had been political journalism, set at high volume, the lightness and poise of the novel are remarkable. Sententiousness, let alone sentimentality, is never, even surreptitiously, imported into the rapid dialogue in which most of the action is expressed. There is no interior monologue, nor are any thoughts ascribed to any of the characters. I can remember my father once explaining his formal resolve to set forth the story in the modalities solely of the visible and the audible. Only recently departed from England himself, my father chose to tell a story of exile in which the keynote was moral illusion. The raffish bunch gathered in a hotel in the south of France are all fragrant with imperial decay: the adventurer Den Ruther, fix-it man for the crooks hoping to make a killing in Kivu province in the Belgian Congo, Mr. O'Hara, the Pomeranian conman, Jack Ross, the murderous major, and of course the Chelms, haughty Harry, and the lovely liar Gwendolen. Everyone knows that so far as England is concerned, the shot is no longer on the board. What I feel is, explained Chelm carefully, that in England under present conditions. Absolutely right. You can't beat the game. I tell you, England. Europe. The game's up. Before this assertion Chelm decorously hesitated. I don't know that I'd exactly lump England and the ragtag and bobtail of Europe together. There are certain qualities which... Of course, he repeated like a ritual, under present conditions. But Den Ruther was paying no attention. Emphatically he developed his view that Europe as a paying proposition was finished. He quoted figures, voluminously and with gusto. It came out as a statistical funeral chant. But the Americans, said Chelm. The Americans fiddlesticks, shouted Den Ruther. Anything that's going, they'll get. Having spent a considerable part of his formative years in Central Europe, my father had a highly developed ear for the British national fantasy, expressed in Beat the Devil usually either by Chelm or by Den Ruther's Hungarian wife Maria, who proudly boasts of her liberalism. In Hungary, you know, my family were great liberals. That is why they were beloved. My father could ride from our own gates right down to the village, even after dark, without risk of being shot at. Maria, brought up to esteem all things English, is attracted to the obtuse Chelm, just as Den Ruther is drawn to the adventurous Gwendolen. You know, said Mrs. Den Ruther, lying on the bed and playing with her big bracelet, if I ever leave you it will be for someone of the type of Harry Chelm. That type of Englishman is like a story my father once told me long ago in Hungary. We were in the garden of our country place there, and my father told me about a gardener, an English gardener in England, at Oxford, I think it was, who was showing some Americans one of those wonderful English lawns, and of course they wanted to know how to make a lawn like that, and this English gardener said. I know damn well what the gardener said, shouted Den Ruther. He said all you had to do was get some good grass and then roll it every day for some 600 years or some such howling nonsense. I heard that gardener thing before you were born. English people tell it when they feel poor. The paradox of good intentions was something that preoccupied my father in much of his work in fiction, most finely in his last novel, Jericho Road, where the generous impulse of the Good Samaritan in rescuing the waylaid traveler provokes such unpleasant consequences. The same paradox is studied in Ballantyne's Folly and it is present in Beat the Devil. The befuddled Chelm, impelled by notions of what would be the British thing to do, tries to get the Nyanga's engines going again, with unfortunate results. Gwendolen tells lies to improve her husband's fortunes, once again with results quite the reverse of her expectations. The reason for my father's long engagement with this paradox is not hard to find. A reformer, in his case a revolutionary reformer, given his long activities in the international communist movement, must inevitably ponder the consequences of his high intentions. But now the temptation for my father, flat broke in 1949 and writing Beat the Devil, was to write the familiar 50,000 words denouncing communism and his party associates. Given the offers he was being made to do just this, to have succumbed would have been richly rewarded. But as his father used to quote to him from Juvenal, nec proter vitam vivendi perdir causes, and my father never flirted with the notion for a moment. In Beat the Devil the character of Billy Den Ruther is a sour commentary on good intentions, temptation and, in a double twist, on the paradox of bad intentions too. O'Hara puts it this way to Den Ruther. You have had many imaginary objectives. Partly real, mainly imaginary. People said you were a second Lawrence. You believed you were absorbed in organizing some good forces against some bad ones. Not so very far from where we now sit. Den Ruther Lawrence. Running guns to Spaniards. But you quit in the middle. It was the end, said Den Ruther. Quits, pursued O'Hara, and here he is the advisor of quite a different kind of expedition. Much simpler. Hunting money and nothing else. And this you will not quit because all along, you see, through all these illusions, your real objective has been something different from what you thought. Do tell, said Den Ruther. It has been, said O'Hara, the same as my own. Money and peace. So simple. Nothing more. Money and peace. O'Hara's is that same voice of the tempter who urged my father towards the broad path of betrayal. But by the end of the novel O'Hara himself gives the answer, when Dan Ruther asks him if he will go on looking for money and peace. At my age this must be seen to be an illusion. There is no such possibility. Against the illusions and velleities of the voyagers to Africa is set the character of the Spanish police chief, prototype of a much more ample version in Jericho Road. Here there are no paradoxes, merely the raw, uncomplicated search for money and the peace that money brings. As Dan Ruther is trying to get his group out of the police chief's jail, he finally approaches the matter of the actual bribe. It came in earnest to the money at the next interview. Money for the ruthless and passionate, for the superior man with his own opinions and moral judgments. Money for a villa in the hills behind Buenos Aires, money for the attraction and subjection of gorgeous Argentine women who with passion, and a sophistication unknown in the villages of Andalusia, unknown in the brothels even of Granada, even of Malaga, even, by God, of Madrid, would expend themselves in ministering to the desires of the superior man, the superman who with ruthless intelligence saw and seized opportunity, rose above his fellows, marched forward, did not miss the bus. Dollars and women danced and twisted back and forth across the desk of the chief of police. There is a point, said he, on which I would like your opinion, as a man of the world. Would you say, yourself, that in, for example, Buenos Aires, among smart people, the Packard or the Cadillac is considered the more chic? In your position, said Dan Ruther, there will be no need for you to decide. You will, I imagine, have one of each. In his next novel, Overdraft on Glory, my father studied the glory and greatness of good intentions. It was a much warmer affair than Beat the Devil with its degage nonchalance. But Overdraft on Glory was, to my father's sorrow, one of his less successful books, and its fate contributed to his return to weekly journalism through the 1960s. It is heartening to see Beat the Devil published again. The sight of it provokes some vivid memories. One is of Houston. I had never met an American so theatrical in so grand a manner before. He could turn everything into an occasion. When he entered a room he would rearrange people, as though in preparation for a camera shot. There was a tiresome chore at our house outside Yale, which was swinging a hand pump to and fro for about 40 minutes a morning to fill the tank upstairs from the old well. Houston contrived that he and my father would swing the pump together, somehow transforming the task into one of archetypal grandeur. One would have thought they were Moses and Yahweh himself, raising water from the dry desert. We saw a good deal of him because after the completion of Beat the Devil he returned to Ewell, having decided to recreate New Bedford there for his version of Moby Dick. By this time he had bought a house in Galway and was very much the grand squire. When he would appear at hunt balls in full ceremonial hunting rig and foxes' masks embossed in gold thread on his pumps, the Anglo-Irish gentry would snigger, but he hypnotized them all the same. When Jean-Paul Sartre visited him in Galway in 1959 to work on his script of Freud, he sent back 2 extremely funny letters to Simone de Beauvoir, later printed in Lettres à Castor, about Ireland and about aspects of Houston. He found the bare Galway countryside to be a moonscape and remarked, "This is exactly what makes up the interior landscape of my boss, the great Houston. Ruins, abandoned houses, wastelands, marshes, 1,000 traces of the human presence, but the man himself has left, I don't know where. Almost every night he invites the strangest sort of guests, the richest heir in England, a Raja who is also an innkeeper, an Irish master of foxhounds, an American producer, an English director. And he says nothing to them." Henriette and I came into the drawing room at a moment when Houston was chatting languidly to the master of hounds, a broad-backed young man with a red nose, Trace gentleman farmer. We were introduced and the major said that he didn't know French. Houston banged him on the shoulder and said, "Well, I'll leave you to practice your French," and went off, leaving us there feeling stupid. Panic-stricken, the major rolled his eyes and finally said, Churchill is funny when he speaks French. I said ha, ha, and silence fell until we were called into dinner. I remember at about that time seeing Houston ride in a recreation of the first steeplechase, which was run between Buttevant and Dunarisle, in County Cork. He was doing well on a horse called Naso, until he saw a television camera team. Although he was in the middle of a tricky jump onto a bank, he turned towards the camera, smiled and doffed his cap. Off balance as the horse rose, he took a most tremendous toss and crashed heavily to the ground. Aside from Houston and the little house in Ardmore facing Helvick Head, I can remember with extraordinary clarity a moment in London. After my father had agreed with Houston to take the money up front, we travelled to London for a couple of weeks. I remember sitting in a hotel room with my mother and father and their friend Maurice Richardson, waiting for the cheque to arrive. I don't think we could go out till it did. There was a call from downstairs and in came a waiter with an envelope on a tray. There was silence as my father opened it and then volleys of cheers as they danced about, passing the cheque from hand to hand and shouting for champagne. I was 10 and not interested in champagne. Does this mean I can have a new bicycle? I shouted up. Yes, yes, they beamed down. Of course you can have a new bicycle. Alexander Cockburn, Key West 1985. Quite like old times. Nonsense. Well, I meant simply. The hotel manager smiled, creasing a scar on his cheek that could have been made by a bullet, a bum splinter, a cut with a knife, a fall downstairs. The service in your hotel, for instance, collapsed. 20 minutes ago I ordered a bottle of wine. I'll get it myself. He went quickly and returned with a half bottle of white wine, and poured a little and watched while it was tasted. All right, Den Ruther. More like old times, I must say. Excuse me. The man who sometimes sends little pieces of interest to our local newspaper at Perpignan, you know. He asked if you would like him to interview you. Why? What about? Who does he think I am? He doesn't know, Den Ruther. He wasn't here in the old days. He just thinks you the most interesting, the most distinguished, you know, of the arrivals from Paris. Good of him. Possibly he thinks you a world statesman, incognito. I look more like an absconding banker. Or an ex-king, Den Ruther. Well, tell him, said Den Ruther, that I take the view the sun is shining and the world going to hell in a handcart. Tell him I consider that diligence, abstinence, and continence will be suitably rewarded. I also advise everyone to make a great deal of money very quickly. Tell him I don't like talking at breakfast. Den Ruther, you always like talking. Go away. Shall I say you are Africa bound? Tell him I'm trying on Africa for size and I'll take it if it fits. The manager bobbed away, smiling. Maria looked at Den Ruther across the table. You do look, she said, like an ex-king. One of the Hanoverian kings of England. You remember in the old days when I did your portrait, that was the way it came out. A Regency type. All the same, I wish you wouldn't drink wine at breakfast. On the Mediterranean, said Den Ruther, pouring wine, sensible people drink a little white wine before their breakfast. It looks, said Maria, unbusinesslike. Bohemian. It gives a bad impression. To whom? To Peterson. Well, yes. The hell with Peterson. But he's so important. They heard the manager saying something snappishly at the doorway, and saw him wave a hand towards Den Ruther. There. That one, he said. Who else would it be? A boy with newspapers scuttled across the dining room in an odd manner, sold Den Ruther a bundle of Paris and Marseille's papers and scuttled away again. Maria spread one of the newspapers open beside her plate with one hand, and looked after the boy. He behaves, she said, as though you really were an ex-king. People like to have an ex-king about the place. But they must know you're not. What difference does that make? Now, said Maria, ostentatiously attending to the paper, "you're talking nonsense." She went on reading while the coffee came, and ham and eggs, and Den Ruther made a complaint about the coffee not hot enough. The waiter went away, came back with hotter coffee, and left them reading the newspapers. Maria uttered a cry. Den Ruther paid no attention. "But listen, Billy," she said, "this is of interest. That man in Brussels, he's been killed." "What man?" said Den Ruther, still reading, "has been killed?" "The one Peterson was worried about. M. Van Meer. It says here." She glanced quickly up at him sideways, and her eyes dropped to his hands, motionlessly holding his knife and fork, and back again to the newspaper. "It says, victim of knife attack. Belgian official. Mystery." She read quickly in a low voice. M. Van Meer, high-ranking official in the Belgian colonial ministry, returning, apparently alone, from a Brussels nightclub, found stabbed, already unconscious, died immediately afterwards. A few minutes earlier, the porter of an hotel at the corner of the street had heard sounds of an altercation or brawl. He thought he had heard someone swearing, and a voice had said, "Who are you? What do you want?" The porter had not been surprised. In that street, he said, there were often brawls at night. And, in effect, the police confirmed that certain elements, qualifiable as hooligans or gangsters, had recently been responsible for disturbances in this street. It was thought likely by the police that M. Van Meer, a most respected official of the colonial ministry, had lamentably become involved in a gangster brawl, had become its accidental victim. The strictest measures were envisaged to end this kind of disturbances, fortunately rare in the city of Brussels. "That's all," Maria said. From the other side of the table there was silence. She said, "But what is it, Billy?" "I didn't know. He wasn't a great friend of yours, was he? I thought he was just a man you knew." Den Ruther said nothing, looking down intently at his plate, as though there were a chess problem on it that he had to solve. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "What are you thinking?" And then gave it up, and reread the paragraph to herself with an expression of irritation. At last she said, "Well, if you're not going to eat any more." As they passed across the lounge to the stairway, the waiter said to the manager, "She's a fine piece, madame." Den Ruther. "Magnificent." "Naturally," said the manager. In their room on the third floor of the pretentiously ramshackle hotel, Den Ruther stood a long time by the window, looking down into the street that led to the post office. Far away, beyond a flat and barren expanse at the end of the street, could be seen a crane in action, and the masts and funnel of a ship, and beyond them the sea shining in the morning sun. Maria went over and stood beside him, looking out. "Our ship?" she said. Not answering her, he said, "You understand of course that Peterson arranged that." She said, "What?" and made a pretense of not understanding, and then turned slowly back to the room and picked up the newspaper and stood looking at it again. "I don't know, Billy," she said slowly. "It says here, an accident. It says there have been a lot of knife fights in that section lately. Don't pretend to be a bloody fool." He swung away from the window and sat down on the bed. "Well," she said petulantly, "you don't know. Don't get so excited. Don't jump to unpleasant conclusions." "Jump, my God," said Den Ruther. "But you can't know. They might as well have drawn a map." Peterson thought Van Meer knew the story. He thought he might spill the beans. "Peterson, you said it yourself, worried about Van Meer. You heard him worrying all the last 3 days we were in Brussels." "That doesn't mean to say he killed him," Maria said. "Yes, it does," said Den Ruther, and let silence fall again in the room. Later, Maria snatched up the paper again from the floor where it had fallen. "But look, Billy," she said. "This happened at 2 o'clock yesterday morning. We'd all left Brussels long before that. us, and Peterson and the others. And Jack Ross, said Den Ruther. What about the galloping major? But I thought he only stayed behind to get that phone call from London, if it came through. He'll be here this morning. Well, said Den Ruther. Maria sat down in a chair and played with a necklace of beads. Van Meer was a friend of yours, Billy? She asked. I'm sorry. He was not a friend of mine, said Den Ruther violently. He was just a man I knew in the old days. I only looked him up this time because I thought he might come in useful. He knows the setup. Also he knows where to get the best food and drink in Brussels. It says in the paper he was coming from a nightclub. He'd been listening to his girlfriend sing, probably. He was keeping the girl that sang at that what do you call place. Hell of a fine looking bit. But why was Peterson so worried? Does he ever stop worrying when there's money on the table? He worries every time the wind blows. He got the idea Van Meer, after all he's in the department, knew something about. Don't talk so loud, Billy. Den Ruther went over to the door and opened it and looked out into the empty passage. When he came back he spoke in a lower voice. He thought Van Meer knew something about the way the Congo concession was being wangled. He heard he was interested in the conservation of uranium supplies. And did he? Was he? He may have known something. He was a clever fellow, and everyone's uranium conscious in that department. The only supplies he was interested in was the girl supply. So he might, Maria said thoughtfully, have upset the whole business if he'd chosen to tell everything to the authorities. He might have ruined us, Billy. Nonsense, Den Ruther said loudly, and then, in the low voice again, Van Meer had no interest in upsetting anything. He wasn't any kind of a reformer. He'd have seen the whole Congo sold right from under the government if it didn't interfere with his dinner. He seems to have been rather a cynical person, said Maria, on a note of censure. It's a mistake to be cynical. Den Ruther laughed. Well, it is, you know, said Maria. So what happens to Van Meer, said Den Ruther, is he gets knifed by little Jack Ross because Peterson gets the jumps. Or Jack Ross hired the fellow to do it. Killed on suspicion. That's what happened to Van Meer. After all, said Maria, there are millions involved. Oh, of course. So Mr. Fatguts Peterson kills anyone he just suspects might get in the way. But Billy. Maria got up and came across to him. It's not a time for moral lectures. It's like a war, really, isn't it? That Indian, that Raja or whatever he was that you worked with in the old days, he killed a lot of people. He had better style, said Den Ruther. Besides, he stretched his arms wide, he was out for a kingdom. Place half the size of France. And coal on it, too. I saw the workings. What's the difference between that and millions of dollars? You must think of the future, Billy. She sat on the bed beside him and talked earnestly, urgently. Billy, promise not to do anything silly. You can't help what happened. It was nothing to do with you. It's not as though you could do any good now. You mustn't make, she hesitated, trouble with Peterson. She talked for a long while, and Den Ruther sat smoking in silence. You are so wonderful, she said. You will do something tremendous in Africa. I feel so confident this time. But without Peterson you can't do anything. Without the backing. And he, Den Ruther interjected for the first time, can't do anything without me. Without my know-how. Of course, said Maria. You need each other, you see. And nothing you could do now would help the unfortunate M. Van Meer. Rudelty-toot on the flute, said Den Ruther, and then smoked again silently. He stood up at last, and when she asked what he wanted to do, he said, I want to go and sit in a cafe and have a lot of Pernod and listen to the band. And you won't make a fuss, will you? She said as they went to the door. It doesn't do to make a fuss. You have to think of the main objective. Den Ruther stopped at the door and laughed so that she jumped. Naturally, he said, opening the door, it doesn't do to be fussy. Dear Billy, she said. Seated in the interior of the Café of the Universe and Madagascar, they looked out at the Place Centrale, dancing with windy sunshine beyond the sidewalk terrace. Now what? Said Den Ruther, gloweringly sipping Pernod, and watching Maria suddenly shift in her chair to get a better view of the place. He looks really like a Greek god, she said. Den Ruther turned his head slowly and looked in the same direction. A man passed beyond the terrace, only the shoes and wind-blown skirt of his companion visible on his further side. Looks like a tailor's dummy to me, said Den Ruther. Who is he? I don't know his name, said Maria. Some Englishman. With his wife. They were on the train from Paris with us, don't you remember? They're traveling on the Nyanga, too. A tired voice behind Maria said, hello, and a small man was drawing a basket chair up to their table and dropping himself into it. Den Ruther looked at him sideways. Good morning, Major, he said. Hello, Jack, said Maria. How are you? Tired, said Major Ross. Damn tired. Too. The sun was too hot to sit in, and the shade too cold. If you walked about, you could either go around and around the Place Centrale like goldfish, or walk further and immediately find yourself in a street where people at doorways gave the impression of being opposed to strangers. Harry Chelm said to Gwendolyn Chelm, I must say I do resent the way these people look at us. They look as though they might be going to spit at us. It's unreasonable. There's no reason. When she said nothing, he said irritably, or don't you think so? He looked sideways at her as they walked and saw that her cheeks were moving in a peculiar way. She was collecting spittle in her mouth and, just as he barked in protest, she spat into the dust. Really, Gwendolyn, damn it. It's unlucky to have people spit at you unless you've spat first. What a filthy superstition. You said yourself you were afraid someone would spit at us. That's not what I said at all. Anyway, it's no good reason for you to go along the street spitting. She looked straight ahead of her at the blaze of sky or Mediterranean Sea, or whatever it was at the end of the street, and said in a low vibrant voice, addressing no one in particular, may yours be defiled for just in case. What? These people may be thinking of cursing us. They may be going to say, may your grandmothers be defiled. That's why I say it first about theirs for just in case. Where on earth do you get all this stuff? My old Spanish nurse told me. But you don't believe it now, do you? You were only a child then. But she wasn't a child. She was old. She flashed a look at a man in black broadcloth who stood at a stone doorway with an inimical expression. She kicked her toe into the dirt, which the wind caught and blew against Harry's trousers. He dusted them ostentatiously. I always wonder, he said, that your parents left you in the charge of a dirty, ignorant old woman like she seems to have been. They cared for nothing except to have me off their hands. I've told you that. They'd have sold me to the white slave market if they hadn't been afraid of scandal. Besides, my father was incompetent. I don't suppose he knew just how to contact the white slave people. I don't believe a word of it. Probably they were quite fond of you really. You do exaggerate so. Not at all. In Bombay, when I was only 13, they most definitely tried to sell me to a millionaire old Turk with a paunch like a half-filled tobacco pouch. I refused to believe it. Do you? He was so rich I thought it might be rather fun. I used to lie awake and imagine myself in his greasy arms. The idea quite excited me. A patch of shadow from a high building fell across them like a wet towel, causing Harry to wriggle his shoulders in a shudder. She said gladly, does the mental picture make you shiver? It's just coining suddenly out of the sun. Oh. I see. All the same I'd rather you wouldn't say things like that about the Turk, It's unpleasant. I'm so glad you feel like that. Well, naturally I feel like that. My old Spanish nurse encouraged the idea. She said that riches were everything. And that Turks were good at it. As lovers, she meant. I don't really believe your old Spanish nurse ever existed. Why shouldn't she have? I've happened to notice that whenever you do or think anything that's a bit sort of, you know what I mean, you pretend that nurse taught it you. There were whirling dust dervishes wobbling towards them, and they turned into a narrower street which lay as pale as moonlight in the enclosure of the stone houses. People were at the doorways and at some of the windows. Harry gave a quick look at Gwendolen. "Don't do it," he said. "What?" "Spit. I think it's silly not to. You'll be sorry if we run into bad luck just because we couldn't be bothered to take precautions." "Nonsense. It can't do harm and may do good. Suppose someone lays a curse on us. Suppose they do that and when we get to the Congo we find there's a Zulu rising and they're slaughtering all whites. Pitilessly. There are no Zulus anywhere near Kaiwu. The people there, as I've told you before as a matter of fact, but you don't seem to listen half the time, are the Bahutu. Bahutu. Well, anyway. Or suppose the coffee plants on the plantation are all blighted. Do you choose to ruin our whole future just because you're so conventional? If you don't let me spit I shall feel like standing here in the street and just screaming with terror." She stood quite still, and seemed to be drawing in her breath. Harry clutched at her arm as though to lead her firmly forward. But the gesture somehow miscarried, was reduced to a kind of twitchy tug, to which she responded by tottering forward a half step and standing still again, as stiff as the front legs of a horse with an objection. As she bumped against him, he tottered too, and she said, "Harry, whatever are you doing? You're making us conspicuous." "Conspicuous, my God." "Oh, all right, go ahead and spit. I'll do it most discreetly. I wouldn't want to embarrass you, Harry." He directed her to get it over with. She did so. "And all I ask is," he said, "that you please don't repeat this kind of behavior on the square there or in the cafe, in front of our fellow passengers." "But of course not. They're not the sort of people that put curses on you. Whereas these." She walked briskly, sending radiant smiles to left and right at the dark faces in the doorways. "There's no need," said Harry, "to flirt with them all. It's probably," she said, "the Sirocco that makes you feel sort of edgy. That special wind, you know. It's not the Sirocco, it's the Sirocco. And anyhow, it isn't the Sirocco either, in point of fact. Oh well, whatever it is." Despite this shindig, when they did get back to the Place Centrale she was amiable, and more than that, she was cooperative. She said to Mr. Wagwood, "We are determined to have a game of chess on one of those funny tables," and thus saved Harry from being permanently cornered by the man who looked like a general and was called the General, but said he preferred to be called plain Mr. Wagwood. Accompanied by a Mr. Victor Conquest, this Wagwood was cruising round the square like the Inspector General, subjecting the whole layout to a martinet's examination. His powerful nose and jutting chin were turned sideways as he bent his gaze upon first the Café of the Universe and Madagascar, then the Café Palm, and then, upon the Universe and Madagascar again. The orchestra at the Universe and Madagascar was playing Ravel's Bolero. At the Palm they were getting through a selection of Brahms' Hungarian dances. Mr. Wagwood's expression indicated that both of these performances were very far from being up to the mark. He said as much to Mr. Conquest, who said, "What could you expect? A small town. France. Not the Riviera, either, not by a very long chalk." At this harmless reply, Mr. Wagwood rolled his head round on his thick neck and favored Conquest with an offensive sneering glare, which became the more offensive as he prolonged it without taking the trouble to say anything at all. Possibly it was his name that had defeated Conquest from the start. Conquest was bad enough already for a man with a face like a dog, and then his parents had slapped Victor on top of it. Just now he looked not merely like a dog but a dog that expects to get a sharp kick for no good reason and have to apologize afterwards. He simply said, "Ah. There are our Mr. and Mrs. Chelm." Mr. Wagwood's bristling, pinkish mustache twitched slightly and his very pale blue-gray eyes swiveled towards the Chelms with a glassily aloof expression as though afraid he might be subjected to some unwelcome, impertinent advance by strangers, facing, it seemed, the risk that some impudent bounder might say good afternoon, or something of that kind. But when Harry Chelm made as though to pass by with a greeting and a nod, Mr. Wagwood was not having any. In his imperative voice he said, "I suppose you've heard the latest." "I don't think so." "What?" "Fellow from the shipping company's been round. Purser or something. Down at the hotel, round the cafes here. Giving people instructions about how we're to go aboard tomorrow. Customs. Baggage. Currency regulations. What to do and where to go." Harry said, "Well, I'm glad if we really are getting off tomorrow. After all, we should have sailed tonight." "You get the angle," said Mr. Wagwood, "don't you? You see what they're up to with all this rigmarole." Mr. Conquest said he supposed they simply wanted to save trouble and confusion at the quay. Mr. Wagwood let out a sound of exasperation and blasting contempt. "Getting the passengers to do the work for them," he said. "That's the angle. Putting the onus. In case of anything going wrong they put the onus on the passengers beforehand. We get down there to blasted Africa and what happens? Half the baggage pinched, and they claim it's our fault for not doing some damn nonsense about it at this end. That's the little game," he said. "They can't fool me. Would you care to have," he added, with the air of a governor, or someone of that status, extending a generous invitation to inferior visitors, "a drink?" It was just then that Gwendolen said what she said about chess, waving her hand in the direction of the universe and Madagascar. "Chess, eh?" said Mr. Wagwood. He looked them up and down as though considering whether this did or did not constitute a valid ground for an application for leave. "Chess," he repeated, and Gwendolen said, "Yes, chess, Mr. Wagwood," and Conquest said, "Bit highbrow of you, isn't it, Mrs. Chelm?" But she waved them goodbye, and a step or two ahead of Harry walked through the windy sunshine towards the glitter of glasses and colored drinks under the tossing awning of the big cafe, whose interior opened out into a large, shadowy room, baroque in decoration, crisscrossed with shafts of dusty sunlight and noisy with the click of snooker balls. "Do you," Chelm said, "really want to play chess, or were you just escaping from that fellow?" "I really want to play. It's a long time since we did." They sat down at one of several similar tables consisting of a single three-footed leg of wrought iron, supporting a heavy marble slab inlaid with the colored squares of a chessboard. Chelm still wore a gloomy look, possibly a hangover from the spitting business, or caused by annoyance at the contact with Mr. Wagwood. Mrs. Chelm was again helpful. She said, "Don't look now, but that tigress woman is simply lusting after you. No need to shout. As we came in, I heard her say, 'That really is the best-looking man I've seen in years.'" Chelm looked down the room out of the corner of his eye. There was Mrs. Denruther, looking magnificent. He said, "But who was she talking to?" "She's alone as far as I can see." "He's there too, somewhere." "Her husband?" "With that secretary man." Chelm held out his closed hands to her, with a white pawn in one and a black pawn in the other. "Which hand?" "Right. You're white then. Good. I bet she'd exhaust you. She'd seize you and knock you about. It would be like having a thing with a mettlesome horse. I suppose you know you're talking practically at the top of your voice. They can't hear. There. Your move. Sorry. Didn't notice you'd played." His attention came back from a further squint in the direction of Mrs. Denruther and he looked at the board complacently. "She," said Gwendolen, will be in her element in Africa. She'll drive chains of slaves about with whips. Slavery has been abolished. Well, anyway. And please don't interrupt me when I'm thinking. If you want to develop that King's Knight's opening properly, there's only one right move you can make at this point. We shall see about that. She bent over the board, her eyes glowing. She made a move, by no means out of the book. There, she said. Well. If you think so. I shall get that pawn. Just you wait. That may be part of my plan. I suppose you think I don't have a plan. In the distant background Mrs. Denruther uncrossed her legs and stood up. I'm tired, she said. I'm going over to the hotel. Don't drink too much coffee, Billy. Jack, watch Billy doesn't drink too much coffee. It's bad for his blood pressure. Major Jack Ross achieved a tiny movement of his malarial face, giving the effect of this being the maximum that could be expected of a man sunk to the ears in a quagmire of tedium and indifference. Mrs. Denruther stretched slightly, looked down the room towards the Chelm's table, and went out. Denruther made a perfunctory gesture of farewell with one powerful hand, which he then dropped again upon the table and left lying there, as motionless as the Major, the two of them sitting in fossilized silence amid the noise of Brahms' Hungarian dances which the Orchestra of the Universe and Madagascar had now got around to. Mr. Denruther's enormous head of sun-bleached hair stood out in the half-dark of the cafe's interior as though it had been floodlit. A waiter came near them with a pot of coffee and got ready to refill their glasses. Before anything more could happen, the Major moved to the extent of waggling one finger forbiddingly to and fro, and the waiter went away again without offering anything to Denruther, who might really have been asleep and awakened only by the crash when Mrs. Chelm, her design for victory on the chessboard thwarted at every point, convulsively gripped the edge of the table top, tipped it on its iron pedestal, and let it go crack on the tessellated floor, where the pieces rolled rattling. On Denruther's florid, heavy Hanoverian face was an expression so intense that it seemed actually felt by Major Ross, apparently causing him to switch his attention over from the Chelm situation to Denruther, whom he fixed with a look as malignant as an oath. Insensitive to this, Denruther with a blue blaze in his eyes, watched Mrs. Chelm. Oddly illuminated by a sunbeam, she was leaning forward past the now naked table leg, denouncing Mr. Chelm, her curved body quivering with passion, her throat panting, her face abandoned. Major Ross gave a sharp preliminary snarl, which failed, however, to engage Denruther's notice. "Be your age, Billy," said the Major, in his cracked, burned-out voice. Denruther simply licked his lips. "Seen a woman before, haven't you?" said the Major. Mrs. Chelm seemed to reach a peak point in her furious transport, stopped speaking, shivered slightly and relaxed. Denruther relaxed too. Mr. Chelm was making deprecatory gestures and mouthing. "Leave it alone," advised Major Ross. "My God," said Denruther, looking at him for the first time, "did you see that?" "Just because," said the Major, in his tone of bitter exhaustion, "some bitch. Wrought up. Chess game, no reason you to behave. Dog. Rut." "Wonderful," said Denruther. She was absolutely shaking. "Forget it," said the Major. "What's her name?" said Denruther. "I never noticed her before. Only noticed that damn great Greek god she goes about with. Husband. Name of Chelm. Snap out of it." "Absolutely blazing," said Denruther. "Watch yourself," said the Major, speaking now in the tone of an order, and menacing at that. This time Denruther condescended to take notice of the Major's remarks. "Look here," he said violently, "don't you try any schoolmaster tricks on me. I know what I'm up to." "Trouble is," the Major said, "you don't. You get struck. You're not normal. First few days you get after a new woman you're no good for anything." "I'll do what I damn well choose, Major," said Denruther, with a heavy sneer. "This is no time for it," said Major Ross. Big job on hand. Thanks for the kind advice. Den Ruther resumed contemplation of Mrs. Chelm, who was watching Chelm apologize angrily to the waiter about the table. The committee, said the Major softly, and Den Ruther started slightly, as though a hand had tapped him on the shoulder. The committee, repeated the Major, they'll be expecting us to toddle round. It's only 4 o'clock. Better just toddle round. No hurry. Better toddle. Blast. Well, pay these people. Get on with it. He had got to his feet and was lounging out of the place, and the Major was still looking for small change, but soon came treading nimbly after him, and they reached the Grand Pyrenees and Gulf Hotel together, where the Major went across to the house telephone and called a number and listened. He said to Den Ruther, who was standing with his hands in his pockets chewing a cigar, "They are busy just now. They'll be ready for a little conference later." "I'm going back to the cafe," Den Ruther said. "Better wait," said the Major. "They may be ready soon." "Damned if I'm going to hang about," said Den Ruther. "Much better wait," said the Major softly, and sat down. Den Ruther threw himself into a leather chair with a violence that shook the place. 3. A bony man in sporting check tweeds came, after a half hour, down the stairs, and started across the lounge, and Den Ruther called out to him. "Well, Pompey, what about it?" The man looked at him with a worried, fox face and said, "Well, what? What about this bloody chit-chat?" said Den Ruther. The fox-faced man twisted his fingers together and pulled at the joints and said, "Nothing. Nothing special. No need to wait about. There are no new developments." He went out, and Den Ruther, without looking at the Major, went out too and back to the Café Universe, where he had no difficulty in getting a table beside the Chelms and making conversation with them. After all, they had been for hours together on the same train, he said, and now he made some excuse of asking them whether they had seen his wife because he had missed her at the hotel. He introduced himself, and there was an invitation, and an ordering of drinks all round. "But of course," Den Ruther was saying presently, "the place to get dinner is the Blue Pavilion." Chelm said he had not noticed any restaurant of that name. No. It's not in the town here." "Christ, no. It's up behind there," he vaguely waved his hand, "along the top road. You know, up near, dash it all, you must know it, near Sericourt's place, not George's, of course, I mean Henry Sericourt." By this remark, the hinterland of this obscure port was abruptly populated with people evidently known to Mr. Den Ruther. "I'm afraid," said Chelm, "I don't know this part of the world at all." "In that case," cried Den Ruther, "in that case you really must let me have the pleasure of inviting you to dine with me at the Blue Pavilion. Especially as it may be the last good dinner we shall any of us get for weeks. The food on the boat is abominable. Extraordinarily kind of you, if you're sure you have nothing else to do. Absolutely nothing but wait for this boat to sail. You must certainly see the view from the road up there. Magnificent." Chelm, trailing a little behind the conversation, said, "Have you made the trip on this boat before?" "I know the boat." "Why? I understood you to say something about the food on board." "Abominable, my dear fellow, absolutely abominable. Take it from me. The cook's a friend of mine." "A scoundrel." "The captain is an incompetent old woman." "We," said Chelm, "would have preferred to fly. But then the baggage is a problem." "Flying scares me," said Den Ruther, and then jumping up excitedly he said he would go to make arrangements about a car to take them to the Blue Pavilion. They said they would stay where they were for a while and meet him later at the hotel. Waiting, they were approached by a bright-eyed young man who seemed to be not quite in civilian clothes and not altogether in some kind of sea-going uniform either. He explained he was the purser of the SS Nyanga. Missing them at the hotel, he had come here to give them a few details about the arrangements for going aboard on the following day, currency arrangements, baggage arrangements, all the rest of it. If we do sail tomorrow, he added. You don't seem very sure about it, said Chelm. The fact of the matter is, said the young man, who was either a Cypriot or an Arab or a Jew, some of those responsible for running this boat are lacking in, shall I say, efficiency. You speak very good English, said Chelm, with a shade of disapproval. Comes in handy, said the purser. If I were to tell you the story of my life and education, you'd be very much surprised. Quite, said Chelm. You've missed Mr. Den Ruther, said Gwendolen. He was here a minute ago. One might say, said the purser, that Mr. Den Ruther is a law unto himself. He bowed, raked the cafe with his eye in search of other passengers, and went briskly away. I like that Den Ruther man, said Gwendolen. I don't know about like, said Chelm. He certainly seems to be one of the less completely impossible of our fellow passengers. Don't be so prickly about everyone. We aren't in England now. How right you are, said Chelm gloomily. This evening you'll be able to bask in the admiration of the tiger woman. I suppose he'll bring her. But this did not come to pass. Mrs. Den Ruther had lain down on her bed and said she felt too lazy to go anywhere with anyone. Den Ruther was speaking to her on the house telephone when they came in. The Chelms could hear her rich lazy voice coming over the wire. She said she was stark naked under a mosquito net and proposed to stay that way. There appeared at the hotel door a canary-colored Hispano-Suiza, with something queer about it, apart from being of extraordinary size, with a lace-edged, tasseled, awning above the driver's seat, which was occupied by a man in blue jeans. It looks, said Mrs. Chelm, as though it had won the Grand Prix d'Elegance somewhere or other many years ago. It did, said Den Ruther. San Sebastian, it seemed, was where that had happened, at a motor show that was held during the war. The reason the car was an odd shape was that it had belonged to the famous bullfighter Manuel Oropesa, and the roof had been thus constructed so that he could sit in it without disturbing his bullfighter's ceremonial hat and hairdo. But how did the car get here? Oropesa, said Den Ruther, got mixed up in that business in '46, that what do you call thing in Barcelona, and so, well of course, he had to cut and run, as you may well imagine. He wasn't going to stick around to get a knife in his back, and he came across the frontier here in double quick time, I can tell you. But they caught up with him at Perpignan, and so there the car was going for a song, so I bought it. Do you have a car in every port? Gwendolen said. It's not mine now. I sold it to this bandit that's driving. Useful to him, of course. He's in with that mob over at Thingummy, or was till they cracked down on them, you remember that business. The Paris papers wrote it up. Got it all wrong, of course. I don't think I recall, said Harry Chelm. But Den Ruther was running on with some other story about the mob over at Thingummy, or possibly some other mob, equally hazy in outline. From his conversation began dimly to emerge a kind of moving rogues gallery, with Den Ruther himself pointing out the sights as he moved through it familiarly. A bit too familiarly, Chelm evidently felt. He responded to Den Ruther's "don't you know" and "if you remember," with a series of grunts that were almost aggressively non-committal. If you remember, indeed. How on earth, his grunts suggested, would Chelm be in a position to remember any such thing? He looked once or twice warningly at Gwendolen, but the rush of landscape past the windows had apparently sent her into a doze, and Den Ruther, sprawling and gesticulating grandly in his corner, simply kept on talking. As for what he was talking about, what with the rush of his words and the rush of air through the windows, it was hard to make head or tail of it. Of course, he said with a great shrug and a twist of his mouth, Europe. You know as well as I do. The whole thing's washed up, done for. Feeney. The game, my dear fellow, is up. Chelm sat stiff as a poker behind his flimsy barricade of silence. But Den Ruther talked on, not in the least deterred by this clear rejection of the assumption that there existed any game wherein himself and Mr. Chelm could, even in the most general way, be mutually involved. A great white villa glowed in the dusk on the hills above them to the left, the pillars of its colonnaded frontage just distinguishable in the fading light. "That," said Den Ruther, "used to be my place. Of course that was why I bought the Blue Pavilion, this pub we're going to. Bought it up and made it over. Nice to have a place like that round the corner. I put in Charles to run the kitchen. You remember Charles, of course you do, used to be second to what's his name at the old Fouquet's, and then he was at Topsy Warburg's before all that business happened about that. Wonderful chap. Still here. Of course I let him have the place for a song. Carries on somehow." When they paused for a moment by the roadside to admire the view before the night swallowed it, Chelm found himself briefly alone with Gwendolen, while Den Ruther stood at a distance with straddled legs, in intensive contemplation of the Mediterranean Sea. Chelm remarked sourly, "Our host, so far as I can judge from his conversation, is probably a criminal and certainly a victim of folie de grandeur." "What's that?" "Delusions of grandeur. He says he owned that enormous villa up there. He pretends to have owned this restaurant we're going to, too. Perhaps he did. I take leave to doubt it." But when they drove down to the Blue Pavilion, which stood above the seaside rocks in a garden sheltered by sweet-smelling trees, there came rushing out of the interior an enormously mustachioed old man, with an apron over his blue trousers, who scuttled up to Den Ruther and half-prostrated himself in something between an obeisance and an embrace, and was followed by an elderly woman and a middle-aged man, all of them bowed, as it were, under the weight of a spiritual red carpet being dragged forth by word and gesture and laid down for Den Ruther. Caught up in this pageant of the seigneur's return to the tenantry, the Chelms, amid a gala firework display of exclamations, queries, instructions, shooting and showering from all sides, moved into and through the house, to a paved terrace sufficiently protected by the house and a whitewashed side wall so that on a dinner table in the angle candles burned steadily, though the tail end of the day's wind was still moving the tree tops. The paving was uneven. Gwendolen tripped. The old man in the apron apologized to Den Ruther for the state of the paving. It would be a big job to get it in order again. In any case, what was the point? Who came to dine here nowadays? No one. Not, said the old man, like the days when you were at the villa, Dan. Gwendolen looked at Harry, who was to be seen cautiously rearranging his judgments. Might run up to the villa after dinner, said Den Ruther. Wonderful view by moonlight. I wonder, said Chelm, if I could get a glass of brandy. I'm not at all sure I haven't acquired a slight chill on the liver. My dear fellow, said Den Ruther, you want to take care of that. The wind and sun here between them can play the devil with your insides. It's worse than Madrid, where, as you know. Charles, send out some brandy at once. And if I may, Chelm, I'd suggest a dash of champagne in it. Now what we want, Charles. He plunged suddenly into an almost passionate discussion with the mustachioed man, as to the particular champagne which, while not of such a character as would be criminal to misuse for the purposes of a medicinal cocktail, would nevertheless develop an élan, an attack, sufficient to rout an advancing chill on the liver. One would have thought they were discussing a prospective bridegroom for the daughter of one or other of them. Chelm said, no, look here, I say, it really doesn't matter, and was turned on by Den Ruther, who said, nonsense, of course it matters, and went on discussing the issue with Charles. An agreement being ultimately reached, Den Ruther said to Gwendolen, and now that we have your husband provided for, what are you and I going to have, Mrs. Chelm? And there was a further discussion with Charles about that, centering on the question whether or not a particular sherry was available in the cellars of the Blue Pavilion, and ending with an explosion, Den Ruther shouting that the whole place was going to the devil and he was going to have a look around the cellar himself. Explosions of this kind, mostly relating to the food and the wine, occurred at intervals throughout the entertainment. The middle-aged man, who acted as waiter, and the old one, who would come tearing out of the kitchen with his heelless slippers slapping on the stones to contribute to the crescendo of dispute, threw themselves into these scenes with the enthusiasm of satisfied nostalgia. The elder remarked admiringly, half to himself, that he had not known such a row about the Burgundy since that night at Fouquet's when somebody or other had said, and the younger interrupted him by recalling the night on that very terrace of the Blue Pavilion when the Argentine gentleman threw the bottle at, in fact here was the very mark, here, still showing under the whitewash of the wall. You see, sir and madam, just here, and he put his finger on the just visible dent in the stonework. And Den Ruther said, my God, yes, that really was rather an evening. Antiquine was here and both the what do you call EMS, you know, Tommy and Pomey, and incidentally what possessed them to make an ambassador of Pomey, even in that corner of the world, beats me. How we lost the empire I suppose. And there was that really fearful Bucharest gang. I told them, way back then, one more war would do for them, places half the size of Switzerland, and oil enough to fuel the British fleet and never went near them from year's end to year's end. And that super Hun from Hunsberg, Lord knows what happened to him in the end, the noble Herr von Uendizio Sigmaringen Puckendorf, somebody told me he'd got some job being a liaison man for a Maharaja. Liaison, my God. As selections from Die Brett and the Almanach de Gotha came rolling off their host's tremendously wagging tongue, and Cite avant grandees from Seville to the Hebrides and Helsinki and Transylvania lurched through his reminiscences arm in arm with tin kings and meat merchants of international reputation, Harry Chelm gave Gwendolen a look which said, the nose have it. Delusions of grandeur it is. But he had hardly done so when the old man was out there again, showing everyone a flashlight photograph taken on that very evening long ago which had been rather an evening. There they all were, spotted with the brown messes of flies, and wearing that day before yesterday look of being got up in unsuccessful fancy dress but still there, all of them, with their names scrawled underneath in green ink, and in the midst of them Den Ruther, looking not much younger than now, and being embraced, or possibly used as a support, by the English lord of whom it had been a surprise to learn that he became, afterwards, an ambassador. Harry Chelm floundered over the photograph. Then with a slight exclamation of astonishment he recognized a figure in the fly-blown picture. But surely that, he said, still somewhat as though there must be some trick about such a person being an intimate of Den Ruther, surely that is. And named an English West Country squire, as socially impeccable as a nice parcel of land plus a big packet of sound bonds could make him. Yes, that's him, said Den Ruther. Fearful ass of course. You know what happened to him in the end. I wasn't, said Chelm stiffly, aware that anything had happened to him. My dear fellow, cried Den Ruther, he went into Parliament. Chelm laughed briefly. Oh. Yes I see. Yes, I knew that, of course. Bloody waste of time, said Den Ruther. I suppose, said Chelm, it was the traditional thing for him to do. After all his father had that seat for years. Just the point, said Den Ruther. What pays in one generation isn't likely to be the paying thing in the next. Nothing's eternal, my dear boy, not even Birmingham Corporation bonds. I doubt, said Chelm, whether his idea in going into Parliament was at all to make it pay. I think he just possibly had some idea of, well, service to the country. The country's in a bad way. It needs the best men it can get. The country, said Den Ruther, is on the skids. Dead on its feet without knowing it. Harry Chelm was beginning to say that he was not altogether sure about that, when Gwendolen broke in to remind him that he himself was always saying that the country was done for. That, she continued, is why we are getting out. Harry says that under present conditions it's the only thing to do. Don't you, Harry? You're right, shouted Den Ruther, directing upon Chelm a beam of approval and understanding. What I feel is, explained Chelm carefully, that in England under present conditions. Absolutely right. You can't beat the game. I tell you, England. Europe. The game's up. Before this assertion Chelm decorously hesitated. I don't know that I'd exactly lump England and the ragtag and bobtail of Europe together. There are certain qualities which... Of course, he repeated like a ritual, under present conditions. But Den Ruther was paying no attention. Emphatically he developed his view that Europe as a paying proposition was finished. He quoted figures, voluminously and with gusto. It came out as a statistical funeral chant. But the Americans, said Chelm. The Americans fiddlesticks, shouted Den Ruther. Anything that's going, they'll get. And there isn't going to be much going in Europe either. Now Africa. He made the assertion that Africa is the paying proposition of the future. Potentially the richest country in the world. Talk about the Diamond Boys. Talk about the Gold Boys. What did they do? Barnato, Joel. Any of them? Just scratched the surface and doubled back to London with a few millions. All right for those days. This is different. With American money and machines and our local know-how, there's going to be money made in Africa that'll make all that sort of thing look like a damp afternoon in the nursery. Escape to Africa, my boy. That's the ticket. I don't know, said Chelm, haughty but thawing to an indulgent smile now under the influence of the Burgundy, perhaps of the warm glow of the millions winking and blazing through his host's conversation. I don't know that I'd describe myself as exactly escaping. You're getting out. That's the main thing. It simply so happened, said Chelm, that a relative of mine, a first cousin actually, who was killed during the war, happened to be the owner of a coffee estate near Kaiwu, and the suggestion was made to me that if I cared to put up a certain amount of capital I could take over the place on rather advantageous terms. And you jumped at it? Good for you. Splendid. Naturally I considered the pros and cons pretty carefully. It meant rather a wrench. One was sorry in a way. One hadn't contemplated having to leave one's place in England like that. Get a decent price for your English place. It wasn't so much the price. It was more the association, if you understand what I mean. He sighed, and looked into the night, his eyes moist. He made a pause indicating that one more landmark of the old order had passed. Den Ruther said, "Pity you didn't let me know about it. I know the British real estate market inside out. I could probably have got you something worthwhile." "But of course," said Gwendolen, "we didn't know you then, did we? A pity." "Yes," said Den Ruther, embracing her with his eyes. Chelm intoned sadly into his wine-glass, "One had hoped of course that one's son take over the place eventually. Instead of which? The Congo." He shrugged. "You have a son?" asked Den Ruther, gazing at Mrs. Chelm. No. Harry just means. One can't," said Chelm, "help feeling a little sad when one thinks of England." "Place is on the skids," said Den Ruther. "Aha. Good. Let's have a look at these wild strawberries. And now, Charles, we shall see if you've been able to ruin this champagne with your filthy carelessness. Bit of luck, isn't it," he said to Gwendolen, "to drop right into the wild strawberry season? There are only 12 days of the year when phrases de bois are really worth eating." 4. Den Ruther paid for dinner with a check on a Paris bank. "Convenient to have an account in Paris," said Chelm. "Essential," said Den Ruther. "Difficult to arrange. Currency regulations. Present conditions. Know the ropes," said Den Ruther. When they went out to the car, the driver, in trying to open the door for them, fell down. "Drunk," said Den Ruther. "I'll drive the thing myself." "I hope," said Gwendolen, "you don't mind my mentioning it, but you're rather drunk yourself." "Point is," said Den Ruther, "I don't know how drunk he is." "Do know how drunk I am?" "Supposing I take over," said Chelm, smiling his cool indulgent smile. "Perfectly excellent idea," said Den Ruther. Most perfectly excellent. A picture of trim, handsome efficiency, his splendid Greek profile brightened by his gentle smile. Chelm superintended the arrangement of his wife and Den Ruther in the back seat, settled the driver satisfactorily beside himself in front, established himself at the controls, started up the car, and drove it rendingly into a tree beside a slight turn in the driveway. "What's this?" said Den Ruther. "Harry's fuzzled it," said Gwendolen, and to Chelm she shouted, "I knew you were going to do that." "That," said Chelm, "if I may say so, is one of the most absurd things you could have said." "Well, you've done it, anyway. That's not the same as saying you knew I was going to do it." "Look here," he said censoriously to Den Ruther, "that steering gear's in an absolutely disgraceful condition. Something radically wrong somewhere. These people simply don't know how to look after a car. They're unkind to animals, too," said Den Ruther. Gwendolen laughed. "There's no need to laugh," said Chelm. "Nothing to laugh about. As a matter of fact, it was lucky for all of us this happened when it did and not out on the cliff road. Very lucky. And what you've got to laugh about," he said to the owner-driver, "I can't imagine," for the man was now alert and peering out of the side window at the tree and laughing. As they gathered around the tree to examine the damage, "Nothing," said the owner, shaking with laughter, "nothing at all. They could hear the noise of a telephone trilling somewhere inside the blue pavilion, and then being stopped." The owner-driver nipped into the driving seat and backed the Hispano neatly onto the gravel. "Nothing to worry about," he repeated. "How sweet of him to take it so nicely," said Gwendolen. "After all, it's his car you've bashed about." "And," said Harry Chelm, very loudly, "it's entirely his responsibility for having the steering gear in that condition." In a whisper to Gwendolen he added, "Don't say things like that. He may be going to make a whacking claim." Old Charles came running to them from the house, his slippers slapping on the gravel. He told Den Ruther the telephone was for him, a call from the hotel in town. "Tell them to go to hell. He said he was Major something and it was urgent. Ross. Tell him I'm dead. He said to tell you that something had happened. He talked about a committee." "Hell," said Den Ruther. "I'd better see what it's all about." He went striding up the driveway to the house, and Charles, looking after him, said to the others, "What Dan should do is lead a quieter life." "Doesn't he?" said Gwendolen. The old man raised his eyes to the stars and clucked in his throat. From the house presently Den Ruther returned, glowering, and said, "Well, can we go?" And when the three of them were in the back of the car, he told the Chelms that there was some awkward news. The SS Nyanga was delayed again. Perhaps for several days. Chelm gave a yelp of fury. He protested. He said it was impossible. He said he would sue the company. Den Ruther gave his enormous shrug, and a yawn went with it, causing Chelm to sharpen his outcries. Den Ruther looked at him unresponsively. "What's the use, Harry?" said Gwendolen. "If the boat can't go, it can't go." "But why can't it go? It was supposed to go yesterday." "Don't get so excited, Harry. It's not as though we had an appointment with Africa. The coffee plants won't run away. That's not the point." "Yes, it is. Of course it's all this damned after-war business," Chelm said. "In the old days," he said, "one simply booked one's passage on a proper liner in the ordinary way, and one got aboard, and one was taken to where one wanted to be, or one knew the reason why. A couple of weeks ago you were saying how lucky we were to get passage even on this boat. I remember your telling me so when I said it would certainly be full of bugs. That was when I not unnaturally supposed that even a freight boat which purports to take passengers would respect some kind of schedule." Den Ruther was staring gloomily out into the darkness and moonlight. "It comes," said Chelm, "of getting away from the beaten track. I begin to wish we'd waited until there was accommodation on a decent line. You know we went into all that before." We'd have waited months, and then there'd have been nothing that would have taken us anywhere near Leopoldville. That's it, said Den Ruther. Hordes of people. Doing a bunk. Wrath to come, he added, glowering out the window. Gwendolen said, it's a pity having to go back to town. I'd hoped we'd be able to go and see your old villa. Den Ruther jerked himself round and spoke to her directly. As the boat's held up we can see it another day. Of course, so we can. That's nice. If we're to spend our time sightseeing, said Chelm, we might have gone on a trip through the south of France instead of being hung up in this hole. Gwendolen said to Den Ruther, what's this committee? What committee? The old man said the telephone call was about a committee. Just a name, said Den Ruther. My associates. Now the boat's held up they'll want to consult, send cables, steps to protect interests. What are their interests? All sorts of stuff. Oh, all right. At the Grand Pyrenees and Gulf Hotel they found Major Ross balefully pacing the lounge. He greeted the Chelms with an uncivil bow and hurried Den Ruther away up the stairs. Also in the lounge, Mr. Wagwood, with young Mr. Conquest hanging on his flanks, was attacking the purser. Not good enough, they heard him shouting. Simply not good enough. Whenever the purser spoke, Mr. Wagwood would not look directly at him, but instead would look him up and down, from his boots to his chin, and back again. When the purser was brief in his answers, giving a short explanation of why the boat was delayed, Wagwood asked why he couldn't speak out and make a clean breast of it. When the purser spoke fluently and composedly saying that they had to wait for a new oil pipe that was needed in the engine room, Wagwood said that the purser had better understand there and then that Mr. Wagwood did not propose to stand for any rigmarole or any damned impudent jabbering, either. If the purser spent less time polishing his shoes and greasing his hair, said Wagwood, he might do better at his work. It was the kind of thing, Wagwood said, that made it perfectly understandable why there was a certain amount of anti-Semitism about, when it came to people sneaking about greasing their hair while boats didn't sail to schedule. Mr. Wagwood, said Gwendolen maliciously to Harry Chelm, seems to take your point of view about the thing. You'd better go and support him. Let's get out of here, said Chelm, but it was too late, for the purser had seen them and made a very slight, resigned gesture in their direction, which, being detected by Wagwood, brought from him a further censorious outburst. He advised the purser not to go in for any monkey tricks, making faces behind backs. Then he turned to the Chelms and swept them into the argument. He said to the purser, you see, we happen to be English and we happen to be accustomed to a certain amount of civility and punctuality. You go and tell that to the captain. Certainly will, said the purser. I'll just skip right off and tell him that immediately. He bowed slightly to Gwendolen as he passed, and made the outline of a grimace. Don't wink, roared Wagwood. Chelm, that fellow deliberately winked at Mrs. Chelm as he passed. Bit of sand in my eye, said the purser. Awfully sandy soil around here. I'm allergic to sand. You're what? Shouted Wagwood. Allergic, sir, said the purser. You'd better make yourself scarce before I report you to someone, said Wagwood. Allergic, said Conquest, looking after the purser. I don't know where they pick up these words, I really don't. It's not what I call education. Words. Wagwood disregarded him and addressed himself to the Chelms. He said that in his view this called for a council of war. He maneuvered them masterfully into chairs. He shouted for service and asked what would they drink. Personally, he said, he thought they had all earned a good stiff whiskey and soda. Get quite a decent spot of whiskey here, said Conquest, who sat on the edge of his chair with his hands under his thighs and his dog face hanging forward. Have to be pretty careful about whiskey on the continent. Never know what you're getting. He started to tell some story about something that had happened to him in Paris, but Wagwood interrupted him and said he always took very good care to know what he was getting. They can't fool me, he said. he insisted that the waiter bring to the table a bottle of whiskey with the seal unbroken. Having examined the label and seal, he looked at the rather thick tumblers ferociously, and demanded a thin glass. Into this he poured a couple of fingers of the spirit and held it up to the light to see whether it was clouded, which would prove that despite the unbroken seal someone had been up to monkey tricks, watering the stuff. He then drank off the whiskey in the thin glass and a haughty smile played over his Roman features. "They can't fool me," he repeated, and poured drinks for everyone. The whiskey seemed to cause Wagwood momentarily to forget the ostensible purpose of their gathering. In fact, the council of war came to pretty well nothing. Well supplied with whiskey, Wagwood seemed able to judge the situation from a standpoint so philosophic as to be almost entirely abstract. He pointed out that there were good lines of boats and bad lines. It was an unfortunate thing, but the fact of the matter was that when no passage was available on the better lines, one had to fall back on the next best thing. He had, of course, expected to travel on one of the well-known British or French lines in a stateroom with his own bathroom, in the normal way. He had been astonished to find there was absolutely nothing doing. He had pulled strings, used his influence in the right places, but believe it or not, there was still nothing doing, and he had thus been reduced to shipping himself with this comical outfit that was running a boat approximately every month to the Belgian Congo. He was prepared to put up with a certain amount of roughing it if it was a question of getting where you wanted to be on time. "Mr. Wagwood has rather urgent business out there," said Conquest to the Chelms, as though this somehow enhanced his own importance, urgency, and prestige. "Grand fellow, Wagwood," he said to the Chelms later. "Quite," said Chelm. "By the way, what exactly is his business?" "He's a big bug," said Mr. Conquest, "in the diamond business." "A very big bug, I gather. And are you working with him?" Conquest tittered and blushed at the mere suggestion. "Me? Good Lord, no. Not quite big enough for that yet, I'm afraid. I'm going out to a post with a Belgian firm at Leopoldville. Bit of luck for me meeting up with Wagwood. He's given me a lot of tips about Africa. Useful. No place in England now for big men," said Conquest. "Wagwood says he doesn't think he'll ever go back." "Just now," said Gwendolen, "the question seems to be whether we shall any of us ever get there." "Bet you Wagwood won't stand for being kept hanging about," said Conquest. "He'll make them get a move on with that boat." But in the morning the news from the SS Nyanga was unchanged. The new oil pipe had to come from Marseilles and the boat had to wait for it, and that was all. "Utter hopeless inefficiency," said Chelm. "If they needed a new oil pipe, why didn't they find out about it days ago? Quite likely it isn't the oil pipe at all. Probably nothing wrong with it whatever, and they're just making it an excuse to hang about and pick up some extra cargo. Anything to make a bit of extra profit. Guns, or heroin, I dare say," said Gwendolen. "Why on earth?" said Chelm. "Well, it would be interesting if this turns out to be a smuggle ship running arms or dope to somewhere." "Nonsense," said Chelm irritably, and groaning somewhat with the discomfort of his chill on the liver which now, despite the precautions taken on the previous evening, had become troublesome again. Presently, having got up and dressed and drunk coffee, he undressed and got into bed again, where he lay deploring the situation. Here they were, he said, in this third-rate hotel in this miserable hole of a port, waiting to get onto a rotten boat that didn't even leave on time, and going where? To the Congo, of all places. To a coffee estate in the Congo. That was what things had come to. That was the pass that had been reached in the affairs of the world. Whereas had things been different, had it not been for the mismanagement of the affairs of the country and the world by a set of malevolent wretches, they might have been comfortably at home, on their own land, with their own home farm, and a decent trout stream to fish in, and a bit of rough shooting, and decent people to talk to, people of one's own sort. Gwendolen said she thought the present undertaking more fun. He said that the trouble with her was that she did not, really, have any roots. She had been brought up, after all, as virtually a vagabond, and he supposed he could hardly expect her to feel the way he felt about all this. She said it was easier to be a vagabond than a landed gent with no land. He growled and groaned. She offered to get into bed, too, and cheer him up, but the very simplicity of the suggestion seemed to vex him, and he said that what he really wanted was a hot water bottle, but she had naturally forgotten to pack one, and there was no use imagining that a third-rate continental hotel like this would have such a thing. She said the morning was blazing hot. He said that all the same he happened to be shivering. He said angrily that he believed she hated people to be ill. She said yes, as a matter of fact, she did, she couldn't help it. To which he replied that people could not very well help being ill, could they? Or did she by any chance suppose that he was being ill on purpose? Whereupon she said that was not the point, and he said he didn't, in that case, know what the point was supposed to be. She said, "You look such a flop when you're ill," which compelled him to uncurl himself and assume a dignified posture, with his arms behind his head and his half-closed eyes fixed in haughty contemplation of the hot brightness of the day shining behind the Venetian blinds. He maintained his aloof reverie even when the house telephone whirred, and she answered it. It was Den Ruther, she told him, with her hand over the mouthpiece, wanting to know whether they would both of them care for a drive to the villa later in the day when it was somewhat cooler. "You go if you like," said Chelm. "Obviously I can't." She said, "You're only saying that to be a martyr," and into the telephone she told Den Ruther that her husband was unfortunately ill and she did not feel she could leave him. Den Ruther expressed concern, inquired about the symptoms, and when she had told him, he asked whether he could not speak to Chelm himself. Then Chelm took the telephone and began to talk to Den Ruther about his symptoms, at the end of which Den Ruther could be heard to shout something into the telephone and ring off. "What was that he said?" Gwendolen asked. "He said," said Chelm triumphantly, "that what I need is a hot water bottle." And in less than 10 minutes there was Den Ruther at the door with a red rubber hot water bottle in his hand. "My dear fellow," cried Chelm, "this really is." "Tuck him up with it," said Den Ruther to Gwendolen, and she did so. Den Ruther occupied a chair and listened to a further account of Chelm's symptoms, commenting with sympathy and evident understanding. Then they talked about Africa and money and then again about chills on the liver. "But look here," said Chelm at length, "I can't keep you here all morning chattering about my symptoms. Really, I must apologize." "Look here," he said, "obviously I can't very well go out today, but if you'd care to drive out to the villa there, I'm sure Gwendolen would be very glad to go along." "Wouldn't you, Gwendolen?" "I don't think I'd better leave you," said Gwendolen. Den Ruther said, "I don't want to seduce you from your duties. But of course if you'd care to come." "No," said Gwendolen obstinately, "I think I'd better not today. Perhaps tomorrow Harry will be all right again and then we can all go together. Perhaps you'll come and have a drink before dinner this evening," said Den Ruther. "Well," said Gwendolen, "ring up around drink time and see how things are. Perhaps I could get away then." When Den Ruther had gone, Harry Chelm, cuddling his hot water bottle, censured Gwendolen for her attitude. It had been, he said, quite definitely ungracious. Here was Den Ruther who had taken all this trouble, and was obviously an extraordinarily interesting chap, and he gave her an invitation to go for a drive and she treated it in a manner that could only be described as thoroughly offhand. What was more, Den Ruther was quite obviously the sort of man that might be of very great use to them. He evidently had some quite influential connections, and a knowledge of the ropes. What, for instance, about that tip he had given them about the probable movement of gold shares in Johannesburg, and the secondary effect of that upon the coffee market? A thoroughly sound analysis of the position. He might not be exactly of one's own sort, but Gwendolen must surely realize that one could not, nowadays, dismiss people for that reason. What one had to learn to do, said Chelm, pressing the bottle cozily against his upper stomach, was to take the modern world as one found it, face it, use it, master it? At least, said Chelm, you might take the trouble to go and have a drink with the man. Be civil about me not being there. Tell him. He listed symptoms. But at the cafe, when Den Ruther and Gwyndolin were drinking their second Pernod, they suffered the insolently servile intervention of Major Ross, who appeared, gave a message to Den Ruther, and went away again. Who, asked Gwyndolin, is that little man? My secretary, said Den Ruther. But he seems to be ordering you about. Does he? I'll kick his behind for him. But what does he do, really? Mere messenger boy. For the people you call the committee? You were going to tell me about them. Was I? No time now though. I'll have to be going. As they walked to the hotel he said, a pity we were interrupted. I was just about to make love to you. She said, you were you? And after a pause she said, there really is something quite mysterious about this committee. Such as? What's your idea about them? The foxy one, Mr. Portsmouth, is an amateur racehorse trainer who has been warned off the turf and forced to leave England to avoid further scandal. The fat one with blue eyes, that's Mr. O'Hara, isn't it, is a formerly fashionable psychoanalyst whose real fortune, however, came from the extensive practice of abortion. He is in flight from the police. I'll tell them that, said Den Ruther. And the third one, said Gwyndolin, the third one. Peterson. I'll have to think about him. He's open for thinking about. Or, said Gwyndolin, they might be an international gang. Perhaps Peterson hoods his eyes like a hawk. Perhaps they have a death ray. Or they have a talisman and you are all going to a secret rendezvous someplace in Africa sacred to the tribesmen who will rally there to found a black empire to overwhelm all others and make itself master of the riches of the world. But a beautiful white queen is needed to impress the tribesmen as the incarnation of the Queen of Sheba. And that, she said triumphantly, is why you are making a pass at me. But what about your wife? Why won't she do? Perhaps, said Den Ruther, she is thinking of turning Chelm into a beautiful white king. Oh. I see. You don't. Goodbye, I must go. Mind the death ray, she called after him as he bounded up the stairs of the hotel, whose elevator was permanently out of order, to the third floor, and there, from a door on the corridor, saw protruding the head of Major Ross. What's it all about? Shouted Den Ruther. The Major shrugged and disappeared inside, followed immediately by Den Ruther. What's this in aid of? Den Ruther shouted. Doesn't this damn committee ever stop meeting? He stood in the doorway, looking truculently round the room, which evidently was one of those advertised by the hotel as being available for business purposes. That is to say that instead of having a bed in it, it had a flat-top desk covered with ink stains, the droppings, presumably, of business agreements drawn up there long ago. The thick palimpsest of the ink stains suggested that in times past this desk and room must have been in frequent demand for business purposes. But the present occupation seemed to have taken the hotel management rather by surprise. Nobody had swept a thin layer of sand off the desktop, and sand gleamed on the carpet in the sunset light. Den Ruther threw out his arm at the room and the two men already sitting there, in a condemnatory gesture. Do you want to know what you look like? He said. You look like two busted punters trying to put Humpty Dumpty together again. You look like two citizens of nowhere on a raft. Two citizens of nowhere plus their faithful agent, he slapped himself on the chest, myself, their perpetually humble servant. Bony, fox-faced Mr. Portsmouth lay on his back in one of the easy chairs, his face half hidden by his drawn-up knees and long shins. Near the window, a stout blond man with blue, myopic eyes, was reading a newspaper by the dying sunlight, holding it a few inches from his face. To the rhodomontade from the doorway they paid no attention. But Den Ruther continued boisterously. He shouted at them that there was a rumor all over town that they were a superhuman international gang, with death rays, and God knows what all. What do you think of that, you fat-arsed old buzzard, eh? He shouted at the man by the window. His laughter ended in silence, like sound sinking into thick curtains. Julius von Stinkelguts O'Hara, said Den Ruther to the newspaper reader, does not that bring a smile to those old Irish eyes of yours? The blue-eyed man gave a twitch to his face as though a fly had settled on it. And as for you, Mr. Pompey Portsmouth, said Den Ruther, spinning round at the man in the chair, you are the bearer of a sacred talisman for which shortly 1,000 priests of Africa will bow down and call you blessed. Drunk? Inquired Mr. Portsmouth of the Major, who had now seated himself. Randy, replied the Major, following Den Ruther with his eyes. And that, Jack, said Den Ruther to him, reminds me that I've just promised a beautiful girl to kick your backside for you. Shut up, Billy, said the Major. He closed his yellow eyes and took on an air not so much of repose as of impending putrefaction. He suddenly opened them again and said, here he comes. Portsmouth peered round his knees at the door. He put his hands together and pulled the joints of his fingers. O'Hara put the newspaper down on his knees and smoothed it with his hands and looked towards the door too. The man who came through it looked at nobody and started fast across the room towards the desk. As he passed in front of Portsmouth he checked his stride, and still without looking down or round, gave Portsmouth a kick on his ankle that made him pull his legs in with a yelp and sit up straight in his chair. What the hell, Peterson, he was beginning to say, but the big man had got round the desk and into the desk chair and slapped a folder of papers onto the desk and was wagging his finger at Portsmouth and smiling genially. I'm always telling you, he said, it's bad for you to lie on your back in a chair that way. Doesn't give your stomach a fair chance. Get the position right and you get the stomach right. Get the stomach right and you get the head working 100%. Fighting fit and fit to fight. He looked earnestly round at the others from under the thatch of straw-colored hair that started just above his pale eyebrows. Do you know whose motto that was? He said. You said whose before, said O'Hara, sighing. The British Commander-in-Chief Field Marshal Lord Montgomery, said Peterson, disregarding him. That's whose motto that was. Fighting fit and fit to fight. Christ, said Den Ruther. Peterson looked down at his papers and his face was as blank as a great piece of bacon. He spoke rapidly in a voice that seemed unnaturally thin coming out of such a large thick face. Point 1. Notification to Brussels, notification to Paris, notification to Leopoldville. Portsmouth took a sheet of paper out of his pocket and handed it to O'Hara, who looked at it and handed it to Peterson. He pushed it across to Den Ruther, who had hoisted himself onto the comber of the desk and was sitting there swinging his shining shoes. No comment, said Den Ruther, looking at it. Commenting's what you're paid for, said Peterson. Puff balls, said Den Ruther. This isn't anything but a routine notification. Will be at least a week later than schedule. What's to comment on in that? You'll be wanting me to tell you when to wipe your nose next. Point 2, said Peterson. Steps to be taken in regard to Mr. Jones. Portsmouth babbled and came over to the desk with another bit of paper. I took the view, he said, that we should draft a little message to Mr. Jones along these lines. You see, we don't want Mr. Jones to get the idea that because we're late he doesn't have anything to do but wait. He has to get busy keeping everything in line for the longer period. You see. Peterson studied the message and again passed it across to Den Ruther, who gave an explosive shout of derision. Are you positively proposing to send this to Leopoldville and Clare? Do you want half the population of Leopoldville and Brazzaville and Stanleyville and Bongo Bongo beating it round to their lawyers tomorrow trying to find a way to muscle in on the claim, or bust it open, or grab the lot? Am I supposed to be a nursemaid or something? You think the telegraph clerk, began O'Hara, at Leopoldville. I don't think, I damn well know, said Den Ruther violently. You might as well draw a map. Anyone with half an eye could dope out from this that there's a big deal, that it's a backdoor deal, and that it's sewn up at the Brussels end and not at the other. Oh, I don't know, said Portsmouth defensively, while Peterson looked down at the desk and just listened. A person, he giggled, would have to be rather extra smart to dope all that out of this. I tell you, said Den Ruther, those people down there are uranium crazy. Talk about gold fever, diamond fever. They're nothing to it. They read the papers, don't they? They've read about El Dorado and the Great Bear Lake. There isn't a bank clerk or a store clerk or a busted prospector down there that doesn't think he could have his paws on $10 million tomorrow if he could get to the right place with a Geiger counter and find the right official to pay off. These people could smell a uranium deal through wrappings a mile thick. Okay, said Peterson. That's the kind of thing you're paid to know. So how do we tell Jones to string things along without the story leaking all over Africa? My God, said Portsmouth. His voice had a sound of panic. My God, we can't have that. Den Ruther pondered, scrawled a line or two on a half sheet, frowningly considered it, at length read out a suggestion. They tested it, biting on it as though they were testing a bad coin. Portsmouth said, didn't it still leave a loophole for Mr. Jones to misunderstand, or do nothing, or do too much? O'Hara gave the effect of a man who has fallen temporarily into a trance. He developed, presently, a new version altogether, looking in front of him as if he were reading words off an invisible oculist's screen, or hearkening to ancestral voices. Den Ruther, listening carefully, seemed to be playing the words of the draft telegram over to himself, trying them over with his big head on one side. Then he said to O'Hara, "You're a clever old thing, Julius. I believe that does it." He scribbled the new version of the message and read it over to them. "Good," said Portsmouth. "Mr. Jones will get this one all right," said Den Ruther, "and nobody else will. The last descendant of Irish kings has triumphed again." He looked smilingly at O'Hara. He slapped O'Hara on the back, who let out a melancholy sigh. "Sure," said Den Ruther, "and it's in the darkness of the starry night ye'll be after thinkin' up your golden notions, me darling man, et. He pummeled O'Hara with his fist. "I am tired," said O'Hara, "of this joke of yours about my name." "What do you expect?" said Den Ruther. "You that anyone can see a mile off is a natural-born blonde beastie from the plains of Pomerania, and you call yourself O'Hara." "O'Hara, my God." "It was my mother's name," said O'Hara. "It's still funny," said Den Ruther. "In Chile, for instance," said O'Hara, "O'Hara is a tip-top name. Also many German there have become called O'Hara." "With a mind like yours," said Den Ruther, "if you'd stayed in Germany you'd probably have been finance minister." "And then hanged," said O'Hara sadly. "Well, there's that of course," said Den Ruther. "My great-grandfather," said O'Hara in his tone of gentle melancholy, "was indeed finance minister of the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Strelitz." "Was he, by George?" said Den Ruther, while the others continued cogitating. "The Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Strelitz," said O'Hara, "became insolvent." "Point 3, said Peterson suddenly, and they stopped talking and listened. "Our friend in Brussels." Portsmouth babbled again. "We can't get in touch with him, can we?" he said. "Not by wire or phone. Dangerous, you see. A direct contact like that." "Not," said O'Hara, "so dangerous perhaps as to have him wait the arranged time and then hear nothing because we are late, and then perhaps think that something has gone wrong. In such a case he could start to," he hesitated, "hedge his bet." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" said Portsmouth rapidly several times. O'Hara shrugged slightly. "He has been paid by us," he said. "Paid plenty," interrupted Portsmouth. "But at a hitch he could get frightened and get a new idea. He could go to the chief of police and say, I have information that certain sums of money have been paid by certain persons to secure for them illegal rights to exploit certain mineral resources in government-controlled territories in the Congo. Oh my God, said Portsmouth, cracking his finger joints. He could say to the chief of police, O'Hara continued, I am in a position to make a nice haul for you. I can indicate to you precisely the names of those government personages that have received money and the amounts they have received. I can tell you the names of certain gentlemen that must be arrested when they get off the SS Nyanga at Leopoldville. And in return, said O'Hara, he need only ask that the police should not extend their investigations to him personally. Perhaps they would give him a medal for it. The dirty dog, cried Portsmouth, and then turned on Den Ruther. What do you think about that? He said. Would he do that? Where's our protection? You picked him. You said he was the man to handle the business in Brussels. He will hold out for the big pickings, said Den Ruther. If the deal pans out right, he stands to make 10 times more out of us than he can make any other way. He'll stay bought. Unless, he added, he gets frightened. This hitch, said O'Hara, this delay, could frighten him. He could think something had gone wrong. I wasn't, said Den Ruther, thinking it would be the hitch that might frighten him. What then? Portsmouth said. The Major made a small movement in his chair. Den Ruther let the silence go on. He turned himself slowly around on the edge of the table, and looked at Peterson. I was thinking, he said, of the late Van Meer. Major Ross fingered his upper lip gently with yellow fingers. Peterson kept his eyes on the ink spots of the desk. He said evenly, I understood there was a piece in the paper where he was bumped off in some street fight. Den Ruther gave the Major a long stare, under which the Major seemed once again to relapse into fossilization. Friend of yours, this Van Meer? Said Peterson chattily, and sat with an air of listening with particular attention for the answer. Den Ruther astonished their silence with a quick, barking laugh. What's funny? Peterson snapped, in a voice that sounded as though his control were going. Just that it wouldn't occur to you, my dear friend and associate, said Den Ruther, that the matter could have an interest for me even if Van Meer weren't a friend. Was he or wasn't he? Peterson said. I like to know who are the friends of my associates. It is necessary, you see, said O'Hara, looking suddenly at Den Ruther out of his childishly blue eyes. Den Ruther jumped off the table, and leaned over with both hands on it, facing Peterson. Look, he said, Van Meer was no special friend of mine. But I'm telling you that quite a lot of people could just possibly put 2 and 2 together. Including our big friend in Brussels. Then he could get scared, too. You scared? Peterson said softly. Only, said Den Ruther, a little nervous at the idea of a fellow like you loose on the world with that knife-happy little hophead working for you. He jerked his head towards the Major. Nothing more, Billy. Said Peterson. Quite sure. Just that, said Den Ruther. Period, said Peterson briskly. O'Hara seemed to be talking to himself. Our interests, he said, are identical. For better, he added, as if trying out a novel phrase, or for worse. Peterson spoke suddenly. Pompey, he said, will go to Brussels tonight. He will contact our friend in the old way and explain the situation about the delay. Why not Billy? Said Portsmouth. Peterson turned his eyes up and looked at him, and said, because Billy had to see a lot of our friend before. They could have been seen together. If he goes back there now it might be noticed. Pompey will go. Car to Perpignan, said Den Ruther. Pick up the night express to Paris. 9:32. You'll be able to keep him quiet, said Peterson to Portsmouth. If he got rattled it would be too bad. Good God, I should say so, said Portsmouth, twisting his hands and talking excitedly. I remember, he said, when I was in Mexico. And when he had told that story of what happened when someone got rattled, he told another, a thing that happened when I was in Shanghai in 38. He described these distant events earnestly, as if the dollars and the pesos that had been the motif of those dramas were still in the balance, still beckoning as glittering prizes. The Napoleon of finance exhibits his medals, said Den Ruther. Mr. Pompey Portsmouth tells how I did it. Portsmouth paused, looking frustrated, and smiling nervously. I was just illustrating my point, he said. For instance, that time in Mexico. You take that. You can't be too careful. They had to take a man that got rattled right out and shoot him, to prevent a leakage. No kid gloves about them. Just took this fellow and shot him. Bumped him off, you see. If you'd made $1 million out of it, said Den Ruther, that might have been an interesting story. This launched Portsmouth on a brief and bitter account of how and why that time in Mexico had not ended in a profit of $1 million. Bad luck and dastardly behavior by certain people had made away with the pickings. And here you are, said Den Ruther, 20 years older and still thinking you're going to pick up a 10,000% profit on a strip of African dirt. Portsmouth's voice had an edge of fury to it. You, he said, you talk as though you were outside this thing. You're the African expert. You talked to the men on the spot. You advised. A strip of African dirt, said O'Hara, can be very rich dirt. You aren't, he said to Den Ruther, revising your opinion. Revising be damned, said Den Ruther, I was just kidding. I get tired listening to Pompey talking as though he were God Almighty. I don't like that sort of kidding, said O'Hara. Making jokes, he added, about money, is foolishness. Dirt, said Portsmouth, grumblingly, dirt full of carnotite isn't dirt. It's money. Point 4, said Peterson. This boat. The bastards say it'll take them 5 more days to get their new oil pipe. Getting it someplace down the coast, they say. Is that the time it ought to take? He asked Den Ruther. Not less. Might be more, said Den Ruther. If it's more, said Peterson, I'll make them hold the old one together with their hands all the way to Africa. We've got to move. If Pompey irons out our friend in Brussels, said Den Ruther, there'll be no such hurry. You can't monkey with a broken oil pipe. Peterson moved his rather large lips about in a way he had, the rest of his face not moving. He lifted the folder on the desk and slapped it down again. Time, he said. 24 hours in the day, 1,440 minutes. Don't forget it. Keep fit and you beat time one way. Keep hurrying and you beat time another. 1,440 minutes per day for someone else to be getting busy on the same idea as us. Portsmouth moved like a jumping bean. You don't mean to say you think there's been a leakage, Pete, do you? You don't mean to say that? How? Where? Keep calm, said Peterson. If you kept calm, you know, Pompey, you could forget your ulcers and eat like other people. But you said. Portsmouth began. I didn't say there'd been a leakage. There doesn't have to be a leakage. There just has to be someone else getting the same idea at the same time. We ought to have got a plane and flown out, said Portsmouth, like I said right at the beginning. You remember I said that? I said we ought to get a plane. Peterson sneered at him. And have the whole goddamn country out there get excited and nosing round the men who'd come tearing out that way? Don't be foolish. We have to go in quietly. But we have to hurry. There might be 50 people round the world heading for Africa, grabbing for the same kind of thing we're grabbing for. Only, said Portsmouth complacently, they don't know where we're grabbing. Den Ruther took up the final drafts of the telegrams and got off the desk. The cable office, said Portsmouth, will it be open at this time in a one-horse town like this? I'll fix it, said Den Ruther. I know a man who knows a man. That's right, said Peterson. That's one of the things you're paid for. You're the man who knows a man who knows a man. Den Ruther swaggered across to the door and had his hand on the handle. Then Peterson said without raising his voice, "Billy, who's Chelm?" Den Ruther turned away from the door and looked at him. "Don't you know?" said Peterson. "Jack here tells me you're trying to make his wife." "Is that one of the things Jack's paid for?" said Den Ruther. Peterson said, "Yes." "Who's Chelm? I like to know who's traveling along with me, and making friends with my friends and business associates." "Got a coffee estate," said Den Ruther. "Money in coffee?" asked Peterson. O'Hara said, "No. But there is a type of Englishman that goes to a coffee plantation without knowing whether there is money in it or not. It is a part, I think, of English life. People give them a coffee plantation and they go off to it. Because of the empire. It is not logical, but it is so." Peterson looked at him blankly. "This isn't a time to be funny," he said. "I've got a sense of humor. A sense of humor's about the healthiest thing a man can have. A good laugh can do more for the stomach muscles than a 5-minute setting up exercise. But," he said severely, "it has to be a good laugh at a real joke at the right time." "I'm sorry," said O'Hara, "you don't find the English character amusing." Peterson stared at him with his bacon face and said sincerely, "Why no. I don't." Then after a pause, he said to Den Ruther, "She's a nice little girl, is she?" Major Ross for the first time made the effort to speak. "Hot bitch," he said, tiredly. 18, 19. "All ready for it I should think." "I just like to know," said Peterson, and sat looking abstractedly at Major Ross as Den Ruther slammed out of the door and went swaggering down the passageway beyond. 6. The big Hispano, Den Ruther driving, Gwendolyn beside him, darted in abrupt yellow zigzags up the hillside road to the villa, and far behind and below it, Major Ross followed. His own hired car he parked in concealment directly below the house and took to the slippery stones of the footpath leading upwards between hot rocks and sweet-smelling shrubs. Amid the immense chatter of the afternoon cicadas, he from time to time seated himself. He overlooked, panting slightly, the sea and the Spanish mountains and took off one or other of his 2 small pointed shoes to shake out a pebble and massage his foot. His shoes were tied with vanity and his feet swollen with creeping. At the top of the short cut, the ground levelled to a half-circle of terrace in front of the villa's portico and colonnade, whose pillars were peeling in the sun, tiny pieces of stucco and other small broken things on the front of the house stirring very slightly, in the tiny breeze, with a faint clicking and whispering noise. The sound mingled with the noise of the cicadas. The Hispano stood in front of the portico, with heat waves shining and dancing above its bonnet. Nobody had opened the villa doors, but the half-shutter of one of the ground-floor windows under the colonnade hung open, disclosing to a watcher from the sunlight only thick darkness. The undergrowth, which at some time had probably formed a scented semicircle extending round the terrace exactly from one end of the colonnade to the other, now had made a disorderly advance on the house, and through it the Major could reach, covertly, the colonnade itself. Here he stopped, listened, then stepped softly forward to where the open shutter hung a little awry on a half-broken hinge. He stood looking into the darkness beyond, which, as his pupils distended after the blaze of the sun, became penetrable, revealing a little above eye level, the general shape of a huge chandelier, the facets of its glass winking as it moved, as though someone had recently given it a push to make it tinkle. A long way off there was the sound of a voice inside the house. At that, the Major stepped over the low sill of the window, and listened again. The sound neither came nearer nor went further off. He stepped forward across a parquet flooring, gritty with a thin covering of sand or crumbled plaster. The largeness of the room could not be fully judged in the obscurity, but a long way to the left a door stood very slightly open, which the Major passed through into a little more daylight coming through a hole in an elaborately designed fanlight above the main door. The unbroken panes were opaque with settled dirt. Here the floor was tessellated, with the outline of some pictorial designs distinguishable, and in the center a square sunken basin, with a carved fountain in the middle of it. There was brown water in the basin, and the Major, peering down into it, could see that it was slightly agitated by concentric ripples, as though someone had recently thrown a stone into it for fun. The Major looked at the ripples, listened to the sound of the voice already heard, which seemed not to have moved, and went stepping across on the balls of his feet to the interior side of this place, where fluted pillars flanked a doorway exactly facing the door from the main portico. The doorway ahead consisted of two heavy leaves, tightly closed, but only swung together and not locked, for they yielded to a little weight put on them. The Major squeezed them open an inch or two, looked into brighter light beyond, with the sound of the voice coming much clearer and louder. When the doors were pushed wider, and held so, from somewhere in the sunlit green court beyond, the voice of Den Ruther sounded like a fanfare. "Grand," he was saying. Yes, it was grand. A woman's voice said something indistinguishable, and Den Ruther shouted, "All gone. Pots and pots and pots of it. All the pieces of it." And a little later, "Look," he shouted, and the voices faded as he seemed to be taking her somewhere to look at something. The Major listened to the footsteps going away somewhere towards the left, along the southern wing of the villa, and then, after a careful look, squeezed his wispy shape through the swing doors. They opened onto a pavement of tiles running left and right. In front, with steps leading down to it from the pavement, was a large enclosed, but roofless, courtyard of North African pattern, with deeply shaded, arcade verandas running round three sides of it. A waterless fountain was in the middle, and at 2 or 3 places the tiling had been removed for the planting of small trees and shrubs, which now had grown tousled and thick. There were vast ceramic tubs, in which small trees had also been planted, and 2 of these had burst, perhaps by the roots simply going on growing, and lay on their sides in fragments, with the dead roots sticking out of them. On one side the thin pillars forming the support of the upper story of the house where it overhung the veranda, were covered, and the space between them thickly curtained, by the growth of long untended vines. When he looked to the left, the Major saw the tiled pavement continuing a long distance between the southerly wall of the villa on one side and a head-high wall on the other. As he took a step forward for a better view, a tile forming part of the uneven pavement subsided suddenly under his foot, causing him to trip and stub his foot, and he went forward in something between a hop and a stagger. He clutched to balance himself at a stout-looking branch of a sapling which was dead and snapped rottenly in his hand. He stumbled over the broken edge of a step leading down from the pavement to the court, and went half to his knees. He got onto his feet, but now on the wrong side of the pavement. He stood, out of sight of anyone coming from the south wing, listening, and heard the footsteps and voices coming back. He dodged painfully behind the fallen tubs and protruding roots and sharp pieces of broken earthenware and chinaware, towards the vine-covered side of the court, where he could be concealed both by the vine itself and by the partial darkness it made. Den Ruther and Gwendolen Chelm stepped down into the court and began to look about it and walk about it, he sometimes pointing with his hand and arm, and making a sort of estate agent's talk about this and that, and what had been what in the old days. Gwendolen responded in the same kind, and while they walked slowly about the courtyard, nothing of the least importance was said. But it could be observed from their faces and occasional gestures to one another that by now their talk had become a matter of indifference, or a screen. Either because his feet hurt him, or because the spectacle of what was going on under the thin disguise of this chatter angered him in some way, the Major's face became absolutely contorted with disgust. One might have supposed that he was looking upon them from some moral elevation, where his higher nature had received a shock. He looked ready to jump out and denounce them in the name of something or other. But in fact, he only flexed his knees, in a cavalry motion, and shifted his weight from one spindle leg to the other. Presently they fell altogether silent, and merely stood there coweying. The Major said in his subsequent report, with Gwendolen's shoulder just touching Den Ruther's upper arm, until he made a move and she silently followed him. They stepped up out of the courtyard onto the tiled pavement, with Den Ruther leading the way, and went along it in the direction from which they had recently come. The Major could hear Den Ruther's shoes stepping briskly along the tiles, as though to a suddenly scheduled destination, and the lighter shoes tapping after them. The Major came out from behind his vine curtain, and tiptoed across the courtyard, his wounded feet taking automatic precautions against loose, or potentially subsiding tiles and broken edges of steps. Peeping along the passage between the house and the lower wall, he saw them go not quite to the end of the passage but instead disappear through some earlier opening in the wall on the opposite side to the house. The Major tiptoed down the passage. The pair ahead were totally silent. Den Ruther might be standing just inside the door which the Major now saw in the wall, and attack him as he put his head through it. The Major, however, approached on his sore feet as determinedly as though he were advancing in the interests of, say, humanity. He stood by the doorpost, listened to nothing but the sounds of the mountainside and a new sound of running water, and then put his head through the door, which gave upon an immense sloping garden, crowded with vegetation, and walled. Now could be heard the swish and crackle of the people moving ahead, going down fast on a path that once evidently had been gravelled, but was green with weeds now. Bushes and branches heavy with flowers lay across it. From this point, the pattern of the garden became apparent. A stream, running across it from the mountain beyond the wall, had been dammed to make a swimming pool, a huge tiled oblong, perpetually renewed as the stream flowed into it and lipped over to its ancient bed again at the far side. At the upper end of the pool a little cliff, perhaps a dozen feet high, rose almost from the edge of the pool. In the face of this cliff a cave had been cut, or an old cave had been artificially enlarged. And in front of the cave there was a tiled platform, from which a broken diving board, covered with rotted coconut matting, projected over the pool. The figures of Den Ruther and Gwyndolin Chelm went down to the level of the pool, and along its edge towards the platform. The Major went away from the path toward the right, and made for the bush-covered piece of level ground that stretched back from the top of the little cliff. He crawled forward cautiously to the edge. Below him the two stood on the side of the pool, looking across it. Den Ruther said in a charged voice, "Not much changed." Gwyndolin said, "Your diving board's broken." This observation was followed by silence, and they remained seemingly in contemplation of the tops of the mountains of Catalonia visible miles away above the stone wall of the garden, where a lizard moved suddenly and dislodged a slither of dust with a small distinct noise. There was the sound of the stream tumbling down to the dam, and thousands of insects on the move, but nothing else was seen to move in the heat except the water of the pool itself, stirring as the current ran through it. Major Ross's later report upon this pause in events was that they were a hell of a time getting on with it. He was, however, now able to meet, in part, the needs of his own feet. He first loosened his laces, and then with stealthy care got down to a prone position, with his legs and feet at ease, and his eyes doing the work, looking through the tangle of shrubs and weeds overhanging the rock edge. From this position he saw the two below, at length, turn together and go into the cave, or rock pavilion or whatever it was. Mrs. Chelm was heard to say, "I expect there is a lizard in your lilo," and that was the last the Major heard at that time, for it seemed there was something about the acoustics of that cave which swallowed up the sound of whatever was said or done inside. "Not a bloody squeak," reported the Major bitterly afterwards. "May have been screaming the place down for all I know. The bitch. Half an hour of it." At the end of that time, the Major got what he described as an eyeful. For Mrs. Chelm strolled out of the cave across the platform, tested the diving board cautiously, and then ran along it and dived into the pool. "Stark naked, I tell you," the Major reported indignantly, "not a stitch, the bitch." His face as he watched her swimming lithely and lazily about the pool assumed the same expression of disgust which it had worn when he was watching them in the courtyard. He looked like a man compelled to witness an outrage upon public decency. Den Ruther did not follow her. She called out to him once, floating on her back, "If you please," with her arms stretched out, and her breasts out of the water, and her eyes turned up to the sky. But, from inside, Den Ruther called out some negative, for she continued alone, floating, swimming, and even turning water somersaults. When she came out, she sat on the edge of the pool with her feet in the water, and played with the long strands of her hair which fell over her shoulders and down to her well-made thighs. She made an exclamation and said to Den Ruther, over her shoulder towards the cave, "I'll never get my hair dried." What happened next was that Mrs. Chelm re-entered the cave and remained there 45 minutes by the Major's wristwatch. After this, she, clothed again but with her hair hanging down her back, and Den Ruther, carrying his jacket hung over his shoulders above his silk shirt with its ornate monogram, came out of the cave, dragging between them the seedy remains of an orange-colored Lilo, and on this seated themselves side by side and smoked cigarettes. The smoke rose straight into the still air, and dispersed a few inches from the Major's nose. He reached automatically for his own cigarette case, hesitated, and then put it back again unopened, the bitter disgust of his expression deepening as he did so. For a long time neither of the two people below said anything. Then Mrs. Chelm said gravely, "Poor Harry." "I can bear it," said Den Ruther. She said, "No, but really. I feel sorry for Harry. It isn't his fault he's unable to cope with me." "Why not? Don't sneer and jeer at him." "I don't like it. He's fine to look at. Looks like a Greek god. He's wonderful to look at." There was a pause. Then Mrs. Chelm said, "I feel just now I should like somehow to do him a good turn of some kind." "You do you?" said Den Ruther, observing her sideways. "Well, naturally I do." "Oh yes. Naturally. I think," said Mrs. Chelm, "it would be so nice if you were able to do something for him. Help him along in some way." "Delighted, of course. But just what could I do?" "Oh, something with business. Help him to grow rich in Africa, you know. He was very pleased with your tip about gold shares." "Good Lord. I've forgotten what I told him. What was it?" "I don't remember. I was listening to your voice." "I wasn't listening to what you said." On this they exchanged a long look, and the conversation looked like drowning in silence, but Mrs. Chelm shook herself and returned to the question of how a good turn was to be done to Harry. Den Ruther said he supposed he might give him a tip or two. "You see," said Gwendolen simply, "if you were helping him in business it would be a good excuse for us to be together out there in Africa. A good idea all around. Only thing is," said Den Ruther, "I'm no nursemaid. I mean to say, is he any good? Has he any head for business, money, that kind of thing?" "Oh," said Mrs. Chelm promptly and eagerly, "he's simply brilliant." "Good God," Den Ruther blurted, "I'd never have thought that." At this Mrs. Chelm became positively angry. She spoke with the emphasis of a person who has selected period furniture and been told it is fake. "But of course he is," she said. "He will certainly make his fortune in Africa. Just because he hasn't done anything in that line yet. After all, there was the war taking all his time." "You don't," she said, "suppose I would marry a ninny, do you?" She glared at Den Ruther, her eyes glowing almost as they had when she was abusing Chelm across the upset chess table in the cafe. "No," said Den Ruther, "but still, his line of country, his experience. English counties and the Guards. Of course I don't doubt he'll run this coffee plantation admirably." Mrs. Chelm had been looking thoughtfully at the back of her hand, and now had the air of having suddenly made up her mind to say something she had previously intended not to say. "If you imagine," she said in a gravely superior manner, "that Harry is simply going out to the Congo to plant coffee. Just another Englishman going out there like that. You're very much mistaken. In point of fact," she continued, in somewhat pedantic tones which reached the Major with extreme clarity and made him jump as though a pistol had been loosed off in his ear, "in point of fact coffee is the least of Harry's interests. In point of fact," she went on, he happens to have information that the land he is acquiring is exceedingly rich in certain minerals which have lately become of enormous value. Minerals, she said, which are indispensable to the production of atomic energy. You probably don't happen to be aware that the Belgian Congo is peculiarly rich in such minerals, uranium, for instance, and carnotite. What? Said Den Ruther. Carnotite, repeated Mrs. Chelm. Harry's land is full of carnotite. Christ, said Den Ruther. At a later stage, she continued, he will no doubt extend his holdings. It wouldn't surprise me to see him become the uranium king of the Congo. Den Ruther was looking at her with a puzzled look and then smiling. If the Belgian government lets him, he said. I heard somewhere or other the Belgian government controls the whole thing pretty tightly. Yes, she hesitated. Yes, of course. But. Well. There are ways and means. I see. So you see, said Gwendolen, my husband isn't such a ninny as you may have imagined. It might be very well worth your while to go in with him, help him, at the very beginning. With your local know-how, you know. The potential mineral wealth of Africa, she added, has hardly been scratched. So I was telling you, said Den Ruther, still smiling, the other night. Of course, she said quickly, it's a well-known fact. Naturally I'd be glad to help if I can, Den Ruther said. It will make everything so much nicer, she said simply. You see, Harry isn't very experienced in business. I see, said Den Ruther. We shall have a wonderful time, she said, and stretched out her hand to touch Den Ruther's arm. Presently they stood up with their arms round each other and the Major heard Mrs. Chelm say, the shadow of the tree has reached the edge of the pool. Time to be going. They moved away slowly, regaining the path by which they had come. The Major followed a long way behind, but, even so, nearly bumped into them in the hallway of the villa, where they had quite silently stopped, and must have been standing for a number of minutes. The Major had listened carefully outside the swing doors, and heard absolutely nothing. He was just about to push his way through, when out of the silence he heard Mrs. Chelm say, throw another little stone in, for luck. There was a small splash as Den Ruther presumably threw a pebble into the basin of the fountain, and then evidently they spent some time just looking at the ripples. Later the Major heard her say, the chandeliers stopped tinkling, and Den Ruther must have given the thing another push, for it began jingling again and its glass was winking in the dim light when the Major stepped quietly into that room and from its shelter watched them getting into the yellow car. The last thing he heard Mrs. Chelm say was, I hope poor Harry hasn't been bored. But this proved not to have been the case, for when Gwendolen reached their room at the hotel, Harry admitted at once that he was surprised to see her so soon. He said he supposed she had been bored. And what about him? She asked. But he, though confined to bed with this tiresome chill, had not been bored at all. In point of fact, Mrs. Den Ruther had called to see whether there was anything she could do for him and had stayed to entertain him. My poor Harry, said Gwendolen, fancy my exposing you to such immediate danger of rape. Did she go for you? Of this remark Harry was gently but complacently censorious. They had talked, he said, about horses. I told you, said Gwendolen, she reminded me of a handsome horse. I didn't, said Chelm, say she was like a horse. I said that we talked about horses. And she didn't spring on you. My dear Gwendolen. He explained that a man and woman could have interests in common besides the only one you seem able to imagine. I bet she's after you, all the same, said Gwendolen. But tell me, he said, about your afternoon. Was it interesting? You know, Harry, said Gwendolen, you were quite right about Billy Den Ruther. He's a very able man. I could see that at once, said Harry. I think he may very likely be quite useful to me. He knows the situation out there. I wish I'd been able to have the afternoon talking to him. I hope, he said keenly, you didn't bore him. I don't think so. Kept your end up, did you? What did you talk about? We had a rather interesting business conversation. Business? Good Lord. What did you say about business? He raised himself on his elbow and smiled at her indulgently. Well, she said, I saw an opportunity to advance your interests. Good God. How? Well, I thought it would be a pity for him to have the idea you were a mere coffee planter. I wanted him to have a higher opinion of you. Harry interrupted her. But my dear Gwendolen, he said. There isn't any question of his thinking I'm a mere coffee planter as you put it. I told him the other night, most distinctly I told him that I was only going out there because the place happened to have been available. And because of present conditions in England. Surely he appreciated that. Still. All the same. Gwendolen wandered over to the window and gazed out, seemingly in a thoughtful trance. Speaking over her shoulder, she said that the thing to do was always to make the most of oneself, wasn't it? Harry said he did not exactly see that there was any particular necessity for a person in his position, with his sort of background, to take any special steps to impress a man like Den Ruther. He had nothing against Den Ruther, a Rolling Stone, evidently, but he considered him a very able man. Still, all the same. Gwendolen said that the point was precisely that Den Ruther, coming from a different kind of background, might not be impressed by the same things that would impress a person coming from Chelm's background. To this Chelm agreed. He said that the number of people in the world who could appreciate what his kind of background meant was diminishing fast. A pity, but one must face it and make the best of it. Gwendolen then explained that for the purpose of impressing Den Ruther in Harry's interest she had gone so far as to hint to Den Ruther that there was a good deal more in the Chelm coffee estate than met the eye. She had told him, she said, that there was reason to presume the presence of valuable minerals. Harry's explanations and interpolations were at first agitated, then not wholly disapproving. Obviously, said Gwendolen, if he thinks you're going to be enormously rich he'll be more likely to want to help. But Harry was still lagging a little, and asking, what sort of minerals? She mentioned uranium. Atom sort of minerals, she said. And carnotite, for example. What on earth do you know about minerals? What do you mean, carnotite? What is carnotite? She said she had read of it in a newspaper article. You know how I read up all about the Congo. I wanted to help you, and now you see I have. Billy was most interested. Billy. Billy Den Ruther. Oh yes. Of course. I suppose he'll be smacking me on the back and calling me Harry boy soon. Oh well, times change. I can face it. But, he said, why tell him such a lie? You know perfectly well there wasn't a word of truth in what you were saying. It is true about carnotite. It definitely exists. I read about it in the paper. But there's not the least reason to suppose it exists on my estate. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Now I come to think of it. Suppose it really does, Harry. Think how rich we shall be. But don't you see, you'll get us into trouble if you go romancing like that to everyone? What did Den Ruther think? I told you. He was interested. It seems to me you've created a rather embarrassing situation. But not at all. Not at all. He is prepared to be very helpful. You said yourself he was a good man to get in with. Harry played agitated tunes on his water bottle with the tips of his fingers. I thought you'd be so pleased, said Gwendolen. Oh well, said Harry, I suppose there isn't really any great harm done. Though I don't know what I'm supposed to say when he comes and starts asking me about mineral holdings. But that, said Gwendolen eagerly, is perfectly simple. You don't have to talk about it at all. He will respect your business discretion. It's all very difficult. She offered to refill the hot water bottle and he handed it to her abstractedly, saying again as he did so that he supposed there was no great harm done. 7. That was Tuesday. Wednesday was similar. Chelm nursed his chill and talked with Mrs. Den Ruther. Den Ruther took Gwendolen driving. When he got back late to the hotel, he met the Major coming downstairs, and Den Ruther said he supposed there had been more palavering and committee meeting and he had missed it. He asked if Peterson had wanted him. No, nothing, said the Major. Nothing today. They also serve, old man, he said, and went on down the stairs. But as Den Ruther went to his room along the third-floor corridor, O'Hara and Peterson came out of the business purposes room together. You been having another meeting? Said Den Ruther. Peterson said no, they had been sitting around there because it was nicer than sitting in the lounge. Den Ruther went on to his own room and Mrs. Den Ruther said, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Den Ruther said, and got himself a drink and stood with it in his hand looking out the window. "You know," said Mrs. Den Ruther, lying on the bed and playing with her big bracelet, "if I ever leave you it will be for someone of the type of Harry Chelm. After all," she said, "it's not so astounding. Just the type I used to think you were and you'll never be." Den Ruther said he hoped he never would. "I suppose," said Mrs. Den Ruther, "that type of Englishman is like a story my father once told me long ago in Hungary. We were in the garden of our country place there, and my father told me about a gardener, an English gardener in England, at Oxford, I think it was, who was showing some Americans one of those wonderful English lawns, and of course they wanted to know how to make a lawn like that, and this English gardener said—" "I know damn well what the gardener said," shouted Den Ruther, jerking his head round to shout at her. "He said all you had to do was to get some good grass and then roll it every day for 600 years or some such howling nonsense. I heard that gardener thing before you were born. English people tell it when they feel poor. But this," said Mrs. Den Ruther lazily, "was told me in Hungary, by a Hungarian. My father. Of course he read Country Life and the Illustrated London News. The better people did in Hungary then. It was very chic to be English. Kensington on the Danube," said Den Ruther. "Where is that party now? The trouble with you is, you were born and brought up English but you aren't properly English. Bismarck said one should beware of Englishmen who speak foreign languages too well. Let's talk about Bismarck. But seriously, Billy. You don't understand the Chelm type. A dying type, of course. I should like to paint his head. The skull of a dying type. The man's a ninny. Is that what his wife tells you? She's lovely of course, but she doesn't understand his type, I think. She's a bohemian. It's not what she tells me at all. Quite the contrary, in fact. That's interesting. It isn't. She has to invent stories about him to make him more interesting. Listen Maria, I'm tired of talking about Chelm. I like to discuss these things. But not just now, Maria. With you it's always not just now, said Maria. That's the way the years go by. Then one day I shall really meet my type and run off with him and you'll be simply amazed. Not very. George Moore, said Maria, said, I learned it by heart in Hungary years ago. He said that each great passion is the fruit of many fruitless years. You see, it's not so strange. George Moore was a very distinguished English writer, you know. I know. Except that he was Irish. 10 years ago you thought I was the fruit of fruitless years. It's your fault. You've allowed yourself to go to pieces. You've become. What's the word? For what? For what you've become. The way you live. There isn't a word. But there is. Don't pretend not to know it. She hammered on the bed with her fist. Bastard. Said Den Ruther over his shoulder. Cad. Son of a bitch. What is it you're trying to say? Roustabout. Cried Maria triumphantly. That's what you've become. You haven't complained before. Because I always thought things were going to be different soon. If I make $1 million on this proposition, you'll be able to do what you like. Sometime, never, said Maria. I'm so tired after all this. And our way of life and everything, and your nasty little Jack Ross running about spying on me. Den Ruther swung round and took a pace towards her. What? He said. What was that, Maria? When was he spying on you? He's always at it? Den Ruther leaned over the bed and said, No, Maria, that's not so. He hasn't always been at it. Since when has he been spying on you? Maria sat up and looked at him. Oh, she said. If it's serious. She considered. Really, I suppose, only since today. He was watching me when I went to see Harry Chelm, and he was there again when I came out. And he was in this corridor, outside there, when I came up to the room once. I'm sure he'd been in here, poking about. Den Ruther walked about the room with his drink in his hand. Well, she said. Something's up. Something new. I don't know what it is. He went on walking, passed across the window, stopped suddenly and stood staring out. She said, Don't be silly, Billy. Do you imagine someone is clinging and listening outside the window? Something, he said, is happening outside this window. He went on looking. The window was at the side of the hotel and looked down on the road which led out of the Place Centrale to the General Post and Telegraph Office. O'Hara was walking fatly down the road, and when he got to the postal building he went past the main door and onto the door of the Telegraph Office, which was closed. O'Hara stood there ringing and knocking. Maria came over to the window and stood beside Den Ruther, looking out too. She said, I thought you handled the cables for them. I thought you were the one that was supposed to know how to deal with the clerks and all that. Maybe, said Den Ruther, watching O'Hara, it's just a private and personal message of his own. Perhaps it's Mother's Day and he's sending off a little greeting. Maria was unsmiling. She said, At this hour? Why should he send a private cable at this hour? It is something urgent. I think, she said, turning away from the window, it's something they don't want you to know about. Den Ruther laughed. If he tries to send a cable after hours without seeing the right man, he'll have trouble. He said he would take a walk, and went off down to the cable office, and there was O'Hara, standing at the cable desk, and obviously in trouble with the clerk behind it. The clerk was saying that before sending a code telegram it was necessary for him to see the passport of the sender. O'Hara looked round when he heard Den Ruther come in, and stared at him for a fraction of a second, gave a half-wave with his hand, and turned back to hunch himself at the cable desk, concentrating on the clerk. The clerk looked at the Chilean passport made out in the name of Julius O'Hara, and his expression made it perfectly plain that he regarded the whole thing with suspicion. He looked at the passport and looked again at the marked German-ness of the descendant of the former finance minister of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, and said, You were born at Brandenburg, Germany. Thank you, said O'Hara. I am aware where I was born. Quite so. At Brandenburg, Germany. Is that any business of yours? I don't require you to tell me my business. Evidently mobilizing himself for private war against this botch, the clerk now assumed the manner and method of a quite different kind of functionary. He talked to O'Hara as though the latter had come into a police station instead of a post office. Once he actually held the passport up to the light and peered closely at a particular page, hinting in this way that he believed there was something not right about the watermark. He looked at the visas on different pages. He took upon himself to ask O'Hara some questions about his comings and goings. O'Hara slapped furiously at the counter with the little roll of notes he had brought to pay for the telegram. Nowhere, he said, absolutely nowhere but in France, is a person questioned in this way before sending off a telegram. Not an ordinary telegram, said the clerk, a telegram in code. Haven't you ever seen a code telegram before? Said the man from Brandenburg. Don't post office clerks in France know that in civilized, up-to-date countries a great deal of business is conducted by code telegram. It is done to prevent snotty little clerks, who don't know how to behave, from poking their noses into other people's business. I would very seriously advise you, said the clerk, not to attempt to insult anyone. Den Ruther lounged about the room, with his back to them. O'Hara's accent thickened. I wouldn't attempt to insult you, he said, any more than I would attempt to insult one of the lower animals. Are you, said the clerk, calling me an animal? Are you or are you not calling me an animal? I am calling upon you, shouted O'Hara, to send off my telegram in the proper way without taking all day about it. The proper way to do things, said the clerk, is to make certain that everything is in order before acting. Listen, said O'Hara, swallowing as he controlled his voice, I am a Chilean citizen, yes. Traveling on business? Yes. I note, said the clerk, thumbing through the passport, that you have traveled considerably. Peru. New York. Canada. New York again. Canada. You haven't, he added in a mixture of sneer and innuendo, been back to visit the land of your birth. I have no interest in Germany or anything that happens there, said O'Hara, too hurriedly. Recovering dignity he said, if I choose to travel to Germany I believe I should do so without consulting the clerks in the French post office. Then the clerk, now apparently having played himself completely into his role of policeman, suddenly inquired sternly, and as though he had the right to do so, just what was O'Hara's business. His tone was sharp. O'Hara's response to it revealed that despite his expensive-looking suit, his gold pen, his pocketbook thick with notes, despite business connections and the respectable lineage of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, he had the habit of assuming that it was dangerous to refuse some sort of answer to officials who asked your business. His voice changed, and he began a quite long story about business, an apologia, it seemed, pro vita sua. And at this, the clerk, magnanimous in victory, became kindly. In Chile, O'Hara explained, there was a certain lack of scope for a businessman. That, conceded the clerk, was understandable. For this reason, pursued O'Hara, he had tended to transfer his business activities to the northern part of the American continent, in short, to New York. And Canada, put in the clerk, gently. Because, explained O'Hara, in Canada there were certain opportunities for the development of certain lines of business. Immense possibilities. Undoubtedly, said the clerk. Quebec. Montreal. The Rocky Mountains. And then, continued O'Hara, he had undertaken certain commitments. Certain interests, if one liked. In Africa. The Congo. That was why he happened to be sending a telegram to Leopoldville. Leopoldville, the clerk pointed out quite genially, is the principal town of the Belgian Congo, standing on the bank of the Congo River, facing Brazzaville, principal town of the French Congo. Leopoldville is said to be a particularly fine town. Modern in every respect. He was looking over the pages of the passport now as though it were a sad little book. Germany, he remarked. Latin America. North America. Now, Africa. I suppose it's all the effect of the war. One may consider you, he said, a piece of human flotsam. He sighed and took the telegram. Den Ruther came over and said to O'Hara, it has been said that it is the ambition of every German to sit behind a guichet, and the fate of every German to stand in front of one. The clerk told O'Hara the charge for the telegram, and when it had been paid, Den Ruther said, I could have got that off for you, with none of the fuss. Not necessary, said O'Hara. I was passing by. Nothing very urgent. Just an idea Peterson had. Puff balls, said Den Ruther. As you like, said O'Hara, as you like, and walked meditatively beside Den Ruther out of the office. And here, he said, I must leave you, and held out his neat, pudgy hand and shook Den Ruther's, in a formal goodbye. But less than half an hour later, as Maria sat on her bed biting her beads, and listening to Den Ruther's story of what happened at the telegraph office, there was a knock at the door, and there was O'Hara again, talking apologetically as he looked for a chair with his short-sighted eyes. "I apologize," he said, getting hold of the chair and drawing it a little towards him, "if I am interrupting." He sat down heavily. "A conversation," he put his hands on his knees, "but the fact is," he looked at Maria, "that your husband is playing, or might be on the verge of playing, I think," he looked slowly over at Den Ruther, "a rather dangerous game." He looked at one and then the other of them with a look of friendly concern, the look, say, of a family doctor who has dropped in to express his opinion that the patient is overdoing it. He said he would not beat about the bush. He came to the point so directly as to create an impression that perhaps this was not the point after all, that one was going to come to that later. The purpose of this call, now he asked the question for them, what was it? Why, simply to say that in his view, and in the view of his associates, Den Ruther was being not entirely candid with regard to certain relevant information. What kind of information? Information about Mr. Chelm. They had become interested in Mr. Chelm, his purposes, the fact of his presence here as an intending passenger in the SS Nyanga, at this time, with destination Belgian Congo. There was, said O'Hara, with a smile that was almost gaily confidential, more in Mr. Chelm than met the eye. At this point O'Hara paused and peered up thoughtfully at the black mass of flies which buzzed and crawled on the newly lighted electric light bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. The frilled and beaded light shade caused the flimsy-looking room to be suffused with a cheap pink glow. He and his friends, he continued, must ask, they must really insist, that their agent, their confidential agent, should act towards them in an absolutely loyal manner. Otherwise the confidence that ought to exist in a business undertaking of this kind could not exist. It was a question of maintaining confidence and, in a sense, of re-establishing it. He smiled cheerfully at them with his astonishing blue eyes and settled back a little in his chair. The doctor had had his little say, a few simple health rules had been outlined, perhaps they could now go on to a nice chat about golf, or the weather in that part of France at that season. The pause was decorated by O'Hara with a gesture seemingly so odd in the circumstances that it could have startled the flies. He bowed very slightly, and formally asked Maria's permission to smoke a cigar. She looked at him in a flustered manner and saying yes, yes, of course, positively responded to his courteous, questioning smile. Den Ruther said nothing, but watched O'Hara as though he might at any moment produce a pistol or an abominable statement. "We feel," O'Hara began, puffed at his cigar, modified his statement, "it is felt," he said, puffed again, and finally said, "an impression has been created, that you are in a position to acquaint yourself with relevant information regarding Mr. Chelm and his interests. And," he added, looking thoughtfully at the cigar, "to communicate it to us." Den Ruther said angrily that if O'Hara and Portsmouth and Peterson were anything but ignorant tramps, citizens of nowhere in fact, they would know all they needed to know about Chelm by just looking at him or listening to him for 5 minutes. "Do you want me," he said grandly, "to give you a lecture on the characteristics and habits of the minor landed gentry of the English western counties?" "No," said O'Hara, "I don't wish this." Then his voice changed and he said, "I don't wish anything from you beyond the proper carrying out of your duties as our agent." This new voice seemed to cut Den Ruther's flow of words, and he continued for a moment wandering about the room on a failing momentum, and then sat heavily down. The new voice, dully harsh, went on, now making the statement that it is best right at the outset not to have illusions about the facts of the situation. Sometimes the voice was deliberately contradicted by the turquoise smile, which offered the suggestion that things were after all really on a perfectly pleasant basis, that an agreeable understanding basically existed between all concerned. For instance, one understood perfectly that in the matter of Den Ruther's personal relations, one would not wish to interfere in any kind of personal, social, matter. But still, in a matter of this kind, The voice went on referring to certain possibilities, opening as it were, windows from which an exit might possibly be made, and pointing out almost ruefully that there was a 50-foot drop under each of them. Suppose, for example, Den Ruther were to do just what you feel like doing, to tell this fat old O'Hara to go to hell and stop pestering about a lot of nonsense notions he has. The smile blazed happily. That would be so nice, of course. But unfortunately there would be consequences. There are always consequences of everything, said O'Hara, sighing. Or suppose, he said, opening another window and inviting Den Ruther to have a look, suppose you were to feel, perhaps as a result of this annoyance in the matter of Chelm, that this is the last little straw. That you are a man who does not like to be pestered and ordered about in this way. Suppose you were to give way to an inclination to turn to me and say that you were, the smile shone round the room, fed to the teeth. O'Hara seemed to contemplate this prospect with tenderness for a moment, and then said, even that, you see, would be difficult. You see, if you were to declare yourself dissatisfied with the whole arrangement, Peterson would feel it necessary to take steps to protect our interests. Probably, said Den Ruther. Certainly, said O'Hara. But Billy doesn't have any such idea, Maria broke in. Billy hasn't any idea of breaking up the whole arrangement. Billy is just as much interested in this Congo business as you are. To suppose that, said O'Hara with detachment, would be an illusion on our part, I mean. You see, we are the principals in the affair. We are in it with all our money, a lot more than all our money, up to the neck. Deep. We cannot chop and change. Whereas an agent, he concluded flatly, is in a different position. An agent can easily imagine that he is less, how shall I say, inextricably involved than his principals. Den Ruther frowned and made a sharp movement, and started to say something, but said nothing. O'Hara, evidently answering some idea he chose to assume was present in someone else's head, resumed talking. Yes, he said, it could seem perhaps an exaggerated way of talking, to talk about people being inextricably involved. One enters, after all, into a course of action with the idea at the back of one's head. He smiled at Den Ruther, that one can, if things become tiresome, unwieldy, change course, if one so desires. One goes in for something, and one thinks one can always say, the hell with it, I'm getting out, provided one is prepared to pay a certain price. But the price, you see, said O'Hara, is always too high. At the critical moment one can never, you see, quite put the cash on the barrel head. It can talk, said Den Ruther, it can smoke a cigar, it can belch, it can philosophize too. You laugh at me, said O'Hara, in the tone of the family doctor whose advice is not taken until it is too late. But to laugh in this way is also just a method to preserve an illusion. You think it simply bad luck that you are involved, inextricably, in a particular course of action. Your husband, you see, he turned to Maria, the doctor appealing to womanly common sense against male foolishness, is one of those people who believe that with a little effort we can always make alternatives for ourselves. Whereas the facts of the situation are that we are the prisoners not of the past, only, but of the future. Thanks for the explanation, Herr Professor, said Den Ruther. In certain situations, said O'Hara, kindly, a little philosophy is helpful. One can reflect that one finds oneself in this or that situation not only because of one's past, but because of one's future, because, that is to say, of what one, essentially, is after. Are you staying for dinner? Said Den Ruther rudely. Thank you, I am going very soon now. I simply wished to convey. His talk conveyed an impression of copybook maxims advancing on an invincible desert march against cheerful illusions. There were moments, too, when the elderly Brandenburger seemed to be really engaged in a sincere effort to comfort not only Den Ruther but himself also, in face of the sum total of the facts of the situation. He referred to incidents in Den Ruther's past life, and compared them with incidents of his own younger days. He appeared to be sketching with mournful pleasure a sad-looking picture of two men driven about the face of the world by relentless storms, towed and tugged by a perpetually retreating objective. You, he said to Den Ruther, have had many imaginary objectives. Partly real, mainly imaginary. Your activities in India long ago. You had a reputation. People said you were a second Lawrence. You believed you were absorbed in organizing some good forces against some bad ones. But you quit in the middle. The Maharaja folded up, said Den Ruther. If it hadn't been for that, my bucko, you'd have seen something. Yes, 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 said O'Hara. And then we find the pattern repeating itself. Not so very far from where we now sit. Den Ruther Lawrence again, running guns to Spaniards. Ally of dangerous people. But you quit in the middle. It was the end, said Den Ruther. O'Hara shrugged. Then in the war, he said, you do this and that and the other thing, little Lawrence things, I suppose, and then there is your African affair. Den Ruther Lawrence in a new sphere. A great medico-scientific raid upon the forces of disease in Africa. Outwitting the tsetse fly instead of the Turk. But he quits. What the hell is this in aid of? Said Den Ruther. Quits, pursued O'Hara, and here he is the advisor of quite a different kind of expedition. Much simpler. Hunting money and nothing else. And this you will not quit because all along, you see, through all these illusions, your real objective has been something different from what you thought. Do tell, said Den Ruther. It has been, said O'Hara, the same as my own. Money and peace. So simple. Nothing more. Money and peace. The trouble with you bloody Huns, said Den Ruther, is that you can't take a leak without howling about the Wickheit der Flüssigkeit. But this time, said Maria, with a drawing-room smile, things will go all right. You are all going to make millions and millions of dollars. O'Hara lowered his hand quickly, and tapped with the tips of his fingers on the leg of his chair, which was made of some cheap metal. He looked anxiously across at the bedstead, which was of metal, too. Then he startled the flies again by getting up suddenly and going over to the window, where he touched the wood of the window frame. Unberufen, he said firmly. In a good hour be it spoken. Den Ruther laughed loudly. The downfall of philosophy, he said. O'Hara stood where he was and talked at his own feet. In the event, he said, of your disagreeing with my philosophy, it would still be wise to consider another aspect of the matter. I mean, he added, almost casually, that if you were to wish to quit, you would not be able to. Den Ruther looked at him, arrogantly questioning. Because, said O'Hara, Peterson would in that case hand you over to the police. On currency charges, you see, he said, turning to Maria, black market currency operations on a large scale. But those operations, said Maria confusedly, were done as your agent. For, the committee. That, said O'Hara, is why Peterson would know just what charges to make, you see. You are just trying to frighten us, said Maria. Yes, said O'Hara, and with a formal bow went over to the door. There he hesitated and turned round again. There is one thing, he said. Peterson is anxious to meet Mr. Chelm on a social footing. He wishes you to arrange a nice little social occasion. A little dinner, you see, with the ladies of course, and some good wine. I'm not his bloody social secretary, said Den Ruther. It would be sensible to do so, said O'Hara. Don't be difficult, Billy, said Maria quickly. Christ, said Den Ruther. The food at the hotel is bad, said Maria. We had better make it at the Madagascar. No, said O'Hara. Peterson has heard that you know of a restaurant that is in every way better than the Madagascar. A place called the Blue Pavilion, I think. He wants to have everything quite specially chic for Mr. Chelm. Everything tip-top, you know, and Riviera style. The hell with him, said Den Ruther. Don't be silly, Billy, said Maria. It should be arranged for tomorrow evening, said O'Hara. There will be Mr. Chelm and his lady, and yourself and your wife, and of course Peterson. A pity there is no other lady available. For a party of pleasure it is more suitable to have an even number. Peterson will of course pay for everything. Order everything of the best. For you, he said, smiling at Den Ruther, I expect it will be quite like old times. 8. It is un-English, said Maria, to be so much afraid of the police. She watched Den Ruther drink a lot of whiskey. But what is the matter with them? She said. What is it that interests them so much about Harry Chelm? Den Ruther drank some more. Probably, he said, the lovely Mrs. Chelm has been chatting to them. I told you before, she invents stories about him to make him more interesting. Don't ask me why. What sort of stories? She told me his coffee estate is full of carnotite. She'd just read about carnotite in a newspaper or somewhere, and thought it would be interesting to say that. Maria looked at him sharply. But do they know she told you that, Billy? And you didn't tell them? Could they know she told you? No, said Den Ruther, they couldn't. He thought again, apparently reviewing something in his mind, and repeated, no, they couldn't. Maria spoke in angry agitation. But you could have told O'Hara that she told you that. You could have told them all that as soon as she told you. That would have made confidence. Why didn't you do that? Because it is all nonsense, said Den Ruther, filling his glass again. And because, he said, his manner becoming a little swollen and extravagant, because it was told me under circumstances of confidence. A point of chivalry, Maria. A chivalric point. Also, he got up and made as though to be off, because I do not choose to be a scavenger of bits and pieces for Mr. Bloody Peterson. I'm not his hired man. But you are, said Maria. How good and kind of you to remind me, said Den Ruther. How true. How good. How kind. He swaggered out, but in a moment came back again, stooping slightly and speaking in a heavy imitation of O'Hara's manner and accent. Yes, so, gnädige Frau, he said. It is so that if we examine the situation without illusions, nicht wahr? We must say that so as we make our bed so we must lie on him. He went out again, and this time went on down the stairs and into the street. Flitting jerkily ahead of him, looking like an electrified corpse, went Major Ross, who heard his steps and turned, and Den Ruther said, "Come and have a drink, you tiny wreck." The Major was lively, actually humming, visibly having drink taken. He gave Den Ruther a sharp military salute with the little cane he carried and fell, humming, into step beside him. They steered together to a dirtily garish bar where the light burned in mauve bulbs, and under it Mr. Wagwood sat, vouchsafing some remarks to Mr. Conquest. For in these 5 days that the travellers, Africa-bound, had spent in the town, certain conventions had already been established. The hotel was employed for residence and business. For social converse of a polite kind, the Café Madagascar was the place. The Mauvelet bar, the Bar Moderne, was for sheer drinking. The barman and the 4 travellers were the only people in the place. The travellers greeted and spoke to one another as though this meeting were a necessity, as though this were the only place in town to get a drink, as though, whatever their feelings towards one another, they must severally or jointly frequent this bar, like a club. "I want," said Major Ross, standing stiffly between the door and the bar, "to introduce you to you, Wagwood. I want to introduce you to Bill Den Ruther, one of the best." Wagwood swiveled his buttocks heavily round on his stool, got off it, and held out his hand to Den Ruther, who shook it warmly. "Had the pleasure of seeing you about the place," said Wagwood. "Never had pleasure of a formal introduction. What, sir, will you drink?" "And my name," said Conquest, half falling off his stool, "is Victor Conquest." Very glad indeed to make your acquaintance, sir, he said, shaking Den Ruther's hand. If the barman can tear himself from the perusal of the local newspaper, said Wagwood, he may find a moment to perform the execution of his duties. The major rapped smartly on the bar with his cane, and the barman, ostentatiously concluding his reading of a newspaper paragraph, began leisurely to fill glasses. Conquest read the newspaper headline upside down and said to the barman in a sort of French, "Comment va la crise?" "Getting worse," said the barman in English. "Soon everything go up in goddamn smoke." "Hell." "Wee," said Den Ruther. "Bad as that, eh?" said Conquest to the barman. "About time too," said Wagwood. "Get it over with. Come what may, but get it over with. The crisis continues. Get it over with. Face it?" "No intention of facing it," said Den Ruther. "I am escaping to Africa in search of money and peace. Those, Wagwood my dear fellow, are my objectives. My sole authentic objectives. The rest, moonshine. Be good enough to join me in a toast to money and peace." "Sir," said Wagwood, "I join you." "Not much of either about just now, I'm afraid," said Conquest, with a titter which he ended as the others looked at him portentously. "Peace," said Den Ruther, "is the continuation of war by other means." "Abso-bloodilutely," said Wagwood. "As for England, Europe," said Den Ruther, "the game is up. The place is on the skids. One more puff and all that business will be over with." "Rome," said Wagwood. "Or you take the pyramids," said Conquest. "Ancient Egypt and so on and so on. That's what they teach you. I don't call it education, myself." Major Ross struck the tip of his cane sharply on the floor, and looked into their faces one after another. "Just 1 minute, laddies," he said. "Just 1 minute. I've just 2 or 3 words to say to you laddies. And that is, don't worry, laddies, don't worry. I happen to have certain information." He stated that in the heart of Africa there was a mountain of gold. It was guarded by Zulus, men of superb physique, wonderful specimens, said the major. Guarded for Britain, for this mountain was in British territory. "Within the Empire, laddies," said the major, "as just a few of us are privileged to know. I tell you it would take fire and sword to defeat those chaps. Wonderful physical specimens. Great muscles bulging. Clean built. And," he said, looking carefully and intently into their faces, "let me tell you one thing more. Every day of the year, every blessed day, at sun-up, they run up the colors to the mast, and those magnificent fellows, standing there half-naked mind you, wonderful superb sight, they turn out on parade and they salute those colors, and anyone that doesn't, by God, sir, they put him through it, with the lash, my boys, the lash. Discipline. The lash. On the bare flesh, laddies." The barman had looked up again from his newspaper and was watching the major open-mouthed. He listened and tapped his own skull with his fingertips and shook his head knowingly at the others. "And that," concluded the major, "is why come hell or high water, talk about crisis, talk about sterling and the gold standard and the dollar, there's no need to worry. None whatsoever." The barman continued looking at him, and made a pantomime gesture of sniffing something off his hand up his nose. The others paid no attention to the major's extravagances, Conquest looking even a little embarrassed. But after a pause, the spasm, or whatever one could call it, appeared to pass, and the major drank stiffly and silently. "I wanted you two fellows to meet," he said suddenly. "Den Ruther. Wagwood. 2 good men." He found it necessary to try to describe in detail for the benefit of Wagwood, the commencement of his relations with Den Ruther. The story seemed to wander over a square mile or so of London, moved in befuddlement from a club in Pall Mall to a different sort of club in Soho, lurched from side to side of Piccadilly, from Ritz to Berkeley, included some confabulation at Claridge's, and shot off suddenly to somewhere in the city. Den Ruther clapped him on the shoulder. "Worst secretary I ever had," he said. "Have another drink." The drinks came and the conversation continued. Conquest told a story about something that had happened to him in a bar at Ostend. The Major, who had been looking fixedly in front of him, suddenly tapped Wagwood's forearm emphatically with his finger. "I simply want to state," he said, "that things don't happen to be quite what certain people appear to imagine. If Mr. Billy Den Ruther chooses to go about talking about secretaries, telling one and all and sundry that he has an officer of the Indian Army as his secretary, all very well and good. We shall see what we shall see." "That's all right, old man," said Wagwood. "An officer," continued the Major, "may find himself strapped for money, and he may undertake certain things which in other circumstances, no, absolutely and definitely no." "Money and peace," said Den Ruther. "In the old days," said the Major, "I mean to say. Whereas nowadays, you happen not to have a heap of money to throw about, a man happens not to have a heap of money, and people who'd have been glad of a thank you in the old days, you're in the gutter. Spat on. Trampled on. Socialism, I suppose." "Hear, hear," said Conquest, but the Major glared at him. "In the old days," said the Major, with sudden perfect coherence, and glaring straight ahead of him as though coldly observing some piece of bungled drill across the parade ground, "I should simply have told Mr. William Den Ruther of that ilk to go and mind his own business. I should have quite quietly and simply turned round to him and I should have said, 'Look here,' I should have said, 'I happen quite definitely to have no desire to go into business with you in any shape or form, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.'" "Poor old Jack," said Den Ruther. The Major spun round at him, and started to step softly backwards as though he had stumbled on a wild beast. "I'll teach you," he said. "I'll teach you. Go around telling people you have an ex-officer of the Indian Army in your employ." Den Ruther laughed and raised his glass to drink, and the barman suddenly shouted to him to look out. The infuriate Major was coming across the floor at Den Ruther, with his cane in his left hand and his glass in the other, and as he got to him, jumped and struck savagely at Den Ruther's face with the glass. Den Ruther ducked his head and hit the Major a wallop that looked like killing him, but he only staggered back and lashed out at Den Ruther with his stick. As Den Ruther ducked again, the Major shot out his foot and tried to kick him in the bottom of the belly. Den Ruther raised his knee just in time, and then hit the Major again, who this time fell over and got up slowly. "That's bad," said the barman. "That one'll kill someone one of these days." "Just a naughty tantrum," said Den Ruther. "You'd better go home, Jack," he said to the Major, watching him carefully. The spasm seemed to have passed again. "Fair fight," said the Major, aloofly. "Fair fight and no favor." "It seems to me," said Wagwood, "that what we all need is a stiff whiskey and soda. And don't start any monkey business with the new bottle," he said to the barman. The Major, hobbling a little on his stick, came over to the bar, and Conquest nervously and obsequiously made room for him. Conquest peered at the Major curiously, out of the tail of his eye. "Looking for anything in particular?" said the Major. Conquest blushed. "Not at all. Not at all." "Give you," said the Major in his almost inaudibly weary voice, "word of advice. Don't go about staring at people, laddie. Don't do it. People don't like to be stared and spied on." "We are bound together, Jack," said Den Ruther, "no less than by the past, by the future. A common objective." He was calling for another toast to the common objective when there was heard behind them the voice of Mr. Peterson. "Good evening, gentlemen. Rotting your guts, I see. Killing time." He stood exactly on the threshold of the little bar, looking it over, but not coming in. His eyes took them in quickly. Planted there, just studying the room, he might have been an inspecting officer of some kind, or a persistent priest, worrying how the flock is getting on. "Well," he said, "I have a little suggestion for a more wholesome way to pass the time. Nature must be satisfied. If it be not satisfied simply and directly, it will find unwholesome ways to make up the balance." He had been informed, he said, of the existence of a good and clean little bordello, just up the hill at the edge of town, and he advised them to join him in a visit to it. "Suppression of the sex urge," he said heavily, "is responsible for 9/10 of the trouble and ill health people get themselves into." He developed this proposition at some length, still standing planted on the threshold, delivering his lecture complacently and unhurriedly. "Get a satisfactory woman," he said. "Take proper precautions. Result: relief. Well-being. Fighting fit, and fit to fight." "Well," said Wagwood, "I suppose we may as well see what's on offer." "All right with me," sniggered Conquest. "Coming, Billy," said Peterson to Den Ruther. "Busy drinking," said Den Ruther. Peterson made way for the other three, and they went meekly out into the street as though the place had been raided, and the docile ones were waiting for the officer to deal with the recalcitrant customer. Peterson went over to the bar and said earnestly to Den Ruther, "You ought to come along, Billy. Do you good. Help to keep you off that stuff." He pointed his thick finger at the glass of whiskey. Den Ruther gripped it and took a drink. "Live naturally, healthily," said Peterson. "Keep your passages unclogged. Bodily passages, mental passages. If you'd just been up the road regularly, whenever you felt like it, every evening since you've been here around an hour after dinner's a good time, you'd have been out of trouble. You wouldn't be wasting time and running into trouble. That's the way to keep out of trouble with women." Den Ruther continued to refuse, and with heavy eyes watched the little band set off under the guidance of Peterson, and a couple of hours later saw them all return to the hotel, moving in a cloud of perfume and disinfectant. Peterson was slapping his chest and flexing his muscles luxuriously, and the next morning his discovery of the brothel and visit to it, seemed still to be exercising a stimulating effect on his temperament. Gwendolen, waiting in the Café Madagascar for Den Ruther, who did not come, was accosted breezily instead by Peterson, a companion in distress, he said, and after an exchange of a few words, she invited him to sit down and talk to her. "I am waiting," she said, "for your Mr. Den Ruther." Peterson beamed at her, shining with well-being. "Not my Mr. Den Ruther," he said. "He seems to be your Mr. Den Ruther, Mrs. Chelm." He told her that Den Ruther and Mrs. Den Ruther had gone on a little expedition. He believed they were arranging a little dinner party for that night, out at a restaurant in the hills, to which he believed both himself and the Chelms have the honor to be invited. "He hasn't invited us yet," said Gwendolen. "He will," said Peterson, and inquired after the health of Mr. Chelm. He listened to her account of Chelm's symptoms with sincere gravity and at the end shook his head. "Carelessness, Mrs. Chelm, that's the way you get a chill of that type. Nothing to be done about it once you have it. Just have to let it run its course. I'm glad he'll be well enough to come tonight. I shall enjoy a little talk with him about Africa." He drank Vichy water and said he supposed there was a good future in coffee planting. Gwendolen replied that she doubted whether coffee produced any great profit. There was a pause before Peterson said he supposed that in that case they would be taking up other lines of business, too. She said she had given it no thought, one way or the other. Peterson said he bet Mr. Chelm had thought about it, and she said she simply did not know. He remarked that the Congo was, in his opinion, due for some big changes pretty soon. Gwendolen said she did hope not. They had heard that the Kiwu area where they were going was so delightfully unspoiled, and had some of the loveliest scenery in the world. Peterson said jovially that he could not imagine anything much lovelier in the way of scenery than a nice piece of, say, coal or gold or diamonds or something, cropping up on a little bit of land you'd bought for a bit of chicken feed. She pouted and said she hoped nothing like that would happen on their land or anywhere near it. The next thing would be mines, and horrible great machines, and the whole scenery would be spoiled. Peterson allowed a silence to envelop this statement. Presently he said that naturally with all this atom business, there were going to be big changes in a place like the Belgian Congo, which was, he believed, rich in minerals for the production of atomic energy. Gwendolen said that if only they would use that wonderful energy for doing something nice with, instead of making those dreadful bombs, how nice it would be. Peterson said that the point was that whatever they used the stuff for, anyone who had got any of it and could deliver it was going to be in a very nice situation. He shouldn't worry what they used it for. She said that was a cynical point of view. He said that was where she was wrong, and how could any man feel cynical, sitting there in the sunshine with a beautiful, and, he would bet, because he could tell that sort of thing, highly intelligent girl? He kept the conversation on that tack for a while, and then she said it was time for her to go over to the hotel and see if her husband wanted anything. Peterson suggested she should telephone from the cafe to save trouble. Immobile upon his pillows, Chelm seemed to find a broad philosophic attitude suitable to his position. As he lifted the receiver he viewed matters, it appeared, with the calm interest of a statesman who, temporarily incapacitated, is prepared to give the benefit of his opinion to those currently bearing the burden and heat of the day. When Gwendolen told him she was having a drink with Peterson, he inquired, smiling into the telephone, whether that was that rather deplorable-looking character who looks like a defrocked Methodist. Gwendolen said that all the same he was the head of this whole group, these people they called the committee. A financial group, she reminded him, with probably enormous interests in Africa. Well, said Chelm, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a drink with the fellow, I suppose. I shouldn't talk too much if I were you. One doesn't want people of that type to start getting too familiar. I'm being extremely discreet. Don't tell him that story you told Den Ruther about minerals, you know. We don't want to look foolish. Of course not. All the same, I want him to realize you're a person of importance. Like that, he's more likely to be helpful. Don't forget we can do very well without the help of any of these people. All the same, said Gwendolen, I may learn something to our advantage. Why? Chelm asked, with his detached, bedridden statesman's indulgent laugh. Is he giving you tips already? No, no. He's getting ready to make a pass at me. But look here. I mean to say, I can take care of myself. In broad daylight, too. You're sure it's all right? Of course. You said yourself he's a deplorable-looking creature. My dear Gwendolen, don't talk as if he weren't, you wouldn't feel the way you do as he is. What? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Don't be too long. He says Den Ruther is asking us to dinner tonight at the Blue Pavilion, to meet him. I don't know that I shall be well enough. I shall get up for lunch and see how I feel. He's keen to meet you. I dare say. He'll probably ask me for an introduction to the governor or something. I shall keep him at a distance. On her return to the table, Peterson earnestly inquired all over again about Chelm's symptoms, and said he bet he was all wrought up and worried about this delay to the boat. Worrying about business at the other end. The coffee plants won't run away, said Gwendolen. I don't think my husband worries much about business and money and all that sort of thing. With his kind of background, you see. Yeah, said Peterson, with an expression that seemed to be one almost of admiration. I suppose, she said, you might find it hard to understand the attitude of these old English families. Peterson opined that even the British aristocracy was interested in money, if it came to that. You have to absorb, said Gwendolen, the atmosphere of a family home like my husband's to understand. Those lawns, hundreds of years in the making. Those immemorial elms. Those great echoing galleries where so much of English history has been made. Big place, said Peterson. It's not just the size, it's the atmosphere. The associations. Those walls hung with family portraits, generations of them. Worth hundreds of thousands of pounds. Nice, said Peterson. A great responsibility, sighed Gwendolen, in these days. Thought all that kind of thing was taxed to death in England now, said Peterson. Oh, she said, the taxation is certainly crushing. But of course people like the Chelms. I mean when a family has been a power behind the scenes of the City of London for so long. One of the great financial families. Naturally they have ways and means, I suppose. I should say they would, said Peterson. I didn't know that about there being a power in the City of London. I'd not heard the name. Very few people do, said Gwendolen. They prefer to work behind the scenes. And now they're taking an interest in Africa. Not particularly, I don't think. But your husband's working for them, isn't he? Good heavens no. My husband has no interest in finance. I told you that already. Yes, you did, said Peterson. He looked into his Vichy and said, I find it just a little hard to believe that a man in his position is just going out for the coffee planting. Gwendolen smiled at him. You're very quick, aren't you? She said. Yes, as a matter of fact there is a rather special reason. I thought perhaps there might be, said Peterson. All expression had gone from his face and he just listened. She said, it's to do with God. With what? God. I said God. You see my husband, especially since the war and everything, you know, has been very worried about spiritual values. He feels the modern world has gone far enough in the direction of materialism. And where has it got us? He feels that if he can get away there in the heart of Africa he may come face to face with essentials. He sort of feels the ancient Asiatic philosophers were on the right track. Yogi, and all that, you know. He wants to work out the problem of sin. Sin, said Peterson, breathing hard through his nose. Why yes, Mr. Peterson, said Gwendolen, sipping vermouth. Sin. 9. Quite like old times, Dan, said the mustachioed old man Charles, learning that it was to make preparations for a special dinner party that the Den Ruthers had driven up this morning to the Blue Pavilion. Den Ruther was standing with his hands in his pockets, glaring round the pavilion garden, and Maria touched him on the sleeve and said, Wake up, Billy. Mr. Charles here was just saying that this is quite like old times. And to old Charles she said, You know I have heard so much about you and your restaurant from my husband. But of course with the war and everything I never had a chance to come here before. She chattered to Charles about the restaurant, the view, the war, the peace. Soon, he said, there will be another war and that will be the end. Things in the world are not at all as they should be. To Den Ruther he said, I can see that you will want something extra special tonight, Dan. What the devil makes you think that? You look sad, Dan. We must cheer you up. Well, let's get on with it, said Den Ruther. What can you do for us? When the dinner and wines had been ordered, Maria said, You see, Billy, it would have been impossible to do this all on the telephone the way you wanted to. It's never the same thing. Where is the restaurant part? Maria surveyed the paved terrace, the position of the table, the view, with the eye of a commander reconnoitering the field of an impending engagement. She even bent and tore up with her hands one bunch of the coarse weed which everywhere pushed up between the uneven paving stones. Oh, leave it alone, said Den Ruther, whereupon she carefully pulled up another. She threw the tuft of wheat over the low terrace wall onto the grass patch beyond, and a big stupid-looking dog dashed out from somewhere, barked, and picked up the tuft, leaping over the wall with it and bringing it to lay at her feet. But, Billy, she said, it doesn't look at all nice to have all these weeds sticking out of the terrace. It's just the kind of thing Peterson would think not chic. We mustn't, she said, spoil the ship for a ha'porth of tar. She pulled up more tufts and threw them. The dog retrieved them, laughing like a fool. But when she kicked out at it exasperatedly, it jumped up and bit her just above the knee. Mr. Charles, his aged wife and his son all rushed out shouting. They drove away the dog. They ran to and fro getting a basin and a can of hot water and a strip of linen for a bandage. As she sat on a chair while they flustered round her, and the old woman tied the bandage on her leg, she explained to them that she was afraid their guests of the evening might think the weeds unsightly, not chic. The two Charleses made immediate obeisance, and rushed about the terrace, tearing up the weeds, hurling them over the wall, and when the dog tried to bring them back again, they gave him kicks that took the laugh off his face. "Leave it, it's not necessary," Dan Ruther shouted, but Charles said, "No, no, Dan, the lady is right. For your distinguished guests we must get this place properly in order," and when, in the evening, the party arrived, Charles seemed to be moving backwards onto the candlelit terrace, bowing and rubbing his hands together in a gesture between a reminiscence and a parody. At the table itself, his son flicked with a white napkin suddenly and menacingly at something in the air, clearing the air ostentatiously of flying creatures that might disturb the distinguished company. Tethered behind the scenes in the kitchen, Mrs. Charles, repeating over and over that this was like the good old days, demanded of her husband and son, as they ran to and fro between the terrace and the kitchen, that they satisfy her nostalgic enthusiasm by reporting in detail upon the movement and progress of the dinner party. The big one, the guest of honor, the one with the bacon face, how was he appreciating things? Could one gather who he was? A man of affairs, Charles judged. American, possibly. A financier. "You can see," said Charles, "that he is accustomed to get value for money. He looks at everything as though he were doing sums." Mrs. Dan Ruther was being gay, very gay. But Dan, they said, looks not at all happy. "Poor Dan," said Mrs. Charles, "no doubt he has his cares. The coke oven will cheer him. Make him forget." "But what are they talking about?" she asked later. "What are they saying, or have you forgotten English in all this time?" Bacon Face is Anglophile. He is telling the Englishman of his admiration for the old English aristocracy. "Nice," said Mrs. Charles. "That is the sort of thing that makes for a nice atmosphere at a dinner party." But Dan, they said, was still not looking happy. "And what," she asked again, later, "are they talking about now?" "They are talking," said her son, "about religion." "About what?" "About God." "That's not so usual." Dan is talking about God." "No, not Dan. Bacon Face. Bacon Face is highly religious. He has told the Englishman that it is his highest ambition to get away from all business problems and go somewhere by himself in the open spaces to consider the meaning of existence." "And what did the Englishman say?" "He said it would be very interesting." "And Dan?" "He is still looking unhappy. No doubt he is in love with the English girl. She is obviously his mistress already. She looks at him as though she were in love with him too." But later old Mr. Charles came whizzing in to report a disturbance. "Bacon Face," he cried, "is a fool. He has no appreciation of good food. He ate the coke oven as though it were a rabbit or something, and now he calls for beefsteak. I told him there was none to be got here just at this time. And then he said, what about some nice pork chops? What a savage! Besides, he is not even the host." You can imagine Dan wasn't too pleased. Bacon Face went on and on, making a kind of a lecture about things to eat, and at last Dan tipped me a wink. "I think he wants me to get the worm." He giggled and Mrs. Charles laughed excitedly. Her husband fumbled with the cupboard, and presently took from it a fair-sized glass jar. When he took the small oil lamp from the table and held it behind the jar, it could be seen that this jar contained, pickled in spirits of some kind, a tapeworm, of which the head and foremost few inches stood upright in the spirit, and the lengthy remainder lay in white coils upon the bottom of the jar. Carrying the jar and the lamp, Mr. Charles now began to move with a solemn gait towards the terrace. He had stopped being the maître d'hôtel, one-time second man at the old Fouquet's, and looked like an angry old peasant going to play a nasty trick on someone. Mrs. Charles's face, too, shone with excited amusement, and she followed him right out of the kitchen to a place where she could get a view of the dinner table. Their son, standing beyond the table, being the waiter, and being still rudely spoken to by Peterson, was the first to see the worm coming, and his face changed too. "Sir," said old Charles, from just behind Peterson's shoulder. He held the jar with the lamp behind it just at Peterson's eye level. Peterson jerked his head round and peered at it incredulously. "You see that worm?" intoned Mr. Charles. "You all see that worm?" He held the jar and lamp a little higher. Maria let out a small scream. Gwendolen leaned forward and laughed at the spectacle. But Chelm gave her a look which sharply condemned a lapse from good taste, and himself looked fixedly through the jar, cutting the worm dead. 12 years ago, Mr. Charles recited, on an evening in summertime, people came to this restaurant to eat. "As it might be you, sir," he said to Peterson, who continued glaring at the worm as though a partial stroke had paralysed his power of speech. Mr. Charles went on reciting the history of those summer travelers who had been dissatisfied with the magnificent local dishes offered to them, how they had demanded pork, how Mr. Charles had promised them pork when they next came, how he had killed a pig and they had eaten some of it, but a lot was left over, and he, Charles, against everyone's advice, but so as not to waste it, had eaten a great piece of that pork. And later, much later, he had become more and more ill, and at last the discovery was made that a worm was eating him, a worm produced by the pork, and they took it out of him and he agitated the jar and lamp solemnly. Here it was. "And that, sir," he said, "is why in the summertime in this restaurant, nobody will ever eat pork again. Not," he said, "if the President of the Republic was to come here and ask for it. Not if it was the Grand Lama of Tibet. Not," said the younger Charles, throwing himself suddenly into the picture, "if it was the bicycle champion of France." He laughed heartily, but his father preserved solemnity, looked sternly round upon the company, and carrying worm and lamp like sacred vessels, disappeared, his slippers slapping loudly on the paving stones. "So now you know," said Den Ruther, looking across at Peterson, whose face in the candlelight grew darker, as if the bacon were cooking. There was a long pause of expectation, as for thunder after lightning, but whatever was expected to happen did not happen, and Maria said, "Well, that was a quite unusual experience." "But what I want to know," said Gwendolen, "is what happened to the others, the travelers. Did they all have worms, too, long afterwards, when they reached their destinations?" "Their fate is unknown," said Den Ruther. Then Peterson, without looking at Den Ruther, said softly that that was a funny little game to play, and then said to Chelm, "And now that this little interlude is over, I suppose we may resume our conversation." But Maria, watching him and Den Ruther with anxious eyes, made a propitiatory move. She said, "You know, these people are simply peasants. You wouldn't believe the trouble we had getting them to make the place nice for this little party." She told about the weeds and the dog, and pushing her chair back from the table displayed her magnificent white leg with the bandage round it, as proof of effort and sacrifice. Chelm, nodding slightly, and murmuring, "I say, really," just refrained from cutting dead this new claimant for his attention. But Peterson, sunk in some dark thought stream of his own, looked at it without seeming to see it, with the consequence that Maria's leg was left, so to speak, hanging there, a rejected sacrifice, which she presently put back under the table. But she continued to keep watch and ward, putting in a word now and again in aid of Mr. Peterson, who was saying hopefully to Chelm that what he felt was that unless you kept in touch with the spiritual side of things you were missing maybe the biggest thing in life. Whatever one's business preoccupations might be, one should keep one's eye on the spiritual life. Chelm, seemingly going down for the third time, made a grab and said he supposed Peterson was kept very busy with, well, business. And, apparently fearing lest another comber of spirituality would crash down on his head, hurried on to inquire from Peterson what he thought about business prospects in Africa just now. Depends what kind of business you mean, said Peterson. Well, I meant business in general, said Chelm. I should think, said Peterson, you would probably be in a better position to know that than I am, Mr. Chelm. Chelm laughed. I'm afraid not, Mr. Peterson. I'm your mere amateur coffee planter, I'm afraid. Very ignorant, but willing to learn. Mr. Peterson sighed patiently, and the next morning assembled O'Hara and Portsmouth, Frozy after the night journey from Brussels, and Den Ruther and Major Ross in the business purposes room, and said to them that Chelm was cagey, very cagey. That yogi stuff the girl gave me, he said, was strictly baloney. Just camouflage. That fellow doesn't have a cent's worth of interest in God. What I think we ought to know, said the Major, is why we never heard from Den Ruther here that Chelm was representing the Chelm interests of London. Den Ruther bounded out of his chair and marched about the room. Because, he said, there aren't any Chelm interests in the city of London. If there were, I should know about them. The girl just tells stories like that for the fun of it. That's a bit hard to swallow, said Peterson. What fun would there be in that? I've got a sense of humor just as good as the next man, maybe a little better, and I don't see any fun in a thing like that. There was a lady once, said O'Hara, of whom it was written that she was not a liar but she used her imagination instead of her memory. Centuries ago. I don't get it, said Peterson. All the same, said Den Ruther, that's the way it is. I can understand, said the Major nastily, that with your particular interest in the Chelms you would be inclined to that. He paused explanation. Listen, Jack, Den Ruther began, but Peterson interrupted sharply. You listen, he said. Point 1. The girl says Chelm has carnitine on his coffee holding. Which of you did she tell that one to? Asked Den Ruther. Never you mind, said the Major. We put in an inquiry on that to Leopoldville. Mr. Jones may know something. We may hear from him. So that was your hush-hush cable, was it? Said Den Ruther to O'Hara. My God. Point 2, said Peterson. The girl says Chelm's people are a big power behind the scenes operating in the city of London. Point 3, she makes up a story to cover Chelm, saying he's going out to Africa to think about sin. Den Ruther laughed loudly, and in the middle of it Peterson said, Point 4. The girl doesn't let 24 hours go by before she picks up with our what shall we call him, expert advisor, Mr. William Den Ruther, and gets about as close to him as it's possible to be. There's the picture, gentlemen. What do we make of it? Portsmouth banged his knees together and cracked the joints of his fingers. He seemed to be peering, pop-eyed, down a vista of frightful eventualities. His voice came out in a high staccato. But that means they know something. That means they're running neck and neck with us. That means they're out to get us. The big interests. They've got a big game on of their own and they're sidling up to us to knife us before we even get started. I tell you, said Den Ruther, it doesn't make sense. If you panicking punters knew anything about anything, you'd know the picture doesn't make sense. Nobody's ever heard of any Chelm interests. But they looked at him like police officers hearing a suspicious story. He kept on talking, and there kept on being no responses. He floundered a little. He looked as though he doubted his own proposition. The girl, Peterson said, with the air of having simply waited for an unimportant interruption to end, could be lying, probably is. But it stands out a mile that one way or another, that man Chelm is interested in our line of business. No way around that. O'Hara smiled upon them, playing his trick of seeming to open a convenient exit from a disagreeable situation and then demonstrating that it was no exit after all. "These little stories," he said, "they can be, you see, just little fairy stories. A little fantasy, as our friend Billy tells us. They could be simply that, quite harmless, you know." They all looked at him and he added, "But there is a risk that it is not that at all, and if it is not that, not harmless, you know, well then it is," he sighed, "very, very dangerous for us." There was a knock at the door, and before anyone could answer it, Gwendolen Chelm opened it and came in. "Oh dear," she said. "Am I interrupting a secret conference? You all look as though you were planning to rob the Bank of England or something. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. My husband was so interested in what you said last night about God. Anything we can do for you, Mrs. Chelm?" said Peterson, not getting up or moving. "I just came to see if Billy was here," she said. "I'm going bathing," she said to Den Ruther. "I thought you might like to come." "Later," said Den Ruther. "Well, we could meet on the beach in the afternoon," she said. And turning to Peterson as she went, she said, "Excuse me for bursting in and spying on your secrets." She closed the door behind her, and when they had heard her footsteps go away down the passage, the Major got up and went softly over to the door, threw it open suddenly, and peered up and down the passage. "Jittery Jack," said Den Ruther. "Trouble with all of you is you've got the jitters. Nobody's spying on you." "That's what you say," said the Major, standing with his hand on the door handle and his back to the door. Portsmouth's agitated staccato got going again. "But why, he babbled. "What did she want to come popping in like that? How's to explain that? Popping in and looking round. It could be quite harmless." "An accident," said O'Hara. "She was just looking for Den Ruther to go bathing with him." "Accidents like that don't happen," said Portsmouth. "Nothing's an accident when you have the jitters as bad as you have," said Den Ruther. "That's what you say," the Major said again. Den Ruther marched across the room to the desk and slammed it with his hand in front of Peterson's face. "Either I quit or Jack does," said Den Ruther. "And that's flat." "Neither," said Peterson. "Neither of you will quit. You are both necessary to our little organization. Absolutely necessary." He put on a smile, left it on his face for several seconds, whipped it off again, and said in a low hard voice, "Neither of you'll quit because if I catch either of you doing that, well, there'll be certain consequences. I don't need to draw a map, do I?" There was a pause before Den Ruther pulled himself up straight and said grandly, "Then I take it I still have the confidence of the group." "I wouldn't say that," said Peterson. "Well," said Den Ruther, glaring down at him, his heavy Georgian face flushed. "Just that we all need each other," said Peterson. "Confidence may be re-established," said O'Hara. Den Ruther looked round the room uncertainly and went over to the window where he stood looking out. "Next point," said Peterson. "The way I see the new picture is we have to hurry. Time," he said, "has come into the picture in a new way. Never forget that old time factor, boys. It always enters the picture in the end. What we have to do is get ahead of the opposition whatever it is. It may be London interests, it may be something else. But it's there. It's in the picture." "You said we had to slip in quietly," said Portsmouth. "The hell with that now," said Peterson. "The time factor's changed. We have to get ahead. Now, Billy," he said, without looking round at Den Ruther, "how do we do it?" "X. You're late. Has something happened?" Gwendolen had waited for Den Ruther in a shack of a cafe far along the sea beach. From there you could look along the beach road to the town one way, and across to the shore of Spain the other. For a long time nobody came along the road, and then Den Ruther. What have you been doing all this time? She said. He said he had been buying the Spanish vice-consul. His associates, he told her, had tired suddenly of waiting for the SS Nyanga and its oil pipe, and they had changed all their plans. They would cancel their passages, travel overland to Madrid, pick up a southbound plane from there, and rely on making some kind of air connections down the west coast of Africa. He had had to fix them up with visas in a hurry. It had been illegal, exhausting and expensive. It really was quite like old times, he said, gaily. What was? Diplomatizing. Corrupting officials. Arranging to cross a frontier in a hurry. All that sort of thing. The vice-consul expects the frontier to be closed any minute. The French are fussing about the smuggling and the Spaniards about gun running and guerrillas. But when, she asked, when will you go? Tomorrow. On the morning train to Madrid. We'll drive up to Perpignan and get the train there. She said nothing for a time and looked at the water moving on the white beach. Without warning, her voice was shaking with anger and there were tears of anger in her eyes. She said, in her shaking voice, that she hated and despised him. Those scruffy little men, she said. You're nothing but their servant. They order you about. You go running off wherever they tell you, whenever they tell you. It's disgusting. He started to say something, which turned into a sigh. I know what it is, she said. They have a hold on you. They are in possession of some dark secret of your past and have it in their power to ruin you. What makes you think that? It happens all the time. My old Spanish nurse told me that half the people in the world would be ruined at once if everyone told what they knew. They know a lot about me, naturally. It was because I've been mixed up in so many things that they cut me in on this deal. You could defy them. Tell them to do their worst. I could, said Den Ruther. But then they'd do it. And then what? First there'd be an arrest and later something more unpleasant. You mean they'd jail you? Why are you afraid to say it? There's nothing to be ashamed of in going to jail. I've always been told that half the rich men in the world could be jailed. On technical grounds. I'm not, said Den Ruther, afraid of the word. I'm afraid of the thing itself. I'm afraid of going to jail. I think it's the only thing I really am afraid of. It isn't very heroic, is it, said Gwendolen petulantly, to be afraid and get ordered about all the time. He sighed again. No, he said, heroic is what it isn't. She appeared to be fishing the sea for an idea, and presently said, but surely you could get them done away with somehow. Done away with? When you were doing all that gun running. Here on the frontier. You must know plenty of people that could bump them off. For a consideration, naturally. It would cost a good deal, I suppose. But worth it, surely. It wouldn't be impossible, said Den Ruther. But then, you see, I shouldn't have any money. I'm going to make a lot of money out of this Africa business. Pots of it, if it all comes off. Millions. Perhaps even millions, if it comes off. You couldn't make away with them first and then seize their business, whatever it is. It's quite often done, I think. There's a word for it. A word. Hijack, it's called. A common practice. No. Too complicated. You don't think you're merely suffering from an inhibition? You must try to think of the situation realistically, like me. The shot's not on the board. After a silence, she said, this is a shock. It proves I must be in love with you. He smiled at her, but she continued looking at him with an expression of apprehension. Later on, in Africa he began. It's a shock, she interrupted, to my idea of you. It's hard to respect a man that is always being ordered about. It's impossible, as you know, to love someone you don't respect. Once in India when I was 14 I was madly in love. It happened all in a flash, just like with you. And then what happened? said Dan Ruther. He took me to see him play polo and he played wretchedly. Fuzzled and fell off. I stopped being in love with him at once. I couldn't help it. If he was that bad he shouldn't have let you see him play. Or perhaps it just wasn't one of his good days. It was awful. I wonder what's really wrong with you. Money, said Dan Ruther. She said, but I don't understand how you come to be in this ignoble situation. I don't think, he said, glaring at the glare of the sea, that I shall tell you the story of my life. He ordered another drink from the girl in the cafe and said, the trouble with me is that I'm a perpetual agent. Always acting for somebody. A perpetual agent. A tear now fell unimpeded from her eye onto the iron tabletop. She frowned at him as though considering him for the first time. It's no use, he said, trying to put Humpty Dumpty together again. She swallowed a sob, and said, you should try to be more self-confident. Perhaps your wife has undermined your self-confidence. How on earth would she do that? She is such an admirer of the English virtues. As you don't seem to have any such, it must be a disappointment to her. And this in turn could have a depressing effect on you. What Maria really would like would be to have a kind of Anglo-Hungarian landed estate somewhere in the middle of Africa. With respectful stable boys and the Illustrated London News. Like Jack's Mountain of Gold. Is that why she's on this trip? What else would she do? You see, she admires England, but she always gets into some kind of trouble with English people. If I leave her somewhere with enough money to live on, she goes to the races and loses it all. If I leave her with another, she gets into worse trouble. But is she going with you on this sudden airplane dash? No, no. She'll go on the Nyanga and we'll all meet down there. That will be nice for Harry. She can paint his portrait. Does she paint? Badly. But she enjoys it. Particularly Englishmen of the upper class. Like some people can only paint horses. Just so. She sipped her drink and said, I wish. Don't say it, said Dan Ruther. What? That you wish we'd never met. She pushed her twisted handkerchief into her mouth and bit it. In Africa, he began again. How do we know we'll ever meet again? How do we know anything will be the same again? You're crazy to think so. In my experience, she added primly, that sort of thing simply doesn't happen. Your experience, he said. You're only 19. She gave him a look like a scratch on the face. I repeat, he said, you're only 19. It's banal to talk like that. About 19 and experience. She gazed at the shining Mediterranean, her eyes half closed and her lips apart. Looking from under her eyelashes, she again had the air of searching the sea, for a sail or an idea. He said, lovely. She said, would it be dollars or pounds? What? The millions, I mean. I was thinking that if you made millions it would make all this business with you and the scruffy committee not so scruffy. But the future of the pound sterling is very uncertain, you know. It would be a fearful mess up to do everything to get millions and then find they weren't worth so much as the paper they were written on. You must think in terms of a hard currency. Would that be more heroic? Naturally. You don't want to be a flop. You will make millions, and then everyone else will be your agents. I have the feeling that the day I make millions someone will blow the world up the same afternoon. Or I should drop dead. No, no. It's unlucky to talk like that. I shall drink to success. They drank to the distant millions. And to our meeting in Africa. He said. Yes indeed, she said, and they drank again. She said suddenly, but why are you sitting here drinking? Have you done everything possible? Is everything fixed for this journey? Are you trying to hustle me off? I want you to do everything necessary for success. I have. I know the game. Well. If you're sure about that. We might go up to the villa. Is Chelm under control? Harry is sorry for you. He sees that you are in love with me, and he thinks it a bit of hard luck for you that your suit is hopeless, since I am in love with him. Nice for him. When they returned the yellow Hispano, its owner deplored the early start that had to be made in the morning, so as to catch the express at Perpignan. Nothing but rush, 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 he said. If you aren't at the hotel on time, Dan Ruther told him, I shall make personal arrangements to have you shot. The man looked at him as though he thought it might be true, and at the proper time Peterson was sitting large and motionless under the bullfighter's roof, with O'Hara drooping paunchily beside him, and Portsmouth, Major Ross and Dan Ruther fussing about the baggage, while the other passengers of the Nyanga shouted goodbyes to them. Together with Maria, the Chelms, Wagwood, and Conquest all stood calling and waving in the pale light of sunrise, as if all of them were parting, with sorrow, after a long and happy association. See you in Africa, Conquest kept saying. Wouldn't have minded flying down myself, Wagwood said, if it weren't for the baggage problem. Quite, said Chelm. Personally I propose to go down to the ship and have a word with the skipper. If I don't get some satisfaction about our sailing, I shall cable the owners. You are at liberty to associate my name with any protest of that kind that you choose to make, said Wagwood. Conquest looked at Chelm, and his expression was as much as to say that now, after an offer like that, things would begin to hum around the Nyanga. The car started, the Major offered a formal salute to all with his little cane, and the equipage rolled across the square, leaving the morning empty. As we're stuck here, said Maria, we should make the most of it, and she and Gwendolen later paraded beautifully together in the blazing morning on the road to the cool sea beach, passing the dark doorway of the Bar Moderne, from which peered Conquest. He had tagged along to the bar with Wagwood to have a hair of the dog or bracer after the farewell celebrations of the previous night. Very tasty, very sweet, said Conquest. Expensive lay, said Wagwood. Cheaper and simpler up the road. Boys playing and fighting on vacant lots, stopped to stare at Gwendolen and Maria, and shout obscenities at them. The pair continued walking with dignity, but when they were on the empty track above the beach they stopped for a moment and each looked at herself quickly in her hand mirror. They said that the sea and sky were more blue, the beach more brilliantly white, than anything one had seen before. They walked on slowly, past the Shack Cafe, and Maria said it was so lovely here it was strange they had never thought of coming out along this way before. Gwendolen looked at her warily, and said that she had once been to that little cafe with Dan Ruther only yesterday, she said. They walked and talked, and presently Maria said, do you notice how whatever we're talking about, you always want to bring Billy into it somehow? People in love always do that. Do they indeed? Said Gwendolen. Oh yes, they do. Years ago when I was in Hungary I read a thing about it by Marcel Proust. So you see it's quite well known. Marcel Proust was a very distinguished writer. Well, of course I know that, said Gwendolen. It's better, said Maria, to talk frankly, don't you think? Oh yes, I do indeed. What's the use of not? Said Gwendolen. Nevertheless they now became enveloped in a silence which neither of them chose to break, and they paced on and on along the road until it ended in pebbly grass beyond which the blue-black rocks went down in shallow terraces to a cove of the sea. They descended the terraces and sat on the lowest step of the rick, swinging their bare feet and legs in the water, which was as warm as the air. There's nobody about, said Maria. We could go in the water and cool off and then sunbathe. They both peered round at the rocks which shut in the cove, and Gwendolen said, it wouldn't really matter if anyone did see our fine figures. We are only suspended here on the way to Africa. They undressed with sidelong looks at one another, as though each had a new dress that the other was seeing for the first time, and slid quickly into the water and swam about, their voices, calling out how warm the water was and how clear, echoing among the rocks. When they came out of the water, they stretched themselves, glistening in the sun, on the hot rock. Maria, propped on her elbow, appraised with her eyes Gwendolyn's figure, where she lay flat on her back with her hands linked under her head. One could have imagined she had organized this bathing expedition as a means of securing an intimate view of this factor in the situation. "It's not surprising," she said, "that Billy should lose his head over you." Gwendolyn looked at the sky. "You see," said Maria, "I take a liberal standpoint. In Hungary, you know, my family were great liberals. That is why they were beloved. My father could ride from our own gates right down to the village, even after dark, without risk of being shot at." She looked down and gently stroked her breast as though she had a dress on and was smoothing it. "I only worry about Billy's love affairs," she said, "if they interfere with a serious objective." "That's fine of you," said Gwendolyn sleepily, her eyes closed against the sunlight. "But in this case," said Maria, "I was worried. Peterson, you see, was getting the idea that because of you Billy was perhaps having a foot in each camp. That would have been very dangerous for all of us." "What danger could there be?" "My dear little Gwendolyn, you seem to have the idea this is some nice genteel sort of a business. I tell you it is nothing at all like Gloucestershire or wherever it is you have been doing lady of the manor for Harry. This is serious, cutthroat business." "When I was in Bombay," Gwendolyn began, but Maria interrupted her, and went straight on, saying, "This is the real thing. You have to understand that Peterson would kill anyone, I mean really kill them, if he could, if they get in his way. That is why I am glad, in a way, that Billy has had to go like this. Things were getting rather dangerous." Gwendolyn responded only with a sigh which lifted her breasts and let them fall again. Maria pounced suddenly with her left hand, and gripped Gwendolyn's thigh, shaking it and digging her nails in a little. "Don't lie there just not saying anything. I wanted you to understand the situation." Gwendolyn pulled herself to a sitting position, and examined her thigh. She reached for her knickers and began to pull them on, as though for protection against assault. Maria began to do the same, and as both of them struggled to pull these clothes over their skin, sticky with salt water, Maria said, "Of course there are wheels within wheels. If Harry and Peterson had somehow got together pooling their interests, you know the situation would have been different." "Harry is very proud," said Gwendolyn, bending down to pick up her wide-skirted dress and starting to pull it over her head. "All the same," said Maria, doing the same. Their heads came through the folds of cotton at the same time, and they faced each other, pulling their dresses down around their waists and legs. "I only want," said Maria, snatching up her shoes and holding them defensively, "to have Billy make a success of this. I want Africa to be an absolutely new life. Everything grand and fine and peaceful. You think it will?" "I feel that. I felt the same thing when I first went to England." "And was it grand and peaceful?" "No. But that was only because Billy suddenly didn't have any money, and there was the war. You can't be peaceful and grand, you know, when you have bombing and those awful bailiffs beating on the door wanting to drag your furniture away." Gwendolyn laughed. "Well, can you?" said Maria. "I should have thought you could always have got some rich man to pay your debts. I mean as you and Billy were just partners, I suppose, by then. Not in love, or anything, I mean. My old Spanish nurse used to say that no girl over the age of puberty need really be long without money. But it's such a scramble, isn't it?" said Maria. "I wasn't brought up to be adaptable to that sort of thing. And then in England during the war, you know, things were in such a muddle. The type of Englishman I like never seemed to have enough money. There was one, he was rather like Harry, I mean he had the same way of talking and looking that Harry has, and rather the same sort of skull, a dying type, you know. But he thought if he offered me money it would spoil our relationship. Remember what Marcel Proust said, Maria," Gwendolyn said. "I should like," said Maria, "to have seen Harry dealing with the captain of this boat that doesn't go. It's wonderful to see an Englishman of that type telling such a person where he gets off." But at the hotel, Harry Chelm reported a thoroughly unsatisfactory conversation with the captain of the Nyanga. The fellow was an Englishman, but that was about all there was to be said for him. He had probably, Harry thought, had to take on this foreign ship because he was too incompetent to get any other job. In short, the oil pipe had not arrived. The time had come to send telegrams to the owners, to exert all possible pressure. The unexplained but hurried departure of the Peterson Group seemed to have generated a new atmosphere of intensified hurry among the others. The almost empty hotel sharpened the impression of people having been left behind, out of things. Chelm sent a telegram to the owners of the Nyanga, which said, "Absolutely insist steps taken expedite sailing Nyanga already 7 days repeat 7 days overdue stop believe your vigorous intervention necessary railway authorities accelerate delivery oil pipe from Marseille stop regret apparent failure Captain Granger appreciate desirability urgent action Chelm Wagwood." "That'll make them sit up," said Conquest, when Wagwood signified his assent to the addition of his signature to Chelm's. "I rather think we shall be hearing something from these people in Paris after that." At Chelm's suggestion the purser was instructed to take the telegram to the post office and send it off. The purser, said Chelm, would report on it to Captain Granger. It was a way of bringing indirect pressure on the fellow. The purser, on being cited in the hotel lounge and requested to take the telegram to the post office, read it through carefully and said he had no objection whatever. He was ready, he said, to send a telegram to God Almighty if anyone chose to pay for it. "I want just 2 words with you," said Chelm. "I want to know your opinion of this delay. Do you think this is off the record? You know everything is being done that might be? Tell me quite frankly." The purser replied that if First Officer Cater was anything but a blowhard and the captain anything but a fuss-gutted old wreck, the oil pipe would have been available days ago. "One had to assume," he said, "that people had bad characters." "Have you," said Chelm, "any proof of negligence on the part of the ship's authorities?" The purser said that in his opinion certain people were born negligent. "And who shall say," he added, "that they are not the happiest after all?" "I don't happen to be interested in speculations of that sort," Chelm said. "Beastly sorry," said the purser, in parody English. "I go in for that sort of thing a lot myself." "Indeed?" said Chelm. "Just at the moment I think you'd be better advised to go down to the railway station and talk to the people there. They may know something about your damned oil pipe. Take the telegram first. I'm anxious to get that off right away." When 12 hours had passed with no reply, Wagwood suggested to Chelm that perhaps the purser had pocketed the telegram and the money. Chelm organized a little inquiry at the post office, and it was found that the telegram had been sent immediately. At the end of 24 hours Chelm telegraphed the owners again, saying, "Insist immediate acknowledgement my wire and assurance adequate steps being taken." He sat up late that evening in the hotel lounge, awaiting a reply. None came. But on the following morning, very early, there was a harsh disturbance in the hotel. Servants and the manager ran about the corridors in the half-light of dawn, and hearing someone mention his own name, "Better get hold of Mr. Chelm," someone said. Chelm jumped out of bed declaring that the reply from the owners must have come at last. He rushed into the passage and was almost immediately confronted by Mr. Portsmouth, who not only looked as white as a ghost, but gibbered something like one too. There was a heavy scratch or light cut across his forehead, and a similar cut or scratch, with a trail of dried blood under it, on his cheek. One of his trouser legs was cut at the knee, and a piece of cloth hung down, with Portsmouth's bony knee, cut too, visible behind it. He gibbered at Chelm, and moved towards the room he had occupied before, gibbering to the hotel servants to go away. Holding Chelm by the sleeve of his dressing gown he led him into the room, but on looking round seemed surprised to find it now without baggage or other personal possessions, and rushed to the door, shouting to the servants to bring him some whiskey. He told his story incoherently but fast. "An awful, ghastly business. Not on the Barcelona Express, you see, not by a very long chalk. The frontier closed. No one allowed through. But Peterson was not having any. They must get on, and across into Spain somehow. There was Den Ruther, supposed to have the know-how of the frontier. Supposed to be able to get them across at night at a certain place. Everything went wrong. French guards out, scores of them. Ready to shoot at sight. An awful, ghastly trek across country and then a dash for it. And then the shooting. In the night, shot at from behind, hunted by the mobile guards. Couldn't make it? Peterson might have made it, impossible to tell in the dark. Perhaps O'Hara and the Major too. Not Den Ruther. He got caught in a searchlight the guards had, and they shot him. Portsmouth saw him go down, crash down, shot in the back by scores of them, hunting people making for the frontier. As for Portsmouth, he'd escaped bullets, had to lie in a ditch, then crawl away, awful ghastly crawl over God knows what rocks and ravines, daren't go into the village, town, whatever they called it, had to go on foot the other way, pretend to a climbing accident, hire a car, get back. Not seen anything like it since Mexico, Portsmouth said earnestly to Chelm. I remember one time in Veracruz. Do you mean to say Den Ruther was actually shot trying to get across? Said Chelm. Shot in the back, said Portsmouth. Caught him in the beam of a searchlight, picked him up with a machine gun or something, bang bang bang, brought him crashing down. I saw him lying there. Not 2 yards from me. My God, Chelm said. We'll have to. Are you sure you saw him killed? Look, said Portsmouth, his teeth chattering in nervous exhaustion, look at that. He held out his right arm towards Chelm and touched the cuff of the sleeve with his left hand. That's his blood if you want to know. I crept up close to him in the dark and put out my hand and I could feel he was dead and there was blood all over my sleeve. No use telling his wife till we're absolutely sure, said Chelm. In the dark. You might have made a mistake. Are you sure you made sure? I couldn't stay there to make an autopsy, could I? Said Portsmouth. His voice had become querulous. That ghastly searchlight was snooping about again. I had to crawl for it. To get away. And the others? Chelm asked. You think they got away? Where to? Yes, I think so. They got on the road. There was a road, you know, we had to get onto. I saw them quite near the road. In the searchlight. He took a drink, and added bitterly, Peterson'll have got through all right. God knows what he and O'Hara will be up to, if they get on down to Leopoldville on their own. I'll have to consider my position. I said all along we ought to have taken a plane. He stopped and stared wildly at Chelm. Look here, he said, I'll have to get hold of Maria quick. Steps to protect our interests. Chelm was still telling him that the thing to do was to break the news gently, not be too definite until inquiries have been made, when first Maria, then Gwendolen, roused too by the hubbub in the corridors, came astonished into the room, and Portsmouth gibbered out the whole story over again, even extending his arm and showing Maria the blood on his sleeve before Chelm, with an outraged cry, could push his arm down. What with this outrageous occurrence, and then nobody paying any attention to his insistence that nothing was certain yet, that inquiries must be made, the British consul got hold of, Chelm seemed positively more upset and horrified than anyone else in the room. They looked at him as though he were the one that was losing his head. At the mention of the British consul, Portsmouth actually let out a sort of giggling laugh. What could the consul do? He wanted to know. What would a consul do for a man that had got shot trying to run across the frontier illegally? What was official about that? Chelm said Den Ruther might be actually lying there wounded at this moment. Maria jumped up with a cry from the chair where she had been sitting in a kind of daze, and Portsmouth turned on Chelm and asked him snappishly if he couldn't see that a suggestion like that was upsetting for Maria. There was no chance of such a thing, anyway, Portsmouth said. The guards would have finished him off to prevent complications. He remembered a time in Mexico. Also he had put his hand on Den Ruther, like that, and he was dead. It is the end of everything, said Maria, and looked despairingly at Chelm. You must help me, she said. I propose to call the British consul, said Chelm, but at that hour there was nobody at the hotel switchboard, and Chelm strode out of the room, saying he would go to the post office. Look after her, he said to Gwendolen. Better get her to her room. Just a minute, said Portsmouth. 2 minutes later Chelm came striding back again to ask Portsmouth for more explicit details about the exact place where the shooting business had occurred. Portsmouth was standing over Maria, talking urgently to her about necessary steps to be taken to protect their interests, babbling about what Peterson and O'Hara might get up to in Leopoldville all on their own. Gwendolen sat on the bed, looking at them with the look of a person watching a film in a foreign language, as though the thing would presently begin to make sense. Portsmouth interrupted himself angrily to answer Chelm's questions, who dashed out of the room again, making for the post office. The clerk there told him he could have his choice of Marseilles or Toulouse to call a British consul in. In either case it would take more than 2, perhaps 3, hours for the long-distance call to be got through. The lines were in bad order. The clerk said he understood Chelm's friend had been shot dead on the frontier. Pas certain, shouted Chelm. C'est point. Pas certain. C'est pourquoi j'ai téléphone au consul britannique. Pour faire certain, savez-vous. The clerk said he would send over to the hotel as soon as the call showed any signs of coming through. Chelm's friend, said the clerk, had had very bad luck. It wasn't as though it were the usual thing to get shot like that. He proffered a gentle criticism. It showed, he said, that one should not be in too much of a hurry. Chelm should have persuaded his friend not to be in such a hurry, but to stay and await the boat, like Chelm. Pas exactement, mon ami, said Chelm. The clerk looked at him disapprovingly, as though he were repudiating the dead. Un ami de ma femme, said Chelm. They must wait, Chelm said, 2, perhaps 3 hours. In the consequent vacuum, the survivors circulated at random. Chelm at first strode from room to room, along the corridors, down to the lounge and back again, but later, as if suddenly appreciating that there was no need for hurry, slowed down, and at times sat down. He will think of something, said Maria to Gwendolen. He will help somehow. She watched Chelm go out of the room on one of his slow tours of inspection and laid her hand on Gwendolen's sleeve. It would be better if you could cry, she said. Let yourself go a little, dear Gwendolen. You'd do better to cry. Or scream. She begged Gwendolen to forget everything that had been said down at the beach. I know, she said, that you loved Billy. I understand. I have no resentment, Gwendolen. I want to be your friend. You loved him as I once loved him. More, said Gwendolen. I should have loved him forever. The fruit of fruitless years, said Maria sadly. George Moore, the Irish writer, said that every passion is the fruit of many fruitless years. But you must try to let yourself go, Gwendolen, unwind yourself. Perhaps if I leave you alone. Remember, I want us to be friends now. I forgive you for everything. It's easier for you, said Gwendolen, in a harsh, unnatural voice. To you he was a partner. To me. She swallowed painfully. It isn't easy to be alone and ruined, said Maria. But I understand. You must try to relax. Let yourself scream. As she left the room, Portsmouth, who evidently had been watching for her, popped out of his room opposite and walked beside her. He said he had been thinking. He must have another word with her. She was a practical woman, he said, and she would understand that even at a moment like this, indeed, particularly at a moment like this, there were practical things that had to be thought of. He was thinking, he disclosed, of Peterson and O'Hara, flying on down there to Leopoldville, and perhaps swearing when they got there that both Den Ruther and Portsmouth were dead, and then pulling off some deal of their own, cutting us right out, don't you see?" said Portsmouth. It was the kind of thing that happened, he told her. He could tell her of instances of things happening like that. It had occurred to him, he said, that now might be the psychological moment to talk to Harry Chelm. "We need help, Maria," he said. "We need a lot of help. God knows what those swine may get up to. Peterson wouldn't hesitate to double-cross us. We ought to take steps while we can. If we could get together with the Chelm interests." "He would think it bad taste to raise such a matter just now," said Maria. "I know that type of Englishman better than you do." "If you think so," said Portsmouth reluctantly. He popped back into his room, where she could hear him jigging and jogging about, and tinkling a bottle against a glass. But a half-hour later, when Chelm was sitting in the lounge, waiting, Portsmouth suddenly appeared to him and sat down, and after some chatter about the ghastly awful state of affairs, began to open up an elusive sort of conversation about business. Chelm looked at him coldly, but Portsmouth thought this was a business gesture, a bargainer's trick of expression, for he jabbered on, with a talk full of half-hints and unintelligible allusions, drenched, too, with pity for the position in which he, Portsmouth, now found himself. Chelm suggested that if his friends were alive they would doubtless contact him from Barcelona, for instance. In any case, he would meet them in Leopoldville. Under Chelm's cold, bored scrutiny, Portsmouth did a rough sketch or daub of the position, such as might indicate to Chelm the reason for Portsmouth's urgency and alarm. Chelm raised his eyebrows a trifle, and Portsmouth went on babbling about the position, about certain difficulties in Brussels, about the business methods of certain people and the need for protection against such. Chelm's manner now indicated clearly enough that although he was prepared to admit that such things went on in the world, he preferred not to hear about them. Portsmouth seemed to regard this attitude as just another bit of commercial pasturing on Chelm's part, a challenge, to which he responded by more or less openly making the suggestion that in all the circumstances, Portsmouth and Chelm might do a little business, advance mutual interests and so on. Chelm said he was afraid his small coffee estate could hardly be described as an interest. Portsmouth giggled and waited. Chelm said carefully, "I am always interested to have a talk about business trends in Africa, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do for you in the business I understand you are referring to." "It is what I told you," Maria said to Portsmouth when he reported on this rebuff. "He considers it bad taste to discuss such a thing without even knowing whether they are dead or alive. And with poor Billy lying dead there on the frontier." And when she, circulating through the emptiness of the hotel, met Chelm circulating in the opposite direction, she only said, "The waiting is so awful." She sat down on a lounge couch, forlorn, twisting beads in her fingers. She looked into Chelm's eyes and talked of Den Ruther, what a great man he was, how some people had once spoken of him as the Lawrence of India, how she had met him when she first came as a refugee from Hitler-Hungary, how she had loved him. "A very fine chap," said Chelm. "I didn't have a chance to see much of him, of course, but I must say I liked him immensely." Maria spoke of what she meant by love, of what love meant to her, of her plans for life in Africa, of her past life with Den Ruther. "I believe," she said, "that fate is dogging me. Things and people are against me. Everything I try to do, something or someone is lying in wait to upset it at the last moment." Chelm patted her firmly on the knee. "You mustn't," he said, "let yourself, even now, get a complex about that sort of thing. To feel that way, you know, is what's called having a persecution complex." "That's just what a psychoanalyst told me in London," she said. "So you see," said Chelm. "I told him I had an awful feeling that when I was alone in the apartment and there was a ring at the door, something dreadful would be there if I opened it." "And I bet," said Chelm, "he told you to go right ahead and overcome that feeling and open the door." "Just what he did say. So you see." And when I did, it wasn't a complex at all, it was the bailiff come to seize my furniture because of some bill that hadn't been paid. So you see, things aren't so simple. I see. Well, of course that was a rather special case. What was so special about it? Maria asked. Look here, said Chelm. If there's anything I can do. Maria gave a bewildered sigh. Nothing, I think, she said. I can't think now. Later perhaps, it would help me to have a talk to you about the whole position. Not now. Besides, you must go and look after Gwyndolin. She's had a shock, I'm afraid, said Chelm. Naturally. As I said, we didn't know your husband very well, of course, but we'd grown to like him very much. And to Gwyndolin, whom he found in their room, face down on the bed, digging her nails into the bed cover and shaking with sobs, he said, I'm afraid it's been a shock to you. That fool Portsmouth blurting it all out like that. Even showing the blood on his sleeve. She clawed at the bed cover. He patted her shoulder. Don't take it too hard, darling, said Chelm. And when she continued sobbing and scrabbling without paying any attention to him at all, he said perhaps a drink would help her pull herself together. She shook her head and went on lying there, making choking sounds. He said, you really mustn't let yourself go so, darling. He stood for a while with his back to her, looking out the window, and walked a little about the room, fiddling with things. She took no notice of him, lying motionless some of the time, at other times sobbing faintly. He said again, you mustn't let yourself go, you know. You must try to get your nerves under control. I'm very sorry about Dan Ruther, too. He was a very pleasant acquaintance. From the bed there was a long silence. He went and sat down beside the bed and stroked her gently. That's better, he said presently. It was just the shock. I know. After all, darling, it isn't as though we'd lost a very old friend, or anything like that. He was just a very pleasant passing acquaintance who had a bit of rotten luck. Poor chapter. There was a further silence. Then Gwyndolin said, he was my lover. What, darling? Said Chelm. Gwyndolin turned her tear-streaked face sideways on the bed and glared at him. He is dead, she said furiously, and I am left with a fool like you. Try to relax, darling, Chelm said, with his godlike smile. She raised herself on her elbow and in a curious strangled voice she said she had loved Dan Ruther, she had been his mistress, she would always love him, and now he was dead and she would never be in his arms again. Chelm continued stroking her, but more firmly. His face became grave. Now listen, Gwyndolin, he said. You've had a shock. Your nerves are all upset. What you need is to lie quiet and let your nerves and mind rest. I tell you what I'll do, he said. I'll give you one of these anti-seasick pills of mine. They induce sleep, it says on the bottle. Gwyndolin gave a spasmodic kick, and her shoe flew across the room. He was my lover, I tell you, and now he's dead. I want you to know it. He was. Chelm patted her several times. He was very fond of you, I could see that, he said smiling kindly at her, as he got up, fumbling for keys in his trouser pocket. I have the pills in my damp-proof box, he said, with my other most treasured possessions. She watched him kneel down beside a large black metal box of the kind used to resist the damp of the tropics. He was talking all the time as he worked the key in the padlock. You don't believe me, said Gwyndolin. He's dead now, and you won't even believe what I tell you. It's because you want him to be utterly dead that you won't even believe me. He took some papers out of the box, found a small bottle of anti-seasick pills beneath them, put back the papers deliberately, and went over to the washstand to get a glass of water. She kicked again, sending the other shoe flying, and turned away from the water and the pill, sobbing and scrabbling at the bed again. You don't even believe me, she said. She turned her head back again to glare at him reproachfully. He stroked her forehead. He laughed a kind little laugh. "Darling," he said, "fortunately I happen to know something about your little tendency to romantic fantasy. You and your old Spanish nurse," he said gaily. "You can't fool me with it, you know. Now just take this and then you'll have a nice little sleep." She gave a shuddering sigh, then snatched the glass and the pill and swallowed the pill down with water. She lay passive on the bed with a brooding expression. "That's better now," said Chelm, "and in an hour or so you'll wake up and feel more yourself again." He bent his splendid profile over her and kissed her tenderly on the forehead. "And you won't," he added, softly chuckling, "be telling me silly stories about running off with a middle-aged roustabout like." "Well, poor chap," he said hurriedly. He drew the curtains and sat for a while beside her in the half-light. She lay with her head averted, sometimes sobbing, sometimes breathing heavily. He took a writing block from the metal box, and putting the box itself on a chair, used the lid as a table, and began a letter addressed to "My dear father. You will be surprised," he wrote, "to see that we are still stuck here," and gave some familiar details about the delayed ship, the non-appearance of the oil pipe, the presumed incompetence of the Nyanga's personnel. "You would probably," he continued, "be amused by some of our fellow passengers. I cannot help being rather glad that it is to the Belgian Congo and not to Empire territory that they are bound. Some of them, I am afraid, would not make too desirable a type of imperial export. I suppose the fact of the matter is that in these days Africa is apt to attract all sorts and conditions of men, some of them very much of the get-rich-quick variety. In these democratic days of course it is no use being finicky, and I overcame my natural prejudices to the extent of accepting a dinner invitation at which I met the man who seems to be the head of a group of what I can only describe, I suppose, as financiers who were traveling, or hoping to travel with us in the Nyanga." "Harry," said Gwendolen, "why was that man Portsmouth carrying that funny little stick?" "Was he, darling?" said Chelm. "He had a little walking stick with carving on it, it said souvenir of somewhere or other." "I suppose," said Chelm, "it was some kind of souvenir. Try to sleep, darling." She closed her eyes. Chelm wrote, "The invitation came from a rather odd character, English apparently, who seems to be acting as a kind of agent and African expert for this group. I gather he has seen better days. His wife is a very able and attractive Hungarian woman, her people were landowners there, and like most others of her class she is now a refugee from that unfortunate country. To be quite frank, I thought there might be no harm in picking the brains of the leader of this group, a man called Peterson, as I was given to understand that he was very knowledgeable where business developments in Africa are concerned. Oddly enough, he turned out to be some sort of religious crank and insisted on airing his views on the Almighty, not to mention what he called the problem of sin. 2 days ago the whole group suddenly got tired of waiting for the Nyanga to sail, and went dashing off in a rather foolish and, as it turns out, ill-fated attempt to get across the Spanish frontier and make plane connections from Barcelona. Apparently the agent man, whose name is Den Ruther and who seems to be some kind of professional adventurer, was supposed to know ways and means of getting across the frontier which is officially sealed. Naturally the whole expedition came to grief, and the agent himself seems to have been actually shot dead by the mobile guards. Of course they were only doing their duty, and people who do that sort of thing must expect trouble. Still, I am sorry for the man, who was certainly a cut above the people he is working for. Rather amusingly he had taken a tremendous shine to Gwendolen, and being a most non-stop talker, he entertained her a good deal. She is naturally a good deal upset by what has happened. To hear of the sudden death even of a quite casual acquaintance can be very upsetting, and you know how highly strung Gwendolen is. However, it's an ill wind, etc., and I have accidentally gleaned some information since, which makes me think that there is something a good deal fishier than I at first supposed about these gentlemen's business in Africa. One of the partners, who returned defeated from the frontier expedition, while the others apparently got across, saw fit this morning to try to interest me in the business. He committed sufficient indiscretions to make me feel that one of my first duties on getting to Leopoldville will be to warn the Belgian authorities there about the activities of this group, in case any of them ever reach their destination. You may remember that the secretary of the governor was a friend of Arthur's, and I shall make it my business to put him wise to what I gather is going on. In a new country it never does any harm to do official quarters a good turn. In any case, one does not want the place where one is going to live and move and have one's being overrun with undesirables. I am waiting for a reply to a pretty stiff wire I sent to the owners of the Nyanga about the delay in our sailing. I feel that a little energetic action in the right places would soon solve the difficulties, such as they are. In this I have the full agreement of a rather pompous old codger called Wagwood, who is, I gather, a power of some kind in the diamond world. He added his name to my telegram of protest, and I hope something will result. I hope to be able to add a line to this later to let you know that we are definitely off. He looked at Gwendolen, who was sleeping. He put the writing block back into the box, locked it, and wandered out into the corridor again, as though the vacuum of the hotel had to be filled by people walking about in it. "What you've had," Wagwood was saying to Portsmouth in the lounge, "is a damn narrow escape." The turn of events was being treated by Wagwood as an occasion for steady drinking. They had all earned, he said, a stiff whiskey and soda. Chelm circulated aloofly round the table where Wagwood, Portsmouth, and Conquest sat, pointing out to one another that in the midst of life we are in death. But a messenger from the post office came through the main door and called to him. "Has my call come through?" he said. But the messenger handed him a telegram. It was from the owners of the Nyanga. It said, "Have communicated Captain Granger impressing urgency expediting all means." With a triumphant little smile Chelm took the telegram over to Wagwood's table, who read it, nodded briskly as though it were the least he expected when he gave an order, and passed it around. "Now we shan't be long," said Conquest. "You must join us in a drink on this," Wagwood said to Chelm, who condescended to seat himself. "Poor old Den Ruther," said Wagwood. "If he'd had a little more patience he'd have got off safe and sound. One of the best. He drank deeply. Doesn't seem natural. Being alive, I mean, and then dead," said Conquest. "Not if there's not a war or something." "Awful, ghastly business," said Portsmouth. "Tell me," said Chelm, "what is this little walking stick you have?" "My wife was asking about it, as a matter of fact." Portsmouth pushed forward the stick he had been clutching ever since his arrival from the frontier. "Den Ruther's idea," he said. He'd taken them to a place called Barg Madam where there was supposed to be a way, some way Den Ruther knew of in the old days, to get to some kind of an international road that ran there. The place was full of mobile guards. Den Ruther said everyone had to pretend to be tourists, visiting Pyrenean beauty spots. Made them take photographs, buy picture postcards, buy walking sticks with souvenir of Barg Madam carved on the handles. Made them all buy copies of the Saturday Evening Post and the Herald Tribune, he said. "Thorough," said Wagwood. "Didn't help much," said Conquest. "Chap let him down," said Portsmouth. Den Ruther, he said, had contacted some old chap he'd known in the old days, smuggler of some kind. Used to help run guns and these guerrillas as they call them across the frontier. Believe it or not, this old chap asked Billy whether he was still in that business, all this gun running and guerrilla business, political business you see, and Billy told him no, and when the old fellow heard it was a matter of private business, he wouldn't do it, not for love or money. Billy offered him twice as much as he'd ever have got for this guerrilla business and the old fellow wouldn't look at it. It upset Billy a lot, Portsmouth said. "Politics, you see," he said. "Unbelievable," said Conquest. "Fanatical," said Chelm. "Thick-headed," said Wagwood. "Obstructive," said Portsmouth, and started in to repeat his earlier story of how they had, more or less disastrously, attempted to cross the frontier without benefit of Den Ruther's contact. Trouble was, said Portsmouth, the guards were out to catch some pretty dangerous customers that were trying to sneak across. We heard about that in the village. Political elements, you know, sneaking into Spain. Troublemakers, said Wagwood. Extremists, said Conquest. Scallywags, said Chelm. Bandits, said Portsmouth. Made it very hard for us. Guards had their duty to do, of course. Hard luck on us to be taken for bandits. There was a light noise on the stairway, and they looked and saw Gwendolen coming down it, half running, half dancing. "They're here," she cried. "I know, I heard their voices." "Nonsense," said Chelm, as she tripped across the lounge, and he followed her to the main door and saw Den Ruther stepping out of the yellow Grand Prix d'Elegance Hispano-Suiza, with the Major just behind him, and Peterson and O'Hara still sitting under the high roof built for the bullfighter. "Hello there," shouted Gwendolen. Chelm looked at her and saw that her face was wiped clean of tear stains, was, in fact, freshly made up. "I heard the noise of the car miles away," she said to Den Ruther. "I heard it in my sleep." Home again," said Den Ruther. "Anyone here seen Pompey?" "Look here," said Wagwood, issuing from the hotel, "we thought you were dead." "Portsmouth got away." "He's here. He told us." "Poor old Pompey," said Den Ruther. Peterson and O'Hara came out of the car and got across the roadway to the hotel like distinguished statesmen, back from an unsuccessful mission and unwilling to be interviewed. Each of them carried a carved walking stick, and under O'Hara's arm blazed the cover of the Saturday Evening Post. Maria dashed out past them, and embraced Den Ruther. Portsmouth jigged about, pouring out talk that was partly explanation, partly apology, it seemed, for having misled everyone. "Keep it," said Peterson indifferently. "Any news about the boat sailing?" He looked as though he had already forgotten whatever had happened on the frontier and were preoccupied with something new. "But how," Maria kept saying, "did Pompey see you lying there dead in your blood?" "He said he saw you shot and he felt you and he found you were dead." "So I did," said Portsmouth. "I certainly did." "It was the other fellow," said Den Ruther. "The man the guards were after." "The man," he said, "the guide was so busy with getting across that he couldn't attend to us." "They killed him, then?" said Gwendolen. "I tripped over him," said Den Ruther. "They must have just got him. That was when Pompey saw me crash down. I was lying cheek by jowl with the fellow. He was dead all right, not me." "But who was he?" said Maria. "One of these political elements, I suppose," said Portsmouth. "One of Billy's old friends," said Major Ross, who had joined them quietly, after dealing with the baggage. "An undesirable," said O'Hara. "Bandit," said Peterson. "Unknown warrior," said Den Ruther, gloomily. "The guards have their duty to do," said Chelm. "So it wasn't your blood after all," said Portsmouth, looking in surprise at the sleeve of his jacket, "it was this other fellow's." He scratched the dried blood with his thumbnail and frowned irritably. 12. O'Hara slapped at his face with a silk handkerchief. "First," he said, "I am lacerated by rocks. Then I am shot at. Now I am eaten by gigantic mosquitoes. All in 24 hours. He looked ahead at the dusk-time lights of the town, and back over his shoulder along the causeway to the harbor, sadly measuring the distance they had already come from the Nyanga, whose lights could also be seen where she lay by the quayside. Looking back like that, and walking at the same time, he stumbled on the rough shingle of the causeway, and Den Ruther had to catch his arm to prevent him falling. "I must light a cigar against these beasts," said O'Hara. The causeway ran across swampland behind the harbor, and at that hour of evening the mosquitoes were multitudinous and fierce. "I don't know," said Den Ruther, Why Peterson had to send both of us. I could have dealt with that old wreck Granger. For that much extra money the old wreck would have gone to sea in a sieve. I don't even know that we had to pay that money. Chelm's telegram and the wire from the owners would have done the trick. O'Hara puffed cigar smoke all around him with a look of defiance at the mosquitoes. If we both had to come, he said, it is, as you must know, because you are no longer entirely trusted to conduct business on your own. Peterson's a damn fool, said Den Ruther. No, said O'Hara, he is not a damn fool. If there were not so much at stake perhaps he would be a damn fool to be so careful. In the circumstances, it is reasonable. What does he imagine I'm up to? Said Den Ruther. Does he think I would use his money to make away with the boat? That is the trouble, said O'Hara. He does not imagine any one thing. He imagines all possibilities. He's crazy. Not crazy. Only very, very careful. And he is pulled along by our common objective. O'Hara smiled, and puffed his cigar against the mosquitoes. I am very, very careful, too, he said. And you should be more careful. They stumbled on over the shingle. Where there is mystery, announced O'Hara, there is uncertainty and danger. There is a mystery about this Chelm. There is a mystery about his wife. There is a mystery about the exact nature of your relations with this couple. All this is enough to make one careful. Just because the girl, said Den Ruther. Yes, 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 said O'Hara. Perhaps it is as you say just because the girl, and just because you and the girl, and so on and so forth. But also perhaps it is not just because that. And then? Then something is going on. Our objective is threatened. Puff balls, said Den Ruther. You mean you none of you can see a needle unless it's in a haystack? You should join some intelligence service. But these intelligence services that you laugh at can be right, said O'Hara. Because you see, the needle, the plain visible needle that is paid no attention to, may have been put there to prevent anyone looking for the other one, the one that really is in the haystack. You have the mind of your distinguished ancestor, said Den Ruther. No wonder the Grand Duchy went broke. Perhaps it was just because my distinguished ancestor did not look in enough haystacks, said O'Hara in a tone of melancholy. I must try to avoid his mistakes. They were close to the outskirts of the town. A cafe radio was playing selections from Carmen, its sound pierced and sometimes drowned by the squalls and moans of roof cats. O'Hara waved his cigar. Peterson, you see, he said, does not understand romantic passions, the onrush of such emotions. He opened his mouth suddenly and began quite loudly to sing the air from Carmen being played by the radio. Your voice is simply divine, said Den Ruther. Now imitate the cats. O'Hara's singing trailed off and petered out. I'm sorry, he said. I like to sing. When I am rich, I have often thought, I shall have a villa in Italy and an orchestra, not a very big one, but all of violins, and they will play to me in the moonlight, and I shall sit peacefully listening to them, with a glass of good schnapps. They reached the long street leading to the hotel. Of course, said O'Hara, if this damned Nyanga will really sail tomorrow as they promise, there will still be time for Peterson to get answers to his telegrams checking up, you see, on Chelm. About the nature of his alleged coffee estate. And about these interests in the City of London. Perhaps every mystery will be cleared up. The radios and jukeboxes and, in the Place Centrale, live bands of all the cafes in town were pouring out music. I can imagine, said O'Hara, that previously at each crucial moment of your life you have been deflected by something other than the main objective. In your Indian adventure, for instance, I dare say. One of us must be drowning, said Den Ruther. My life is passing before you in a flash. But this time, said O'Hara, the objective must prevail. At least, he added, I do very much hope so, for all our sakes, you see. Listen, said Den Ruther as they approached the door of the hotel, you're a reasonable old thing. Can't you for God's sake explain to Peterson that there's no mystery? Gloucestershire Squireen has coffee estate and pretty wife. That's all there is to it. I shall explain nothing, said O'Hara, because I understand nothing. So nice to have you for a friend, said Den Ruther. Friendship, said O'Hara, is an illusion. I see your lady friend is waiting for you. Perhaps you will take her out to dinner and listen to love songs in the moonlight. But this did not come to pass, for Chelm said that it was his turn to ask the Den Ruthers to dinner, and if the Nyanga was really going to sail, as now promised by all concerned, on the following evening, now would be his last chance. Also it would be an opportunity, afterwards, for him to visit the villa, see it by moonlight. He had heard so much about it, he said, from Gwendolen. They dined at the Madagascar early, drove out afterwards to the villa, Gwendolen beside Den Ruther at the wheel, Maria and Harry Chelm far away in the deep back of the car. I have the feeling, muttered Den Ruther, that Harry suspects something. Gwendolen was silent, and he said, it's true, you know. There's something in the way he looks at me. She said nothing for a while and then said, perhaps it's because, when I thought you were dead, I told him everything. The car snaked dangerously past the first of the hairpin bends on the hillside road. For God's sake, said Den Ruther. Maria leaned forward from the back seat, opened the window between the back of the car and the driving seat and told him he was driving too fast. She closed the elaborately contrived window again and sank back. I thought, said Gwendolen. I mean, I couldn't help it. It made you seem less dead. I had to tell him you were my lover. Well? And? Said Den Ruther. He didn't believe me, said Gwendolen. He thought my nerves were upset. A sort of delirium. He said he knew my tendency to romantic fantasy. He thought it quite a joke, the idea of my inventing a love affair with a middle-aged roustabout like you. That's what he called you. Maria poked her head through the window again and said that if he drove so carelessly, and laughing too, he would have them over the cliff. Chelm was heard to say something to her, and she said, Harry says it's no laughing matter, this road. She closed the window again. All the same, said Den Ruther to Gwendolen, now he sees me in the flesh he is wondering about that delirium of yours. I suppose seeing you alive is different for him from thinking of you dead. It was a pity I told him, as it turns out. You should never have assumed I was dead. I am a professional survivor. I thought you were going to kill us all, said Maria as they got out on the terrace of the villa. We have survived, said Den Ruther. You must show us everything, said Maria, looking at the moonlit colonnade with appreciation. But soon it was she who was leading the party, or rather leading Chelm, showing off the place as though in imagination she had once been its owner. Chelm followed her gingerly, guided by her cries, from room to room. Alone, Gwendolen and Den Ruther wandered into the open court. Your fantasies are getting us into trouble, said Den Ruther gloomily. I suppose, by the way, it was you who told Peterson that story about the Chelm interests in the City of London. It wasn't true, was it? No, of course not. But why did you have to tell it? I wanted to help poor Harry. I thought Peterson might be helpful to him if he thought he was someone big. And what you told me that first time up here about the oars on his land, that wasn't true either, was it? Why did you tell me that? She hesitated and then said, I'd just fallen in love with you. I was afraid you'd think me unimportant. Just another pushover. Naturally I didn't want to have you think I was married to someone of no importance. The son of a boarding house in Earl's Court. Den Ruther sat down carefully on one of the ceramic tubs and said, the son of what did you say? They call it taking a few paying guests, you know, but that's what it is. A boarding house. For what are called decayed gentlefolk. That's what Harry's father and mother are themselves, you see. They're decayed gentlefolk. but he talked something about wanting to have left a place to his son and all that sort of stuff. He talked about the place being sold up. Well, so it was. Long ago. At the beginning of the First World War, one think. His parents did have some little place somewhere in the West Country then, but they had to sell it, and then they gradually set up this boarding house. It paid for Harry to have the finest available education. Good God, said Den Ruther. He jumped up and began to stride irritably about the court. Naturally, said Gwendolen, not being a landed gent made him feel more than ever like one. He just feels that's the kind of life he belongs to. Especially when he's in awful Earl's Court. He would sit on the top of a bus thinking about trout streams and all that. That's why he enjoyed the war so much. It took him right away from Earl's Court, and in Cairo and such places, you see, he could really feel that he had a little place back home in the West Country. The man's a walking lie, said Den Ruther. No, she said. He isn't. He never said he had a place like that. He just sort of talks and acts as though he did, and people think he has. It isn't his fault. If you were getting away from Earl's Court you wouldn't necessarily want to keep talking about the boarding house. And this coffee estate, said Den Ruther over his shoulder, that at least exists, I hope. I do so hope so too, said Gwendolen. The lawyers said so, when his cousin died. Harry put all his savings into it. They showed him plans and so on. But of course, she said, one knows what lies lawyers tell. Another mystery for Peterson, said Den Ruther. She asked what Peterson had to do with it. He told her Peterson was cabling all over London and Africa to find out about the Chelm interests and so on. I've told them over and over again he was a West Country squire. They'll be a little upset when they find that one isn't true either. Why the devil does he have to look like one? Poor Harry, said Gwendolen. He feels so much like one, don't you see? And he is trying so hard to get on in Africa and make a business success, and then later he could really be one, perhaps. Peterson will find it all very difficult to believe. O'Hara will think there is another needle in the haystack. They won't believe he isn't up to something. What, said Gwendolen, does it matter what they believe? They could be very nasty indeed to someone they thought was cutting across them in some way. They have a lot at stake. Maria told me it was a cutthroat sort of business. Maria and Harry Chelm came out of the house and Maria started to show Chelm round the court. Then she said they must explore the garden in the moonlight. She said that from the upper window she had seen terraced lawns. They won't be like your English lawns, she said to Chelm, pulling him along. I dare say not, he said gravely. I don't know whether you ever heard the story about some Americans who were being shown over an English country house, and they asked the gardener how they could make a lawn like that. His voice faded away as Maria led him down the passageway towards the garden where the swimming pool was. I think, said Gwendolen, I ought to help Harry, with Peterson, I mean. Sort of protect him. How, for instance? Said Den Ruther. She pondered briefly and said, I could mention confidentially to Peterson that Harry happens to be an important agent of the British Intelligence Service. I could suggest to him that if he didn't watch his step, the long arm of the Intelligence Service would reach out and get Peterson, twist and turn as he might. That's not by any chance a true one, is it? Den Ruther said quickly. Mention of the Intelligence Service seemed to stir his police phobia. I don't think so. But now I come to think of it, I suppose if he was he wouldn't say so. I mean a really high-powered intelligence agent wouldn't even tell his wife. So it might be true after all, and so much the worse for P.T. Peterson. She laughed, but Den Ruther, no doubt because of the police phobia, astonishingly took the suggestion half seriously. Just the sort of man that might be intelligence, he said. Ex-officer, penniless, ex-country gent background. Coffee estate in the heart of the uranium country. Not a bad setup, you know. She said, laughing, "You see what a good liar I am. I made that story up right in front of you, just that minute, and already you half believe it." Then she said seriously, "But why do you want to believe it?" "How do you mean want to?" "I don't. People believe the lies they want to believe. Men especially. Did your old Spanish nurse tell you that?" "Yes, she did. I think the reason you want to believe a thing like that is that it makes things more romantic." "Romantic, you think, to have a plainclothes cop running all over the place? Besides, I hate romance." He walked about the court with his hands in his pockets, kicking at pebbles, and Gwendolyn, pensive on her tub, said she thought he was probably wrong. "Basically," she said, "you think there's something sordid or dull about us all going out to Africa just to exist, or make some money." "Nothing sordid about $1 million, Dan Ruther said automatically, peering up at the deep night sky as though there might be something to be seen there. There were distant cries from Maria, discovering the bathing pool. "But you would like all the same for us all to be engaged in some cause or other. That's why you'd like to believe that Harry is really an intelligence agent, saving the British Empire, instead of being an emigrant from Earl's Court because he can't stand living in England under," she mimicked Chelm's manner, "present conditions." "Nonsense," said Dan Ruther angrily. "Why should I think such nonsense? Do you think I'm 15? Don't be angry about it, Billy. I noticed it when they were talking about that thing on the frontier. The way you were so upset about the smuggler not bothering about you anymore because you'd left that sort of thing. Gorillas and all that." Dan Ruther rubbed his hand over his face and frowned at her. "You're sorry all that's over," she said. "It's over all right. You don't, you see, like being just a man that's going to Africa to try to help Peterson make a lot of money out of this atom thing. Squalid, really. After India and gorillas, and fighting disease in Africa on behalf of humanity. You think it's squalid? Good God, but what about down on the beach the other day, the million in hard currency? What's happened to you? You drank to the $1 million then? I thought you were my dear, good, practical little girl. I changed my point of view." "Why?" "Because," she watched her toe doodling in the sandy dust, "then I thought we would somehow go on like this, and then we'd get to Africa and you'd make $1 million and everything would somehow be wonderful. But now I think all that's too risky. Too many things can happen. What I want now is for you to run away with me now." Dan Ruther looked at her where she sat looking quietly at the moon-white ground as though she were listening for something. She stood up and held her hands out to him, smiling. "Yes," she said. "No." She caught hold of his wrists and shook them. "It's too late," he said. "But too late for what?" "Too late for bonnets over the hill and the wind on the heath. All that sort of thing's over. I'm the agent of Mr. Peterson and I'm going to Africa to try to make a lot of money in the atom racket." Maria's cries now came from a long way off. "They're walking round the pool," said Dan Ruther, "talking about the good old days in England and Hungary." Gwendolyn dropped his wrists and looked at him with her hand up to her mouth and the expression of a person seeing a sudden accident, an airplane crashing, or a horse falling. "But you're not," she said, compelled to go on with all that. "It's as if you were," she hesitated, "as if you were condemning yourself, on purpose." He looked carefully round the half-ruined court and up at the silhouette of the villa. A stranger could have supposed him a tourist, visiting for the first time a place of historical interest. "Are you looking for ghosts?" Gwendolyn said. "That platitudinous bloody botch was right," said Dan Ruther. "Who?" "Just something O'Hara was saying." He changed key with an effort, and said, "The Germans, you know, have a great talent for expressing the obvious in terms of the philosophical." She rejected the shift with a furiously impatient gesture. "But you mustn't care," she said, "you shouldn't care what that dirty old O'Hara says. You can't go on and on being tied to these people. Afraid of them. A person like you. When he gave no answer to that but simply went on contemplating the villa, she said, "But what's stopping you, Billy? Is it that you're afraid of the police?" She talked at him urgently, while he kept on running that eye of an interested tourist over the familiar place. "To begin with," she said, "I don't believe Peterson would really try to do anything to you, if you went clean away. They'd have to go off on the Nyanga. They wouldn't have time to do anything against you. It wouldn't be worth their while, don't you see? Not if we disappeared, now," she said, "now in the car. Harry and Maria," she added, "could easily walk back by moonlight." "No, no, he said. "The shot's not on the board. But I've thought it all out, Billy, quite realistically. We catch an express to somewhere and wire your bandit friend to collect his car. He wouldn't mind, would he?" she asked earnestly, as though this were a central point. Dan Ruther laughed. "No, he wouldn't mind. And I've even brought," she said, "my passport. In case we wanted to go to Switzerland or somewhere." She held the passport out to him to be inspected, and he took it automatically and looked through it, as though he were a frontier official and this were his business. Her photograph, taken perhaps a year ago, was the photograph of a young girl on her best behavior, glaring haughtily at the camera. Dan Ruther exclaimed, and when she asked him what he exclaimed about, he said, "It seems so goddamned odd to have been born only in 1931 and be grown up now. I don't see what's so odd about it." "No. I suppose you wouldn't. 1931, my God. Well, anyway. You see, it's in order. We can go anywhere we want. Not all the frontiers are closed." Dan Ruther sat down on the china tub with his hands on his knees. "Look," he said, "I've jumped off the boat once too often in my life. I've never really gone where I was going. This time I'm going on." She was crying a little. "To me it seems nonsense. It isn't as though you were doing anything noble. Just being hired man for Peterson. No, it's not at all noble. It would be different perhaps if you were doing the sort of thing you did in the old days. Being a Lawrence or leading guerrillas or something. If you stuck to that, whatever happened it would be different. But I didn't stick to it. And now all I have to stick to is this." She cried quietly. "I've tried everything and quit everything," he said, "good, bad and indifferent. If I jump off this one before the end of the line, there's nothing left. You think I'm condemning myself? So what? It didn't just happen the other day. It's been going on a long time." She wrung her hands. "You're just making pictures," she said bitterly. "You're making philosophy like your German boss. The real thing is you're just an ordinary man that's afraid of the boss and wants to make $1 million. That's the way it seems to be. But that," she said, swallowing sobs, "that's ignoble. It's what I do." He sat still on his tub, seeming to contemplate the ignobility of the situation. She said, "You aren't any more a big adventurer than Harry's a landed gent. You just seem like one. You're stuffed," she said. He shrugged and said nothing. She gave over to him suddenly and looked into his face. "Billy," she said, "when you said that about 1931. You're not making up some mad thing about my being too young, or something. Too young to be taken away from my husband by you? You're not inventing some picture about an innocent young girl? That you have to protect me from myself?" She kissed him. "You'd be a fool to think that," she said huskily. "Wouldn't you, Billy? Wouldn't you be a fool?" He kissed her violently, and she shuddered all over, but when the embrace was finished she stood, away from him and said, "But you're still going to say no?" She wandered away and began picking loose bits of stucco off one of the pillars of the court with her finger. He sat for a moment watching her, and then started to walk towards the steps leading from the court. "Billy! Gwendolyn! Maria's voice came from the passageway to the garden, "You must both of you come and see the swimming pool. In the moonlight. And you must tell Harry about the fishing here." "Was there fishing here, Billy, in the old days?" "First rate," said Den Ruther. "Couldn't beat it." Chelm, emerging into the open moonlight of the court, slightly raised his eyebrows. "Really?" he said. "At a first glance, I should hardly have thought it." 13. Nagged by the purser, who now that the Nyanga was to sail that evening treated the hotel as part of the quayside, the hotel servants rushed to and fro, seizing pieces of baggage from the rooms and dragging them down into the lounge. Chelm, pursuing, ordered them to drag out his black metal box from among his heavy baggage. "I'll keep that by me," he shouted. "All my papers are in it." He even took it out to lunch with him, saying these busybodies would lose it or drop it off the quay if he did not keep it under his eye. Major Ross, watching everything as if he himself were some kind of a customs officer, said to Den Ruther, "You'd think he had the crown jewels in it. But I dare say," he added, "you know what he has in it, being such a friend of the family." "Go to hell," said Den Ruther, and the major went away upstairs, nor were Peterson, O'Hara, or Portsmouth to be seen. When O'Hara did appear he looked at Den Ruther with a kind of angry bewilderment. "I know," said Den Ruther. "Those answers to the telegrams have come." "There is another haystack," said O'Hara, "another needle." Chelm. We investigate. We learn that nothing is known of the Chelm interests. There are no Chelm interests behind the scenes of the City of London, we are told. "I told you that right away," said Den Ruther. "We learn that nothing is known of mineral possibilities on this coffee estate at Kaiwu." "I told you that, too," said Den Ruther. "You told us too," said O'Hara, his eyes icy blue, "that the man is a harmless little junker, a squire from the west of England. And that is not true either. We trace through the shipping office, because Peterson is anxious to know naturally who and what he is, and the trail does not lead at all to the little landed estate. Instead it leads to a pension in London." "I know," said Den Ruther again. O'Hara let out a sarcastic snort. "Ah yes," he said. "You know. But Peterson wants very much to know why there have been these stories, why there has been talk of minerals and city interests and a little estate. Why does this mysterious Mr. Chelm wish to hide his identity? Why is his wife always talking about minerals and city interests? Why do they appear just on this boat at this time? Why are they?" He paused, reaching for a phrase, "stringing us along?" He concluded. "If I told you, you and Peterson wouldn't believe me," said Den Ruther. "No," said O'Hara. He looked through Den Ruther and past him, and went away with an angry shrug, an appearance of having suffered an insult to his intelligence. "All the same," said Den Ruther, "I shall go to see Peterson." On the stairs he met Portsmouth, who rattled out a lot of words about how Peterson was upset. "We've got to find out who this fellow Chelm really is. What's he up to, on this boat with us? Pretending to be different things." He scuttled away nervously, as from a possibly compromising conversation. Peterson sat heavily motionless behind the desk in the business purposes room, and in the way he had, started to speak before Den Ruther had said anything. "You're wondering," he said, his eyes on the desk, "whether I'm going to turn you in on that currency charge." "I'm wondering," said Den Ruther, "whether you're going to make a damn fool of yourself." It cut no ice. Peterson said, "The answer is no. You will continue as our agent. We can use you in Africa." He paused. "Down there, too," he added, "there will be ways to make you behave yourself." "Come off it," said Den Ruther. "I warned you," said Peterson, "that we were anxious to know about Mr. Chelm. You said you knew all about Mr. Chelm. I have telegrams that prove you were lying about that. What is the explanation?" But when Den Ruther started to say something, Peterson interrupted him again and said, I'm not all that interested in any explanation you happen to be able to think up. I'm just interested in the truth about Mr. Chelm. And I'm just wondering how much of it you're holding out, and why. I am, he sighed, just a little disappointed in you. That's all. Dan Ruther swore at him and went out, leaving him still apparently brooding at his desk. And when all the passengers took their last shore dinner that evening at the Café Universe and Madagascar, Peterson still seemed to brood, with O'Hara and Portsmouth and Major Ross gathered around him like the leader of a cause betrayed. Only 6 feet away, the Chelms and the Dan Ruthers sat together, but when Wagwood and Conquest came in, and hesitated a moment about which table of the two to sit at, it was as though the displeasure of Peterson with regard to the Chelm-Dan Ruther party had made itself somehow manifest to them. They looked with coolness at the Chelms and Dan Ruthers. They seated themselves at Peterson's table. It could have been imagined by an observer that they, too, were in some way under Peterson's command. Possibly the camaraderie of the brothel had created this bond. Conquest was heard to refer to Peterson, unsmilingly, as the chief. The same atmosphere enveloped the whole party as, in 2 separate groups, it made its way through the moonlight along the causeway to the quayside, Chelm complaining of the ill-made pathway, but insisting on carrying his box. They could have been 2 groups of people converging now for the first time. The purser showed them to their cabins, gimcrack constructions, furnished and decorated in imitation of luxury cruisers, in the days when the Nyanga had been used for cruises to Africa, cruises to the Isles of Greece, to skim some money for the owners during the pre-war boom. With regard to his cabin, Wagwood made a row. He said he had been promised a cabin on the port side of the ship, and now Conquest was being put in that cabin, and Wagwood would be on the starboard side. Someone had told him that on the way out to the mouth of the Congo the port side of the vessel was the more favorable in relation to the heat of the sun, the prevailing sea breezes and what not. He had paid his fare, he said, on the understanding he was going to have a port-side cabin, and, by God, he was not going to be turned out of that cabin to accommodate some puppy of a clerk, he said disobligingly in the hearing of Conquest. Conquest, possibly full of wine from the dinner, had for once the hardihood to declare that personally he did not suppose there was much difference between one side of the ship and the other. Wagwood, drawing himself up to field marshal dimensions, and slowly focusing his pale eyes on this impudent mutineer, began to howl and bark in a military manner, denouncing impertinent young men and clerks in general, blaming the late war, the British government and the general state of world affairs for their existence, and seeming to see in Conquest the symbol of developments inimical to Wagwood and his interests. The purser, so far from trying to adjust the matter smoothly, seemed to take positive pleasure in goading the two of them. He conveyed to Wagwood that Wagwood did not know what he was talking about. Simultaneously he conveyed to Conquest that Conquest was a ninny for letting himself get into the position of being insulted by Wagwood. But when Peterson looked out of his cabin and asked what the row was about, the row faded out, as though Wagwood and Conquest really were subordinates, or disciples or retainers of the chief, and took it for granted that they could not go on brawling in his presence. They explained their points of view to him and accepted him as arbitrator of their claims, it being arranged that Wagwood should have his port-side cabin as being the older man, and that Wagwood should buy Conquest a drink to show there are no hard feelings. Peterson spoke a little homily about the need for calm at all times, the effect of overexcitement upon the digestive system. The purser looked at Conquest with disappointed contempt. He said, "Are you accepting that? You don't have to change your cabin just because Mr. Peterson says so. He isn't running this ship, not yet." Both Wagwood and Conquest could be seen to glance nervously at Peterson, as though expecting that this piece of lèse-majesté would evoke some terrible consequence, but Peterson, masterful, yet genially indulgent, only said, "That's all right, sonny boy. It's fixed." With the same manner, as though entertaining retainers, and confirming them in their allegiance in view of tough times ahead, Peterson held court in the luxury bar of the Nyanga, not drinking himself, but buying drinks for Wagwood, for Conquest, and for Portsmouth and the Major. In tribute, evidently, to the chief, Wagwood went so far as to make a kind of oblique apology to Conquest. He said that the point was that if you let these people, meaning the shipping company, get away with anything, why then they would try to get away with everything. He inferred that what he had done, and what he had said, had been done and said as a matter of principle. Give them an inch and they give you hell, said Conquest, and giggled in appreciation of the joke. He then said that he fully understood the attitude adopted by Wagwood, and the general principle of preventing people getting away with things. He said that as a matter of fact he considered Wagwood had done perfectly right to maintain that principle. They drank to one another at the expense of Peterson, who watched them benevolently, while the Chelms and Den Ruthers got nothing but a view of his big back, turned to them it seemed in condemnation, while his smiling face rallied his friends. The purser ran in to say that they might sail at any moment, and Maria said that after such a long delay they must certainly all remain on deck to see the final separation from European soil. Den Ruther said he didn't give a damn about European soil, but all the same it was pointless to try to sleep, since the noise of the last cargo being loaded would be deafening. Chelm said huffily that as he had a perfectly good bunk available he did not propose to sit up all night in a reeking bar, and got undressed and into his silk pajamas, but was driven from sleep again by the crashing of the cargo. Peterson made some movement of his face which caused Portsmouth and Major Ross to follow him to his cabin, and the purser told Wagwood that the bar was supposed to close at 2 in the morning. To this Wagwood took immediate exception. He said that the passengers had a perfect right to sit in the bar just as long as they liked, and if the bar steward had to go to bed, well then they would buy bottles of liquor in advance and still sit there. He sat implacably in his creaking wooden chair, and continued drinking on principle. When he and Conquest took a stroll around the deck, he would go formally over to the table where Gwendolen sat with Den Ruther and Maria, and apprise them that he and his friend were going to be briefly absent, and would be glad if the others would in the meantime resist any attempt by these blackguards to rush out and close the place. Meeting Harry Chelm at the moment of Chelm's retreat from the idea of getting a decent night's sleep, Wagwood sought to interest him, too, in the defense of the bar-room against blackguardly interference. Chelm said coldly he saw no reason to suppose that anyone would be likely to want to drink all night, to which Wagwood, swelling with anger, replied that the principal point was the principle. But while he was in the midst of developing this theme, Chelm simply left him. "That man," said Wagwood furiously to Conquest, "needs a lesson in manners. I don't tolerate that kind of behavior." Every hour or so, the purser would come running into the Frauste bar room and shout, "We're off," adding, as the passengers made to rise, "some time." It was a joke. When dawn began to come, the Chelms and Den Ruthers went and wandered exhaustedly about the deck. Maria would survey the flat marshland between them and the shadows of the town, and make comprehensive statements about Europe. She spoke to Chelm with excitement of the moment when they would actually cast off. But just before the long-awaited moment Chelm said he thought the morning breeze was turning a little chilly, and went below to find an extra pullover. "You missed it," she cried when he returned, but he was busy getting his jacket and overcoat buttoned over the new pullover, and hardly glanced at the receding shore. Gwendolen said sharply, "It's so typical of you, Harry, to be down below fiddling with your clothes instead of seeing us start." Maria said soothingly that it didn't matter after all, assuring Chelm that really there had been nothing to see. "So I imagine," said Chelm, with the bored bewilderment of a person that has arrived late in a box at the theater. As the Nyanga drew away from the land, Gwendolen moved towards the stern, where Den Ruther followed her and found her looking sadly landward, looking as young as her photograph in the passport. "I thought we should see the villa again," she said. "We'll have breakfast and then sleep," said Den Ruther. But they had hardly finished their coffee in the dining saloon when a tempest of whistling broke out, and was followed by heavy running about the decks, and shouting. The captain, it turned out, had insisted that boat drill be held, and held at precisely that hour, because it was the hour at which boat drill ought, he said, to be held. They were supposed to get their life jackets and go to their stations on the boat deck. Bleary and cursing except Chelm, who said it was a sensible precaution he was glad to see taken. They lined up opposite the two boats between which they were to be divided in the event of emergency. Mr. Cater, the first officer, appeared and marched up and down with an expression of fierce efficiency. He had a naval kind of cap pulled down over one eye, and looked as though he would order the whole damn navy to sea at a moment's notice. The purser was instructed to take a roll call to ascertain whether all were present. It was already perfectly evident that Wagwood was not present. Search being made for him, a row broke out, part of which could be heard all over the boat deck. After the night-long defense of the bar, Wagwood had apparently lain down on his bunk in his clothes and gone to sleep. On being awakened, he roared with indignation. He seemed to take the view that this boat drill was a sinister imposition, nothing more or less, in fact, than a new trick designed to put the onus on the passengers. The whole idea, he suggested, was to get the passengers involved in taking precautions which the company ought to be taking on their behalf. The purser came skipping back to report that Wagwood refused to leave his bunk, had, in fact, gone to sleep again on principle. He says, "Sir," said the purser to Mr. Cater. "On what?" shouted Mr. Cater, tugging at the peak of his cap and straddling his legs. "On principle, sir," repeated the purser. Mr. Cater stood awfully still, except for the large bulging muscles working in his jaws, and he glared intently at the purser as though on the point of roaring out an order that would simply annihilate Wagwood. He said, "Well, we'll carry on, purser. And then we'll see." The purser went from one to other of the passengers, adjusting their life jackets, while Mr. Cater paced the deck, slapping his feet down with determination. The boat drill over, he mingled with the passengers and discussed the incident. He spoke quite jovially of Wagwood's mutinous behavior, and for this joviality the reason became apparent when he remarked in an undertone to Den Ruther that he understood Wagwood to be a pretty big bug in the diamond business. "Maybe Ernest Oppenheimer in disguise for all I know," said Den Ruther, but Conquest dashed over to hook himself onto the conversation and said that so far as he knew, Wagwood was a pretty big bug in the diamond business. He had, he said, seen a good deal of him, and that was the impression he had gained. Mr. Cater smiled and nodded his head briskly, indicating that when it came to knowing the little ways of big bugs, Cater was the man. "Well," he said, "we'll let him have his sleep, and then we'll see." Peterson, followed by Portsmouth, O'Hara, and the Major, had gone below again, the morning sun shining on their unshaven faces in a way that gave to all of them a disconcertingly criminal appearance. Portsmouth was twitching worse than ever, perhaps convinced that the mere holding of a boat drill was equivalent to an announcement that sooner or later they would all have to take to the boats. They got away from the boat deck like people getting away from a courtroom after an awkward moment. Yawning hugely, Den Ruther went below to sleep, but Gwendolen remained on deck in a half-broken deck chair in the bows, dozing and looking at the land. Chelm was of opinion that to sleep in the morning is unhealthy and spoils your appetite for luncheon. Finding him somnolent on the after part of the boat deck, Maria bustled energetically about and presently settled herself near him with her drawing board, saying that now was the very moment to begin the sketch for the portrait that she so much, she said, wanted to do of him. As she prepared her materials, she talked gaily and confidently of the future. For this theme, the recession of the European shore provided a text. She waved Europe away. And once, when the Nyanga, moving out into the open sea, pitched a little and the coast of Europe was hidden altogether for a moment behind the lifted stern, she gave a cry of triumph. "Gone!" she shouted. Chelm opened his eyes with a blink, and looked astern, but Europe was still there. He smoothed his hair with his hand, and Maria said, "Your hands are wonderful. Rather decadent, though, you know. I wonder what you will do with them down there in Africa." Chelm held his hands out on his knees and looked at them with an air of satisfaction. "Nowadays," he said, "everyone must be prepared to adjust himself to anything. No use simply lamenting the old days. Good as they were, he added. When he dozed, Maria awakened him, telling him not to let his head slip sideways. Your fine head, she said, working at her sketch, the head, you know, of a dying type. I hope not, said Chelm. Hardly that, I hope. All the finest types of civilization are doomed to die in the end, said Maria. Oh well, yes, I see what you mean, said Chelm. Intent on her sketch, Maria snapped angrily at Portsmouth, who had appeared on the deck and was padding nervously about, and had stopped to peer over her shoulder. Go away, Pompey, she said. No one is to see this yet. Getting along nicely? Inquired Portsmouth, with earnest cordiality. It'll be an hour before anything's fit to see, said Maria. Go away. Very energetic of you, very energetic, said Portsmouth, and padded away to the top of the companionway, went down it, re-emerged again in a few minutes and walked about, seeming to look at the sea. When Maria paused in her work, he said, Not through yet, are you? Of course not, she said, and became silently absorbed in a tricky bit of detail. Chelm was silent too. But presently his face became rather pale and then almost livid. He made a smile and said something that could not be understood. Maria paid no attention. But when, at the next heave of the ship, he used the ship's movement to help himself out of his chair, and get to his feet, she cried out in protest that he was breaking the pose. He stood perfectly still for a moment, and said in a controlled voice that he must go below. Seasick pills, he said. Box. As the deck heaved up again under him, he took a tottery run to the top of the companionway. Pompey Portsmouth let go of the rail he had been clutching and came flapping across the deck calling out, Mr. Chelm. Oh, Mr. Chelm. Chelm looked at him with a strained face, and started down the companionway. At the bottom he half fell on top of Major Ross, bundled him aside, dashed to his cabin. The door slammed behind him, and a minute later opened again, to let Chelm shout in a strange voice for the purser, who came hurrying, and found Chelm lying on his bunk, groaning. Nasty little upper and downer, said the purser. You feeling sick? Chelm waved his hand towards the corner of the room and said, Box. The purser looked and Chelm, gulping, said, Gone. That's right, said the purser cheerfully. Major Ross must have taken it. I saw him going along the passage with a black box just like yours a couple of minutes ago. Out of the tail of my eye, so to speak, I saw it. I like, he said firmly, to keep an eye on what goes on aboard this ship. Chelm stared at him. Where did he take it? He managed to say. Mr. Peterson's cabin, that's where he took it, said the purser. Chelm put his hands down on the bunk and heaved himself to his feet. Tottering but purposeful, he lurched against the purser, pushed him aside, half ran and half stumbled into the passage, got along it to the door of Peterson's cabin, and threw himself against it as though he expected to have to break it open. The door flew open and he staggered forward a couple of feet into the cabin. Major Ross, who had evidently come into the cabin just ahead of him, was thrown across it by the blow and a heave of the ship. At a table, Peterson and O'Hara sat opposite one another with the box between them, O'Hara in the act of slamming down the lid. Chelm steadied himself against the table, and those two sat perfectly still, looking up at him. He stretched out his hand, and Peterson, getting the lid shut, pushed the handle of the box into Chelm's hand. He might have been a storekeeper handing over a neatly packaged purchase to a customer. Chelm drew in his breath and began to speak. And now may I ask? He paused. Peterson said nothing. O'Hara said nothing. The ship heaved. Chelm gulped and ground his teeth together. With the box in his hand he stepped suddenly backwards out of the cabin, and crouching, tottering and gulping, he got along the gangway to his own place. Summoned by the purser, Gwendolen found him lying on his bunk in a cold sweat. Controlling everything with a convulsive effort, he told her to lock the door and listen. She said that what he needed was to have his face wiped, but he pushed away the towel as though she were going to gag him with it. She said it was bad for him to talk. It would make him sick again, she said. He said no doubt it would, but there were certain things that had to be spoken of at once, such as the fact that the employers of your friend Dan Ruther happen to be common sneak thieves. He massaged his stomach with both hands and said, I have just had the pleasure of catching them red-handed, stealing my box. But what a strange thing to steal, said Gwendolen. You haven't anything valuable in it. My dear Gwendolen, said Chelron, you're missing the point, as usual. The point isn't that there wasn't anything for them to steal in that box, the point is that they thought there might be something valuable in it and calmly stole it. Convulsions followed, forcing him to pause. I knew talking would make you sick again, said Gwendolen. Shall I hold your head, or not? The pills, he gasped. They're in the box. Unless those bandits have stolen them. She rummaged in the metal box, and found the pills lying with some family photographs, and a little case of army medals, under the sheets of the letter he had been writing home. I propose, said Chelm, swallowing a pill, to have those fellows jailed at the earliest opportunity. But we're at sea, said Gwendolen. I am aware of the fact, said Chelm with a ghastly smile that made the beads of sweat on his cheeks glisten. There is such a thing as having criminals on board ship put in irons. But did they actually steal anything? She asked. Not so far as I can see. No doubt they pawed my photographs with their filthy hands. She asked how he had detected them, and he told her of the purser's statement, and of his visit to Peterson's cabin. What did you say to them? I was just about to tell them exactly what I thought of them when I felt sick again. But what are you going to do? At the earliest opportunity one shall go to the captain and put the facts before him. I assume he will put these fellows under guard and they can be put ashore at Gibraltar. Do you think the captain will do that? Naturally. What do you suppose he'll do when he's informed he has a gang of sneak thieves on board? He looks to me like the sort of man that would be afraid of a row. My dear Gwendolen, said Chelm, there isn't going to be any row. I don't propose to have a row with people like that. I shall put the matter to the captain. On the ship the captain has the same authority as a magistrate, you know. Presumably he'll listen to whatever explanation they may have to offer, and when he sees the situation he'll take the necessary action. I suppose so, said Gwendolen, but in a voice and manner that caused Chelm to lift himself on his elbow and ask her what was the matter with her. She said she didn't know. She just had a feeling that things would not work out so simply as all that. She said she had a feeling that Peterson and his friends were dangerous men. Chelm replied that she seemed to be under the impression that they were living in the midst of the jungle. When she continued dubious, he said the trouble with her was that she knew so many queer characters, and had been brought up in such a queer way, that she did not seem to understand normal ways of behavior. All the same, she said, I think it would be a good idea to ask Billy what he thinks about it. After all, they didn't actually steal anything. And he knows about such people. Chelm gave an exasperated cry. I don't choose to discuss the matter with Mr. Dan Ruther, he said, and let me tell you at this point, that I'm not at all sure that Mr. Dan Ruther is the type of man with whom we should associate at all closely. After all, he's acting for these criminals. Only because he needs the money, said Gwendolen. You might as well say. Oh, that excuses him, of course, shouted Chelm. He needs the money. I suppose he's capable as I am, of seeing that these people are a thoroughly shady lot. I saw that before even they stole my box. He's our only friend on this boat, said Gwendolen. You talk, said Chelm, as though we were on some kind of desert island. We aren't in any particular need of that kind of friend. Perhaps not, said Gwendolen sadly. And I may say, said Chelm, I shall have very great pleasure in seeing certain of his associates put under restraint. But they aren't under restraint, said Gwendolen. They're running loose. They might do anything if they were pushed to it. They're armed desperadoes, that's what they are, neither more nor less. Delightful, said Chelm. And I suppose you suggest I overlook this little matter of common theft? Perhaps the prudent thing to do would be to ask them to dinner. Or ought I to offer them the keys of my other baggage in case there's anything they might take a fancy to? He lit a cigarette in a satisfied manner. All the same, said Gwendolen, I do think it might be wiser to hear what Billy has to say about it. That, said Chelm, is where I happen to differ. I am quite able to handle this thing in my own way, thank you. And that, he blew smoke out victoriously, is just exactly what I propose to do. 14. Gwendolen went out into the passageway, which heaved, not wildly but deeply and regularly, making the ship seem smaller than before and the sea nearer. She looked one way and saw the Major, pretending to stand undecided in the passage, but watching her. She turned the other way and saw the purser watching her from a kind of cubbyhole he had at the foot of the main staircase, amidships. Dan Ruther's cabin was on the gangway on the other side of the ship. She went along the passage carefully, but was forced to an occasional running step. She steadied herself against the closed door of a cabin, saw it was Peterson's, and took her hand away quickly, as though the cabin might explode at her. She stood still for a fraction of a second, holding her breath and listening, but no sound was to be heard. She nodded to the purser, turned across the foot of the stairway, and got to Dan Ruther's cabin, where she knocked, first softly and then loudly. While she waited she saw the Major appear in the passage on that side, at its far end, and go away again, and then the purser came and said, "You want to rout out Mr. Dan Ruther? Heavy sleeper. Leave it to me." He made a resonant banging on the door, and called out loudly, "Lady to see you, Mr. Dan Ruther." "Wakey, wakey." He waited there until Dan Ruther, tousled and yawning, stood at the open door. "Lovely lady calling on you, Mr. Dan Ruther," said the purser, and bowed and went away. Dan Ruther held the door for her, waved at one of the chairs by the table and closed the door slowly. "Too late to run away now," he said. "We're at sea." She made a resigned gesture. "It's not about that," she said. "Something quite different." He offered her a drink and went across the room to get the bottle, asking over his shoulder what the matter was. She told him of the theft of the box, the discovery of the theft by Chelm, and what Chelm was proposing to do about it. Dan Ruther mixed drinks and listened. After she had stopped speaking for a while, he sighed and said in a reflective tone, "There's a degree of stupidity that amounts to suicidal mania." She looked at him quickly and said, "You think it's as bad as that, do you? Don't you? I thought perhaps I was seeing things." "No," he said slowly. "I believe this time you're not seeing anything that isn't there." He sat with his chin in his hand, and then said, speaking to the table that stood between them, "Of course, when you say bad, that depends whether you care or not. What happens to him, you understand." He looked across at her and added, "There's nothing startling about that. Come right down to it, why should you be very sorry if anything happened to Harry?" "No," she said, "no, no." "Well," he said, "I believe you. It's not logical," she said, "but it's so. After all." She stopped, looking a little bewildered, and Dan Ruther said, "You don't have to apologize for not wanting your husband murdered by thugs." "And you?" she began, but changed step in the middle, and said, "But, Billy, while we're talking he's getting all ready to go to the captain. What are we going to do?" Dan Ruther took a long drink and seemed to survey the situation. Then he said, "But doesn't he understand anything? Didn't anyone tell him about this sort of thing? The trouble with Harry," said Gwendolen seriously, "is that he thinks he's somehow safe. He doesn't think a thing like that. Murder, I mean. Could happen to him. Not under the circumstances. An ordinary-looking boat, you know, and a captain and first officer and everything, and the Rock of Gibraltar, you see. Gibraltar. Sort of cozy, you know. If he gets there, said Dan Ruther. My God, I'll tell him how safe he is. On a racketeering Africa boat, trying to get people like that put in irons or some nonsense, and then put off at Gibraltar. On a piddling theft charge. Doesn't he know how much money they're after? Doesn't he understand about money? Why can't he be reasonable? You ask him, said Gwendolen. Dan Ruther studied the tabletop. First, he said, I'll see them. Maybe they'll help out some way. After all, it's in their interest too. They don't want to have to push anybody overboard. Not unless they feel they have to. Go along and keep dear Harry quiet for a while till I can get to talk to him. He waited a couple of minutes while she went away, and then came swaggering out of the cabin, and saw the Major a little way down the passage to his left and, without greeting him, turned to the right, past the purser's office, waving, and slapped with the palm of his hand on the door of Peterson's cabin. Portsmouth let him in, and sat down again abruptly on Peterson's bed as the ship heaved. Peterson and O'Hara still sat on either side of the table as though nothing had happened except that the box was not there anymore. Dan Ruther put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the door, swaying gently with the movement of the waves below. Boys, he said, you're getting yourselves into trouble. They watched him and said absolutely nothing, waiting for him to say something more. No use your playing mum, he said. I know the facts. You pinched that box and you got caught. Now listen. I'm going down the passage to reason with Mr. Chelm. I'll tell him not to make a bloody fool of himself. You know he's talking about getting the captain to arrest you and then put you ashore at Gibraltar. He could make things awkward at Gibraltar. O'Hara said, so. But Peterson said nothing, and they both sat stock still in their chairs, rising and falling with the ship and watching him. Portsmouth fiddled with his face. Probably, Dan Ruther went on, I can talk him out of it. But you'll have to help. One of you has to be ready to go and grovel to him. Tell him Jack's a helpless kleptomaniac, and brought the box in here without your knowing whose it was and you were just trying to find out. He won't believe it, of course, but it'll be a gesture. It'll save face. It'll help him to forgive you. So, said O'Hara again, and there was silence except for the loud, regular noises of a ship at sea. Well, come on, said Dan Ruther, don't sit there looking as though I was the one that had been naughty. They looked official, icebergs of suspicion, unmelted by a cock and bull story. He kept on talking and there kept on being no response. Well, he said at last, what about it? Do you birds want me to get you out of this little spot of trouble or not? Then Peterson said, do just what you like, Billy, and looked down at the table and seemed simply to be waiting for Dan Ruther to go away. Portsmouth, losing control, blabbed out something about the secretary to the governor, the authorities at Leopoldville. What about them? What about being denounced to them? What did the captain matter when it was a question of the authorities at Leopoldville? Dan Ruther said, you mean Gibraltar. But Peterson shushed Portsmouth with a gesture of his hand, and they all sat and examined Dan Ruther carefully, and he looked back at them with a puzzled look. He gave it up. You people, he said, give me the willies. You've got something on your minds I don't know about. The door's right behind you, Billy, said Peterson. Dan Ruther shrugged and went out. Gwendolen opened the door of Chelm's cabin to him. They heard the noise of gargling coming from the bathroom. Harry took his special thing against seasickness, said Gwendolen, and now he's gargling to clean the throat. Chelm came out, washed and brushed up and brisk. He had the air of being already on his way somewhere, but prepared to give Dan Ruther a minute or two of his time. Just going up to see the skipper, he said, Get some action taken. You think that's the best thing to do? Said Dan Ruther. I've just been telling him it isn't, said Gwyndolin. Rubbish, rubbish, said Chelm, but with a little edge of annoyance to his voice. He spoke to Gwyndolin without looking at Dan Ruther. Between you and me, said Dan Ruther, it's not rubbish. Not by a hell of a long chalk. You see, said Gwyndolin. Look here, Chelm said severely to Dan Ruther, you're not seriously taking Gwyndolin's line about this, are you? Assuming, said Dan Ruther, that you don't want to be got out of the way. Oh good heavens, Chelm began, and went on at length explaining that in his view all such talk was pure poppycock, explaining that he proposed to do this, and did not propose to do that, and implying that anyone who disagreed with him was lacking in common sense and moral character. I'm asking you, said Dan Ruther smoothly, not to be a bloody fool. Chelm glared, and looked elaborately at his watch. Dan Ruther kept on talking, suggesting the state of mind of Peterson and Associates, their determination not to run risks of being held up, the fact that they were suspicious of Chelm anyhow, to which Chelm replied that it was really rather funny that they should be suspicious of him, since it was they themselves who were pretty obviously the suspicious characters. The argument swelled up and wandered about, until Dan Ruther said wearily, do we have to talk about civilization? Chelm had made the remark that in a civilized community certain courses of action were automatically adopted in certain circumstances. You've read about the breakdown of civilization, haven't you? Said Dan Ruther. Well, let me tell you that for practical purposes it's happened right here on this boat. There's nothing but your wits between you and three thugs who are after $1 million and aren't going to let you stop them with some petty larceny charge which they'll think anyhow is only a screen for something bigger that you're up to. Chelm laughed. They're nasty rough men, said Dan Ruther. Rough, I tell you. I'm afraid, said Chelm, sighing exaggeratedly and looking like a portrait of himself, I am not much interested in discussing this breakdown of civilization as you call it. Dan Ruther hit the table with his hand. Listen, he said, what's so incredible about it? Why can't you get hold of the facts? If you put these boys in a position where they think it's up to them to kill you before you bust them, what's to stop them? Come, said Chelm. You think they wouldn't dare, said Dan Ruther, and I tell you they'd damn soon see to it that Jack Ross dared to do anything they told him. I'm afraid, said Chelm, doing his sigh again, that all this is a little fantastic for my simple mind. What you mean is, said Dan Ruther, you've never been in this sort of situation before. I haven't associated a great deal with criminals, said Chelm. I have, said Dan Ruther. Quite so, said Chelm. Don't be a fool, Harry, said Gwyndolin. And, continued Chelm, your suggestion is that for the sake of avoiding a certain amount of possible unpleasantness, I should placate these gentlemen. I suggest, said Dan Ruther, you use a little ordinary diplomacy. Don't force their hand. Of course, said Chelm, I can understand that as these people happen to be your employers, you are interested in not having their trip to Africa interrupted by a prosecution for sneak thieving. Go to hell, said Dan Ruther, and lounged out of the cabin. I am afraid, said Chelm to Gwyndolin, tapping a cigarette cheerfully on his silver cigarette case, your friend Dan Ruther has been too clever by half. I'm afraid I saw through his little game. I'm not entirely without experience in dealing with people of his type. Oh, go on, said Gwyndolin, do what you damn please. Go and see the captain. That, said Chelm, is exactly what I am going to do. I'm very sorry if it vexes Mr. Dan Ruther, but I'm afraid I can't help that. Looking cheerful and determined, purposefully flicking off a tiny piece of cigarette ash from his lapel with his finger, he went into the passageway and made in the direction of the captain's cabin, which was on the upper deck below the bridge. Captain Granger seemed to be not so much sitting in a room, as lurking in a thicket of mahogany furniture, wicker furniture, cases with stuffed creatures in them, Cupid dolls, pictures torn from magazines and framed, or pinned up, photographs, ashtrays, cushions with designs on them in black and yellow, boxes for cigarettes, one of them with the silver-plated statue of a woman on the lid, and piles of British and American magazines. It was as though he had hidden in the thicket, and then friends and relations and colleagues and port officials had hurled things in at him. When Chelm, in his officer voice, asked if the captain could spare him a moment, the captain said certainly, although he was a busy man, a very busy man indeed. A captain's responsibility, he said, was a heavy one. He was responsible, he added, twisting a finger agitatedly in a lock of his woolly-looking white hair, for the whole welfare of the ship. Chelm said smoothly that he supposed one got used to it. The captain gave him a stare of angry incomprehension. "Used to it, Mr. Helm?" he said. "Used to it? Not at all. Conditions get worse all the time." He fiddled with some of the junk on the table and muttered, "Used to it? My goodness." Chelm's face twitched in a momentary frown of surprise and annoyance, and his eye wandered for a second around the junk heap thicket. Then, with a word of apology, unpleasantness. Duty. Intolerable, no alternative. He told his story, the theft of the box, the discovery of the culprits, red-handed. "I'm afraid," he said, "it's a simple case of burglary, and attempted theft." The captain's head bobbed up from behind a framed photograph where he had kept it during Chelm's narrative, and his grey eyes sparkled angrily at Chelm. "Simple, Mr. Helm?" he said. "When you've seen as much of life and conditions as I have, you won't go about thinking things are simple. A captain's work is never simple, Mr. Helm. By the way, my name is Chelm." "I was under the impression it was Helm," said the captain. "No. Chelm. Chelm. "Oh," said the captain, folding his hands and looking at Chelm fixedly. "Well, sir, what can I do for you?" He spoke as though Chelm had just come into the cabin. Chelm said testily that in his opinion the course of action to be taken was perfectly clear. He assumed the captain would send for the accused persons, interrogate them, put them at least under some sort of surveillance until Gibraltar was reached and a magistrate could be consulted. The captain carefully picked up a thermometer, in a case of much carved sandalwood, which stood on one side of his table, and put it down on the other. "Now, Mr. Chelm, is it, suppose you just give me the facts. In your own words," he added mechanically. Chelm said he did not know that there was much to add to what he had already told the captain, but finally repeated the whole story. "You realize, Mr. Chelm, that you are making a serious accusation against these fellow passengers of yours? A very serious accusation. What you are doing, Mr. Chelm," said the captain, looking at him piercingly, "is to accuse these gentlemen of theft." "I'm afraid so," said Chelm. The captain brooded, and then said he thought he would inform Mr. Cater, the first officer. He rang a bell, and in the pause that followed put the thermometer back on the side of the table where it had been at the beginning. Mr. Cater came marching in and was apprised of the situation. His expression became first thoughtful, then firmly masterful. "I tell you what, sir," he said to the captain, "I think the thing to do would be to see these gentlemen, interrogate them, find out what they have to say about the matter. And then? Well, then we can see." "That's what I was about to do," said Captain Granger. "Excellent," said Mr. Cater. "I suppose," said Chelm, "I'd better be here too, as I'm making this charge." "Excellent," said Mr. Cater. "Everything above board. Save time. If you think so, sir," he added, turning to the captain. "Naturally," said Captain Granger with irritation, "as it's Mr. Chelm's business, I take it he'll be here to go through with it?" "It's his business." "In a sense," said Chelm. "In every sense," said the captain. "I simply meant," said Chelm, "that a matter of this kind, on shipboard, is in a sense a matter of public concern." Yes, 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 said the captain, fiddling with the breasts of the woman on the cigarette box. He sighed heavily and said he supposed they had better get it over with. Mr. Cater was sent off to tell Mr. Peterson, Mr. O'Hara, and Major Ross that the captain wished to see them. They were presently shepherded by Mr. Cater to places in the undergrowth of furniture. The captain unnecessarily introduced them all to Chelm. He then opened up a long rigmarole of a statement, beginning with a description of the judicial powers of a ship's captain, which he recited as if he were reading them from a half-understood and wholly unconvincing book. Peterson looked at the roof. O'Hara and Major Ross watched the captain alertly, O'Hara with a pleasantly sympathetic smile, which caught the captain's eye, so that it was to O'Hara that he more and more addressed himself. With hesitation and circumlocution, Captain Granger now came to the charges brought by Mr. Chelm. Since he seemed to be enjoying the sympathetic blue beam of O'Hara's eyes, he gave the impression of being engaged in a more or less confidential chat with O'Hara about some matter which both of them deplored, but with which neither of them was intimately concerned. Having come to the end of his recital, the captain appeared to withdraw into the undergrowth. From Chelm's position, only the top of his head could be seen above a carved photograph frame, with a finger hooked into the outstanding hair. Peterson relaxed and smiled gravely but pleasantly in the direction of the captain. He said he was very glad indeed that this thing had been brought right out into the open. There had evidently been a misunderstanding. He did not, he said harshly, understand just why Mr. Chelm had seen fit to throw accusations about. If he had come direct to Peterson, the matter could have been settled on the spot. The fact was that Mr. Chelm was mistaken in supposing that the box had ever been in Mr. Chelm's cabin. Chelm gave a slight snort. The captain brought his head out of cover and rebuked him, asking him to be good enough to allow this gentleman to give his evidence in his own way. Peterson thanked the captain very much indeed, saying that he was grateful to him for this protection. He went on to say that what had happened was quite simple. It was regrettable, but accidents would happen. He, Peterson, happened to have a black metal box not unlike that belonging to Mr. Chelm. He had intended to have it with him in the cabin, but not finding it there, he had asked Major Ross to look about the ship and see if it had been stowed somewhere else by mistake. The Major had found such a box, temporarily stowed with some other baggage near the door of the saloon. This box the Major had brought to Peterson's cabin. On handling it, however, Peterson had immediately noticed first, that the lock was broken, and then surprised by this that the box was not his at all. He formed the opinion that it was a box he had once seen in the hands of Mr. Chelm. He would have returned to Mr. Chelm immediately, but, since it was unlocked, he had hesitated to have it put back where it came from, and was waiting to ask Mr. Chelm whether he would not prefer to have it in his cabin, when Mr. Chelm himself had appeared and taken it away. Peterson would have explained matters at once to Mr. Chelm, had it not been that Mr. Chelm was, he thought, not feeling quite himself. The motion of the ship, said Peterson genially, had evidently upset him. Probably Mr. Chelm was not a good sailor, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in that, since seasickness was simply the result of a certain maladjustment of the balancing apparatus in the inner ear. As for himself, Peterson said smiling, he was not seasick, but he was pretty much upset, he had to admit, for the fact seemed to be that he had left his own box on shore and it had some papers in it that he badly needed. The captain beamed at everyone, and in particular at O'Hara, who beamed back. Well now, said Captain Granger, I'm very glad indeed to have the incident explained, and I'm sure Mr. Chelm is, too. As you know, it's a captain's duty to try to straighten out any little unpleasantnesses of this kind, one of his many, many duties, which I can tell you gentlemen, keep the captain of a ship pretty busy. He paused, but relief that the incident should be closed seemed to open another floodgate of words. You gentlemen, he said, probably imagine that all the captain has to do is to sit in his cabin, giving an order now and then, or strolling about watching other people work. That isn't the picture at all, gentlemen. Not at all, as this little incident may have helped to show you. O'Hara said, "We are all so glad the matter has been so satisfactorily explained, and we are very grateful to the captain for so promptly sifting the matter. We would just like to say," he shot his blue beam at the captain, "that we are sorry Mr. Chelm should have found it desirable to make unfounded allegations before getting the facts in an amicable manner." The captain said, quite so, as though afraid that this statement of O'Hara's might prolong the unpleasantness. He began to get to his feet, dismissively. Chelm said, "I'm afraid I cannot accept the statement made by Mr. Peterson." The captain shot back into the bushes. The first officer made a loud clicking noise with his tongue. A long, patient sigh from O'Hara was heard above the rattle and creak of the ship. "It may interest you to know," said Chelm, "that the purser happened to see this man," he indicated Major Ross, "coming out of my cabin with the box in question. Furthermore, I happen to have carried that box aboard myself and put it in my cabin. And the lock was certainly not broken." The captain's hands seemed to be playing a mad chess game one against the other, moving the thermometer and a couple of ashtrays and a small photograph frame back and forth across the table in front of him. He uttered a series of inconclusive remarks. The first officer said that in his opinion the thing to do was to send for the purser. They could hear what he had to say about the matter. He went off to fetch him. The 5 remaining persons sat in silence, the captain's hands playing their wild chess game. On arrival the purser stood stiffly to attention, an attitude which should have been respectful but which he contrived to render impudent. The captain addressed him jerkily. He said there was a question about a box. Question was, where had the box been at a certain time? Mr. Chelm's box. What about it? The purser said that about an hour and a half ago he had been asked by Mr. Chelm where Mr. Chelm's box was, and he, the purser, had said that it might be the box which he had happened, a little previously, to see being carried along the passage by Major Ross. Mr. Chelm had then, he understood, gone to Mr. Peterson's cabin, and, so far as he knew, had got his box back. "But look here," said Chelm, and after some interruption from the captain, managed to put his point to the purser. "Look here," he said, "you told me that you saw Major Ross taking that box out of my cabin." "No, sir," said the purser, continuing to stand to attention and looking straight in front of him. "I couldn't have said that, sir." Chelm gasped. "You told me," he repeated loudly, "that you saw this man Ross taking the box out of my cabin." "Afraid not," said the purser. "I believe I said I saw the major with a box like yours, going along the passage. You were being sick at the time, you remember, sir." "This," shouted Chelm, "is an absolute lie." Now," said the captain. "But it is," cried Chelm. "I know exactly what he told me." Mr. Chelm, said O'Hara, was perhaps not quite in a condition to remember exactly what has been said and not been said. He offered this observation to the captain in the manner of an assistant judge or magistrate, offering a helpful point to his superior. The captain's glance at him was full of gratitude. "Tell you what it seems to me, sir," struck in the first officer. "Seems to me a clear case of misunderstanding. Accidents will happen. Getting aboard. Everyone up all night. Bit of a rumble-bumble all round." "There was no rumble," snapped Chelm, "bumble about it?" The first officer smiled appeasingly at him and said, "No offense meant or taken on either side." "That's the way I look at it, sir," he smiled at the captain. "And if I might make the suggestion, I think I'd be in order in offering all these gentlemen a little something just to wash away any ill feeling." Yes. "Certainly," said the captain. "I'm sure all you gentlemen will join the skipper and myself in a little drink," said Mr. Cater. "I happen to know where the skipper keeps his little store, don't I, skipper?" he said jovially, and pushed his way through the furniture towards a cupboard built in the wall. "Finished with me, sir?" asked the purser, still at attention. Yes, certainly, of course," said the captain, and the purser turned smartly on his heel and made off. Chelm carefully rearranged his handkerchief in his breast pocket and got to his feet. Mr. Cater patted his arm. "You'll join us in a little drink, Mr. Chelm?" "No," said Chelm. "No, thanks very much." He drew himself up and bowed stiffly to what could be seen of the captain. "Good morning, Captain Granger," he said. "What?" cried the captain, in a voice of alarm, popping his head nervously round the big picture frame. "I said, good morning," said Chelm. As he pulled the door of the cabin open and stood for a moment steadying himself on the threshold, he heard O'Hara saying to the captain that to be a captain must certainly be a trying and tiring life, full of responsibilities. 15. Chelm closed the door, scowled at the waves and the horizon, where there was either a darker belt of cloud or the coast of France, and went below. The purser was already back in his cubbyhole, and had the effrontery to greet Chelm with a smile. "Too bad about that," said the purser. "I suppose you realize," said Chelm frostily, "that if that had been a court of law you could have been prosecuted for perjury." "Never trouble, or trouble you," chanted the purser. "That's my little old motto. Anything for a quiet life." Chelm looked him up and down with an expression of utter disgust. "It is it?" was all that seemed to occur to him to say. "Yes, sir," said the purser heartily. "I see," said Chelm, and passed on to his cabin, where he found Maria sitting on his bunk and Gwendolen and Den Ruther at the table. They all waited for him to say something, and what he said was, "So that is that," bitterly. He addressed himself to Den Ruther. "You will be glad to hear," he said, "that the captain refuses to take action against your associates. It may or may not be news to you that the purser is very obviously in the pay of your friends next door." Maria said, "My poor Harry. It is hard for your type of English to learn diplomacy." Gwendolen said, as though a little surprised at herself, "You know, Harry, I really am glad." Den Ruther said, "Well, you know what I think about it." Chelm threw himself down dramatically on Gwendolen's bunk and said, "Oh yes, it's perfectly delightful. We shall sit down amicably to dinner every night with a gang of thieves. Unless they choose to spend dinner time rifling our belongings, looting our cabins. Look, as they say, on the bright side," said Maria. "You have had a narrow escape from being pushed overboard in the darkness by dopey little Jack." "What rot," said Chelm. "That is so English of you," said Maria. "To everyone else it is the obvious thing. Anyone can see that Peterson is a very determined man." "I'm glad you admire his character," said Chelm. "I should say he was something of a realist," said Maria thoughtfully. "Well anyway," said Den Ruther, "the episode seems to be over. Now there's no danger of a hold-up for them over the box business. They won't do anything unpleasant. Not worth their while." "I see you are familiar with the workings of their minds," said Chelm. "I can understand your relief. My only satisfaction is that I happen to be in a position to put a spoke in these gentlemen's wheel when they get to Leopoldville. The secretary of the principal Belgian government representative there happened to be a friend of my cousin." "So what?" said Den Ruther, looking up sharply. Chelm paused, gave a cold, judicial look at his lapel, dusted a little ash off it, and said, "I am sorry if it interferes with your plans. But I shall naturally feel it my duty to pass on to him such information as I have about these people." "My dear Harry," said Gwendolen, "I don't imagine the Belgian government representative or whoever he is, will be very much interested in an old story about a box which you say they tried to steal and everyone else swears they didn't." Chelm's exasperated voice positively trembled with triumphant indignation. "There is rather more to it than that," he said. "In the course of his efforts to interest me in his business at the moment when he supposed that Messrs. Peterson and O'Hara were about to double-cross him, as he put it, Mr. Portsmouth disclosed certain things. He said quite enough to indicate to me that the Belgian police authorities are likely to be a good deal more interested in this business than I am. I should not be at all surprised to see them put under arrest for wholesale bribery. Maria gave a harsh cry of protest. And me? Us? She said. What will happen to the business? But Chelm, shaking with all the bitterness of the morning, could not be stopped. As a matter of fact, he said, I had quite made up my mind to go to the Belgian authorities about the matter before the latest episode, as you call it, occurred. He glanced at Den Ruther and looked haughtily down at the tip of his cigarette. In fact, I was just writing to my father on the subject before we had to embark. He paused thoughtfully, and a coldly happy smile came upon his face. He did a little laugh. Now I come to think of it, he said, the gentleman in question will probably have had the pleasure of reading exactly what I think of them and what I propose to do about it. The letter happened to be the principal document in the box which they stole. I had no time to finish and mail it before we left. Well, well. He elaborated his laugh, which broke on the total silence of the other three in the cabin. Then Den Ruther said in a flat voice, what exactly did you say? Chelm said soothingly, I assure you I said nothing that would reflect upon you. If you'll forgive my saying so, his manner was kindly patronizing, my personal opinion is that your enthusiasm for Africa has rather blinded you to the real character of your employers. Oh, get on with it, shouted Den Ruther. What did you say? I simply mentioned the opinion I had formed of Mr. Peterson and his associates, and my intention of taking action when we reach Leopoldville. So you see, the box episode merely confirmed the opinion I had already formed. And they've read that letter? Said Gwendolen. I like to think so, said Chelm, smiling complacently. Yes, said Den Ruther, they have. I understand now what Pompey Portsmouth was babbling about just now. About the authorities at Leopoldville. There was a long silence. Then Den Ruther said, you really do seem to be a suicidal type, and got up and walked out. The increasing movement of the sea and ship pulled the door out of his hand and slammed it behind him. It must, said Chelm, cheerily, be almost lunchtime. Lunch on the Nyanga, unlike dinner, was a come-as-you-please meal. The Chelms had their lunch at the big central table set for all the passengers, and then the Den Ruthers, and later, presumably, the rest of the passengers. When, in the afternoon, Maria visited Chelm in his cabin, he said, what about getting on with the portrait? Maria demurred. She said there was a gale, it would be impossible to paint on deck. Chelm viewed the sea haughtily through a porthole. It seemed, he conceded, to be getting a little rougher. You don't feel sick again? He said that of course he did not. He had only felt sick because of having forgotten to take his seasick pills. Lucky, he said, that the sneak thieves hadn't deprived him of those. If one took one's remedy in time, and in addition, adequate exercise, there was never the slightest need to be sick at sea. He said that he had measured a suitable walk around the decks, and this walk he would take twice daily, thus keeping fit. So English, laughed Maria. And then adopting a confidential, intimate tone, she said, now look here, Harry, it's enough, isn't it? Enough? He asked, eyeing her questioningly. Oh, I mean enough to satisfy yourself and everyone else that you are the English gentleman, that you do not propose to be robbed with impunity and put upon, that you are not in the least frightened of anything. I don't follow. Well, enough is enough. And now I am asking you to please end all this trouble. He lounged calmly on the bunk. Maria came over to him with her hands clasped. She said that of course everything was quite clear and simple. If things went on as they were going, the perspective of events, she said, was that either Chelm would be made away with, he laughed briefly, before ever they got to Leopoldville, or they would get to Leopoldville, he would denounce Peterson and associates to the authorities, and that would be the ruin of all my plans and hopes. In the long run, said Chelm coolly, you will be much better off by getting clear of these people. They are thoroughly undesirable. Maria clenched her hands convulsively. In the long run, she burst out. I am tired of the long run. You know nothing whatever about long runs. You. She began furiously, and then controlled herself. You see, Harry, she said, I am thinking about you too much. Don't you worry about me, he said breezily. No. No. I didn't mean that. I mean, ever since I met you. You fill my thinking, Harry. You are becoming an obsession with me, Harry. That is the trouble. He automatically smoothed his hair with his hands. Look here, Maria, he began, and patted the back of her hand, but she twisted her hand, and grabbed his, digging her nails in and making him jump. Her eyes shone, and her voice went husky, and with it she poured out passionate words saying how she wanted him, how she could control herself no longer, because, yes, she said, her head said be quiet, but her body said something else, would not let her be quiet. Her body, she said, wanted to be his now, and then later think in Africa, freedom, passion, love. He rewarded her with a delicately elegant kiss on the cheek, but she caught his head passionately in her hands, and dragged his mouth round, and fastened her mouth on his, while long shudders went over her. She clung to him as the ship swung them a little one way, and then a little the other. His arms now held her firmly, but still coolly, masters, it seemed, of the situation. Her abandonment seemed to increase, and she drew her mouth away for a moment, and looked at him with drowning eyes, and whispered huskily that nothing, but nothing, had ever been like this before. Only you, she said, can make a woman feel like this, at which he kissed her again more ardently, and the masterful coolness collapsed, and she gasped to him to lock the door, which he did with a movement of his long arm and fine fingers, and later on, when he said he had better unlock it again, she still clung to him and said nobody would come, and anyway what did it matter now? She wanted, she said, just to lie there for a moment of peace, and they could dream of what it would be like in Africa. Horses, she said, sleepily, dreamily. Beginning to tidy himself carefully, he smiled happily, and said, you seem to forget I am going to be bumped off before I can get to Africa. Before we can get even to Gibraltar. He laughed. In fact, if the ship keeps schedule and the bumpers offers, he smiled at her to mark the jest, are on schedule too, it should happen within the next 24 hours. No, no, she said, but in a serious voice, as though taking what he had said quite seriously. It will be quite easy to arrange. You see, I have some influence with Mr. Peterson and his friends. The people you know, he laughed. But seriously, she said, I have been thinking. She sat up and began to deal with her face. I have thought, she said, just what is the thing to do. You see, it is no good you simply promising them that you won't, after all, do anything at Leopoldville. They are not used to such English gentlemen, my darling, and they would not believe you. They would think it was just some kind of a trick. What we shall do is this, we shall make as though I had heard some rumor that you were going to do something of the kind, some nasty denouncing thing, down in Leopoldville, and then I had got worried, because you see it would affect me too, so it is natural I am worried. Good. And then you will write a little note, don't you see? Not to them, of course, that would be most awkward from a gentlemanly standpoint. You will write the note, you see I've thought it all out to me. It will be a note to reassure me, to say that of course you have no idea of doing anything of the kind, that you consider Mr. Peterson a most reputable and progressive businessman, and that you can't think how any idea to the contrary got about. You will say in it that you positively do not know anything at all about, or against, the plans and business of Peterson and O'Hara. She peered into her hand mirror as she talked. This, you see, she went on, will be quite enough for them. Because, in my cunning, I will give them and let them keep that note, which will be a proof to them that you are in earnest and will do nothing to upset things. Chelm sat up very straight, and squinted down at his lapel, brushing it gently with the back of his knuckles. But Maria, he said at last, surely you see that all that's quite out of the question. I told you before, I do not propose to compromise with these people. One of Maria's hands stopped fluttering about her face, and the other put down the mirror. Then she picked the mirror up again, looked steadily into it, and said, not compromise, Harry darling, of course. But of course you can see that if you made trouble for Peterson at Leopoldville, the whole of our plans, my plans, would be quite upset. This business of theirs is very important for me, you see. I have absolutely counted on this coming off. I see. So you couldn't do something that would spoil everything, could you, Harry? You wouldn't spoil everything in Africa. You wouldn't do something that would ruin me, us all, down there in Africa, would you? Just when we are on the verge of such a happy, fine life down there. I think, said Chelm, it would be better if you didn't interfere, Maria. I prefer to do as I think fit. What? I said, I prefer to do as I think fit. You aren't meaning that you will go ahead with this business at Leopoldville? To tell stories, and ruin everything. You surely realize, you and your husband, that you've both been taken in by these people. Undesirables, you know. Definitely. You'd much better simply cut loose from them. I'll back you up, you know, he added, grandly. Maria put her hands in her lap and said, in a strained voice, you will back me up. She paused and said, Harry, I am asking you not to do this. I am asking you. Please write this note. Like that, there will be no trouble for you, no risk to be bumped suddenly off, you see, and no trouble for us, no risk with the business when we get to Africa. Nothing doing, my dear, I'm afraid, said Chelm, in his officer voice. You know what a pig-headed lot we English are. He was starting to smile at her, when she turned to him, and his smile disappeared. She spoke low and savagely. You think you can get away with that? But Maria, said Chelm, my dear good Maria, listen. He extended a hand and she hit at it. 1 minute, she said, you make love. The next you tell me you will go right ahead and ruin me. That's it? That's what you do? Oh yes it is, you swine. Really, Maria, I must say. Shut up, she shouted, and then her voice dropped. I couldn't have believed it. That you'd make love to me, and then try to ruin my life. The smooth surface of Chelm's tone began to crack open. I really don't know, he said, what making love has to do with it. I don't imagine you. Well. I didn't suppose it was exactly a question of a quid pro quo. Be quiet, said Maria. You're absolutely disgusting. She slapped viciously at the hand with which he was gesturing in her direction, and happened, with the hard edge of her compact, to hit his hand and cut the skin. He yelped, glanced at the blood on the back of his hand, and said, if that was what you were up to. Making love just to help your friend Peterson, in my opinion you've behaved like. He shrugged. Like what? Like a little whore, said Chelm. She finished arranging her face, got up slowly, looked at him with disgust, and unlocked and opened the door. The ship slammed it behind her. Chelm lit a cigarette, stood looking out the porthole for a while, and presently got his box, took his unfinished letter from it, and disposed himself to write. He wrote that he had been unable, in the rush, to post the letter before sailing but hoped to put it ashore at Gibraltar. You will be amused to hear, he wrote, that there have been some further developments in connection with our fellow passengers. He gave an account of the box theft. He spoke of the inertia of the captain, which would make it impossible to get anything done at Gibraltar, and of his intention to get very definite action taken at Leopoldville. On this boat everyone seems to be rather frightened of these gentry, to such an extent that I have even been given to understand that it is as much as my life is worth to cross them. I am afraid I do not appreciate this Americanized way of looking at things." He finished the letter, sealed and addressed it, and was sitting looking out the porthole again when the purser came along, shouting something in the passage, and banging on the door. He put his head in and said he was calling the passengers to dinner. Chelm put on his Olympian manner and said, "Purely as a matter of general interest, I should like to know how much you got for perjuring yourself this morning." "Not a thing," said the purser cheerfully. "Not one little thing. All strictly on my own." "But then, why, may one ask?" Before answering, the purser looked about the cabin, and, breathing in the female atmosphere which hung thick in it, gave a number of coarse sniffs, closing his eyes, and assuming at the same time an expression of keen enjoyment. Chelm growled. The purser, apparently in reply to his question, said, "No use getting myself into trouble. I didn't want any bother and fuss." "I see," said Chelm. "I don't know how things are where you come from," said the purser instructively, "but in my opinion people have bad characters. That man Peterson is a crook." "If it hadn't been for you," said Chelm, "he would have been under guard by now." The purser shrugged. "I doubt it. The captain doesn't want any trouble. Cater doesn't want any trouble. I tell you, people have bad characters. Look at me, just for instance." Chelm now took a tone of amused detachment. "I understand," he said, "that there is some idea these people may try to make trouble for me, as a result." Could be," said the purser, "if you're annoying them. Stands to reason. Men looking for $1 million, people get in their way, bang bang. It's human nature. People's characters. Well, well. Dinner ready. All hot-o." He sniffed again luxuriously, exclaimed, "Oh gather ye rosebuds," and left the cabin. Chelm went round about to the saloon, stretching his legs. There was a roar of conversation coming from the bar, which stopped as he walked past the open doorway. He could see Peterson there, and Portsmouth, and the Major and Wagwood and Conquest. In the saloon, a long central table, with heavy revolving chairs clamped to the floor, was laid for 11 people, and Mr. Cater was already taking his place at the head. "Now if you'll sit here," he was shouting, "and you'll sit there," putting Maria on his right and Gwendolen on his left. "The captain doesn't know what he's missing," he said, glaring gallantly at the two women. "Always has his grub in his cabin. I was just saying," he shouted to Chelm, "the captain doesn't know what he's missing." Two beautiful ladies gracing the table. But when Chelm began to take his seat next to Gwendolen, the first officer bellowed jovially at him. Now, none of that, Mr. Chelm. Husbands mustn't sit next wives, you know. Let's spread out a bit and give someone else a chance." He laughed loudly, and at this point the group from the bar, and O'Hara, came shambling in. "That's the way," shouted Mr. Cater, "the whole happy party. Now then, let's see if we can't get ourselves all mixed up, eh?" He repeated his loud laugh. Paying no attention to him, Chelm sat down in the chair next to Gwendolen. Mr. Cater stuck his jaw out and blew through his nose. He went on trying to direct the others to particular seats. "Now Mr. O'Hara," he shouted, "here's a vacant seat next a beautiful lady," and O'Hara, bowing courteously to Maria, sat down beside her. The others shuffled and barged their way into place, and Chelm found little Conquest on his left, with Wagwood facing him, beside O'Hara. Beside Wagwood, Major Ross examined his food with glittering eyes in a face that looked too mummified to admit food at all. In fact, he ate almost nothing, sipping whiskey poured from a bottle which Peterson had brought in from the bar and put on the table. When he drank, a spasm distorted his face. When Chelm asked the steward if a bottle of decent claret was obtainable, Wagwood, who was drinking whiskey, stared at him as if an insult might be intended. Den Ruther called out from the foot of the table, "You won't get a decent claret on this ship. They've a po early that's worth drinking, though." Then he too dropped into silence, eating and drinking as though he were in the company of strangers. O'Hara made courtly conversation to Maria about travel in general, and to the first officer about the repairs that had been necessary to the oil pipe. "Between ourselves," said Mr. Cater, "in my opinion we oughtn't to have sailed with that oil pipe. We ought to have waited for the new one as we intended. But all you business gentlemen were in such a rush to be off." He laughed. Chelm said he supposed the French railways were still feeling the effects of the war, that must be the reason for the long delay in the new pipe coming from Marseilles. There had been, he understood, a great deal of destruction on that section. Either the sound of his voice, or his defense of the French railways, seemed to exasperate Wagwood. He made an explosive sound, and when Chelm paused and glanced at him he said, "Nonsense." "I said nonsense." Chelm turned away from him and went on speaking to Mr. Cater. "I suppose," said Wagwood, "there is no objection to someone else expressing an opinion? Is there?" "What?" He was peering across the table with his pale, bloodshot eyes. "Point of view." "Everyone entitled," said Mr. Cater briskly. "I'm glad to hear that," said Wagwood. "I was beginning to get the impression that certain people thought they were the only people entitled to express an opinion on this ship." He became silent again, but a few minutes later found occasion for another explosion, apparently on the ground that Chelm, who had continued to talk in a rather low voice to Gwendolen and Mr. Cater, was monopolizing the conversation. "Funny," he said, filling his glass again from the whiskey bottle, "the way some people seem to prefer the sound of their own voices to anything else." Chelm shrugged contemptuously and went on talking, and Wagwood, shouting suddenly across the table at Conquest, said he must be enjoying his dinner sitting next to a person who didn't apparently think it necessary to make civil conversation. Conquest blushed and gave a sycophantic snigger. Wagwood continued to launch attacks upon Chelm, who looked easily round the table, as though inviting the others to deplore with him these gross outbursts of ill manners. He encountered only the cold stare of Peterson, a hard calculating look from Portsmouth, and the animal glitter of the eyes in Major Ross's desiccated face. He saw Wagwood and Conquest automatically look down the table at Peterson, the chief. They were seemingly encouraged by his expression, and Wagwood continued in his drunken bullying vein, and Conquest ventured to support him with a whole series of sniggers, and knowing twitches of his eyes and mouth. Wagwood said he would have supposed that a man who went about making baseless slanders against other people would be glad of a chance to keep his mouth shut. Now, bygones be bygones," said the first officer. "Isn't that so, Mr. Chelm?" Chelm disregarded them both, sipping his wine slowly, and making a little business of asking Gwendolen how she liked it. She murmured something, but when they finally left the saloon, she followed Chelm to the cabin and said, "Harry, I'm asking you to drop this thing." He sighed and carefully raised one eyebrow as he looked at her. "You're all alone," she said. "No one is on your side. You could see that, couldn't you?" He said he saw no reason to discuss the matter further. As for all this talk about danger, he said he regarded the whole thing as a childish attempt to scare him off. "Billy doesn't think so," she said. "Billy thinks they'll try something even before we get to Gibraltar. Naturally before then, in case you would try to get them arrested after all." Chelm raised his hand. "Just one thing, Gwendolen. About Dan Ruther. I've told you already that I don't think he's an altogether desirable acquaintance. And furthermore, though I haven't said anything before, I think his attentions to you are in bad taste, and making you conspicuous. I don't want you gossiped about on board ship." "You'll get yourself killed," she said. "Don't you worry about me. I'll be all right." "You'll be all right. And if you do get to Leopoldville, nobody else will. You're going to ruin all these people. Billy and Maria along with the others." "I propose," said Chelm grandly, to do what seems to me best in the general interest. You'll get yourself killed, she repeated. Stuff and nonsense, he said. People don't go about killing other people in the middle of a shipload of people. I dare say our friend Mr. Peterson doesn't entertain very friendly feelings towards me. But I don't quite see him risking his neck over it. Who would know? Who would give him away? Who would help prove anything against him? Whose interest would that be in? He laughed lightly. I'm afraid, he said, you take a rather low view of human motives. The fault of your old Spanish nurse, I suppose. 16. There was no gale, but the wind and the waves rose. In the morning, the only passengers to be seen walking the deck, for the sake of walking, were Chelm and Peterson. They strode briskly round and up and down from one deck to the other, but in opposite directions, meeting once every few minutes, and marching briskly past one another. At the 7th or 8th meeting, both simultaneously seemed to find the situation absurd, and each made a remark. Chelm said, exercise. Peterson said, must keep fit. They then passed on their opposite ways, but at each subsequent meeting a word or two was exchanged, always on the subject of health, and exercise when at sea. Both of them, it seemed, were doing a mile round the ship. Each had paced off the distance beforehand. They ceased their walking at almost the same time, and retired to their cabins. Found myself practically chatting with the old shark, said Chelm to Gwendolen. Comical situation, if you come to think of it. Before nightfall, Chelm set out on the second walk of the day, declaring it to be indispensable to health. He remarked that he was not positive that the distance he had walked in the morning was really as long as he had at first reckoned. He said that this time he would measure the course. He nodded to the purser in his cubbyhole, who looked at him with a kind of speculative interest. He went along the passage, counting his paces, to the stern of the ship, and up the stairs, counting again, to the deck above, coming out there close to the door of the bar where Portsmouth was sitting reading a book and Dan Ruther and Gwendolen were playing chess. He looked in at them, frowning very slightly at Gwendolen, who looked at him, but made no greeting, and Portsmouth looked at him over the top of his book. Carefully counting his steps, he paced the whole length of the promenade deck to a point where it was partitioned, went through a door and down a companionway to the foredeck, reached the extreme bow of the ship, turned smartly about, and began the walk back along the other side of the foredeck, up the other companionway, and back along the other side of the promenade deck. When he looked in at the bar again, Dan Ruther and Gwendolen did not look up. Nevertheless he called in to tell them the number of yards there were in the part of his walk he had just completed. He went on past the bar-room door and this time took the companionway leading up to the boat deck. The pitching of the ship made him stumble as he reached the top, and lose his count. He stopped and looked back at the steps, counting them over again. He went the whole way round the boat deck, pausing once or twice to steady himself before passing where the boats hung on their davits, with no rail at the edge of the deck to save you if you got thrown that way by the ship lurching. This much completed, he went down to the promenade deck again and did the whole of the round on the lower level once more. Near the stairs to the boat deck, on his return journey, he saw Peterson, who seemed to have either just come down or to be just going up. Glowing with wind and exercise, Chelm gave him an almost genial, semi-military salute, and told him how many paces it really was, all around the decks. Peterson said something which was carried away by the wind. Chelm acknowledged whatever it was with a further little salute. He went on up the companionway and started along the boat deck and then paused an instant to get himself balanced for the unsteady walk by the boats, and saw the Major dodge out suddenly from behind some structure at the far end of that deck, and move quickly along in the direction of the place where Chelm was standing. He could be seen coming along like that, and then he was gone, behind an angle of the deck house. Seeing him dodge out of sight, Chelm stood staring in that direction with a curious expression on his face. There was time for the bow to heave up, and then slither down again, and a scatter of hard-driven spray came whizzing between the boats and wetted the deck at his feet. Chelm said aloud to himself, "I wonder," and looked over his shoulder, but nobody was there. He waited again and looked down the deck. Then the Major came out fast from behind the deck house, and was now coming straight towards him, with his head down and his hands deep in the pockets of a trench coat. He zigzagged a little on the moving deck. He came right up to Chelm, so close that with his head down and his hat pulled down in front, he could have been going to knock straight into Chelm. Chelm took a step backwards and half raised his hands. Major Ross jerked his head up. His nasty eyes were looking at Chelm's chin, and he was talking fast, a snarling violent rigmarole that kept on coming from him, not stopping when Chelm said, "What is it? What is it?" And again, "What do you want?" And as Chelm took another pace backwards, the Major stepped forward too. His voice went on, accusing Chelm of something or other, demanding something, threatening something. Chelm shouted at him to shut up, be quiet, and the Major's hoarse snarl snapped off, while another scatter of spray hit the deck. Then, in a voice like a thin little scream, he got out some more words, swearing at Chelm, telling filthily what he would do to him. Something moved somewhere along the deck. Chelm turned his eyes for a split second and saw the head of somebody at the top of the companionway. The Major was almost spitting into his face, and Chelm raised his hand to him, shouted at him to shut up and clear out. The Major stepped back in a quick cat step, as though he had prodded a beast in a lair, and his screaming voice said something more. Chelm lunged, struck, hit nothing, and the Major seemed to spring and chuck his whole weight hard at him, and hit him hard with something, low down in his stomach. Chelm groaned, gasped, and was hit again hard with something in his softest parts, and the Major was up against him, snarling and yelping what he would do next. He would get his hands on him and rip him, and he hit him again with whatever he had in his hand. They were tottering together, Chelm groaning and half falling, across the strip of deck between them and the boats, and Chelm's back and head smashed against a steel davit. He started to get a foot up to kick, but the Major kicked first, smashing his foot into the bottom of Chelm's body, at the fork, where the lower part of his overcoat hung open and was blown away from him by the wind. Chelm screamed, and his feet began to slip from him, and his body started to slide, half limp, down the davit. The Major was catching him by the coat, and trying to swing him loose from the davit, swearing, and beginning to giggle at the same time, dropping spittle from one side of his mouth. Chelm twisted himself, and fell with his body still on the inboard side of the davit, with the davit between him and the open edge of the deck. The Major stood up and seemed to be preparing either to strike again, or get a new grip, and his eye measured the distance from the davit to the deck's edge. Far away someone shouted. The ship's motion had changed suddenly. The stern lifted high, and the ship keeled far over. The Major staggered and looked around him in a puzzled way. In the pause it could be suddenly noticed that the engines had stopped. The Major started to grab for Chelm's coat again, and the ship, lurching wildly, threw him sideways, tripped him over Chelm's legs, and tipped him over the edge of the deck. Chelm lay on his back, panting harshly. Someone ran past, going forward along the boat deck. Chelm seemed to be trying to shout something, but it came out as a whisper. "Man overboard," he whispered. More people ran past, and there were shouts in the wind. Chelm set his teeth together and began to haul himself up with the help of the davit. He got himself to a sitting position, and his head rolled forward and he was sick, holding onto the davit with one arm hooked round it. He could see all of the people running now, and after he had been sick he sat watching them, holding the davit and swaying with the ship. He shook his head to and fro in an angry gesture, and seemed to be looking for his hat, which had fallen off and was gone. He smoothed his hair with his hand. A man lumbering up the deck one way, bumped into a man lumbering along the other way. The one ran on and the other stood confusedly, and presently saw Chelm sitting there and trotted over to him and said something incoherent. Chelm held out his left hand and said, Help me up. This the man did, and Chelm stood, still with one arm hooked around the davit. The man was peering at Chelm with a look of puzzlement and concern. No need, said Chelm sternly, to panic. He added, there's a man overboard. The other looked vaguely seawards and gave a sort of hopeless shrug, implying that this was but an item in a vast list of misfortunes. He began to explain that the oil pipe had broken, the one there had been all the trouble about. Tons of fuel oil had flooded into the engine room and stoke hold. In consequence, the engineers, fearing that the oil would catch fire, had turned off the oil sprayers which fed the fires for the ship's boilers. So the engines had to be stopped. So the ship was lurching and tumbling about all over the place. Sheer panic, said Chelm, and began to go along the deck, limping, and a little bent forward, with one hand pressed to his stomach. Whistling broke out, as it had in the morning, signaling for boat stations. Chelm got near the top of the companionway, and saw Peterson standing here, who shouted something, and Chelm stopped and looked at him uncertainly. Peterson took a step towards him. He was asking where Jack was, and before Chelm could answer, Peterson said, I saw you. You hit him. When the poor bastard was drunk. I saw you. You started it? The engine stopped, said Chelm carefully. Ship out of control. Lurching. It threw him overboard. He was trying, he added, staggering a little and putting his hand on the deck-house wall, to kill me. Peterson stared at him. My God, he said, you beat him up. When he was drunk. I saw you hit out at him. You'll pay for this. He pushed his head forward and glared at Chelm. Chelm's voice was cold and tired. Get out of the way. Peterson hesitated and went quickly down the companionway. At the bottom he turned and shouted to Chelm, who was coming down slowly, you won't get away with that. Not in Leopoldville. You killed him. Peterson started to go off along the deck and stopped again as though he had remembered some bit of ritual that had been forgotten. They ought, he said, to lower a boat. Man overboard. They can't, said Chelm, in the manner of a person engaged in a wearisome argument about something academic. They can't lower a boat with the ship out of control. Peterson looked out at the sea and the whistling broke out again insistently. He began to run, and ran out of sight. Chelm went on slowly in the same direction. He was halfway along the promenade deck when Gwendolen, Maria, and Den Ruther appeared, running awkwardly, carrying life jackets and small handbags and a rug. Den Ruther had 2 life jackets and called out to Chelm that he had one for him. He looked at Chelm's face and said, My God, what happened to you? Did you get thrown over? That man Ross, said Chelm, attacked me. The lurch of the ship threw him overboard. We had better get to our boat station. The last of the sunset had gone out of the sky and it was getting dark quickly. They got to their station and were busy dragging on their life jackets. In the dusk they saw Peterson going along with his life jacket and a briefcase, and O'Hara and Portsmouth behind him. And Mr. Conquest came up, running. But in less than a minute the purser came trotting along the deck shouting that boat stations were cancelled. What the hell? Said Den Ruther. False alarm, said the purser. Skipper changed his mind. No immediate danger, that's what he thinks. Passengers, he said, in a mimicry of some kind of official statement, are advised to retire to the saloon where they are requested to maintain calm. Calm, 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 sang the purser, and trotted off again. They all began to move confusedly away. Chelm's normal voice had returned to him. I'm afraid, he said, I don't much care for this way of doing things. Bloody lot of incompetence, said Den Ruther. Gwendolen said, but are you hurt? Did he hurt you, Harry? You threw him overboard. I did not throw him overboard, my dear Gwendolen, said Chelm. I have just said that he attacked me, and then the movement of the ship threw him overboard. Christ, said Den Ruther. The immediate point is, said Chelm, limping towards the saloon, that the people in charge seem to me to have lost their heads. Personally, I propose to go and have a word with the captain. You'll get no sense out of him, Den Ruther said. The man's notorious. Useless. Remember when he was mixed up in that Oporto business? Slap bang in broad daylight. The insurance people thought there was hanky-panky. Straightforward, honest incompetence was what it really was. Nevertheless, said Chelm, I propose to have a word with him. I happen to have a certain amount of experience of this sort of thing. In the Marines, you know. Nobody stopped Chelm on his way up to the bridge, which gave the impression of being crowded, although only the captain and first officer and purser were there. The captain had fussy, jumping movements that gave an air of jostling and confusion. He greeted Chelm as though he were glad and relieved to have someone else come up on the bridge and discuss the situation. It was a nasty business, he said. He began to repeat a long account of how he had warned the owners, of the pressure that had been put upon him to leave without awaiting the new pipe. You were all of you on at me, you know, he said. No reason why I should be held to blame. No reason that I can see, after all I said. He tilted his cap so as to get his finger twisted into his hair, and looked at Chelm with an expression divided between a challenge and an appeal. And then a man overboard, too. A passenger lost. What could I do? Chelm told his story of the attack upon him by Major Ross and its outcome. My God, said the captain, and seemed to contemplate the event bitterly, as being an exasperating complication of his position. The first officer came to his assistance. Got drunk, he pronounced. Possibly went off his head. Abused this gentleman. Got in some kind of scrap, you see. Lost his balance when the ship lurched. Went overboard. Circumstances made it impossible to attempt a rescue. You would have supposed he was already addressing a court of inquiry. The ship was wallowing awkwardly, and they had to hold on to the rails of the bridge as they talked. Their discussion wallowed, too. The captain disclosed himself as obsessed by a single fear that a boat, a Spanish boat, perhaps, would appear from somewhere and throw a rope aboard, and then put in a claim for salvage. He muttered of cases in which that had happened, and the owners had been let in for enormous sums, and had held the captain at fault. He asked Chelm if he could speak Spanish, and on being told no, said regretfully that if he had been able to do so he could have stood by in readiness to yell out at any boat that came near and tell them to keep off, refrain from attempting to throw a rope aboard. Chelm said angrily that he thought he might be better employed. He would like, he said, to take a look at the situation in the engine room. His personal opinion, as a former officer of the Royal Marines, was that some sprayers could be kept going, and with them the lighting system of the ship. The captain first said that it was utterly irregular and impossible. He said the engine room staff would work on the oil pipe, and when that was mended they would see about getting the sprayers going again. Then, in face of Chelm's insistence, he waved his hands helplessly and said, "It would be at your own risk, of course. No responsibility for the company. Simply as an ex-officer of Marines." "Right," said Chelm. "That man," said Mr. Cater as Chelm disappeared into the dusk, "will probably get himself killed." The captain swore feebly. The purser said, "What shall I tell the passengers, sir?" "I told you to tell them to keep calm." "That was a little while ago, if you remember, sir." "It's got a bit rougher since then, if you notice, sir." "Well, we can't keep chopping and changing," said the captain. "Tell them to go on keeping calm." "Tell them," said the first officer decisively, "to keep calm, and later on, why we'll see what happens." Chelm went through the saloon, whose only occupants were Den Ruther, Gwendolen and Maria. They sat at the central table like people waiting for a train, with their bags and rugs and life jackets strewn about them. He told them that he proposed to go down to the engine room and have a look round. He told a little story about something that had occurred once in Alexandria, during the war. People panicking and getting in a muddle. Officers of the Royal Marines quietly getting on with the job, setting things to rights. His eyes shone in reminiscence. When it comes to a crisis, he began, but was interrupted by the entry of Conquest, who looked worried and asked for advice. What was he to do about Mr. Wagwood? Wagwood had been asleep in his bunk when the accident occurred. When they whistled for boat stations, he had supposed this was another of the captain's practice boat drills, and had locked his cabin door and refused to come out. He had sworn at the purser and said it was a trick. They couldn't, he said, fool him. And then apparently he had gone to sleep again. Den Ruther laughed loudly. Tight as a tick, I suppose, he said. Conquest turned on him tremulously. But he may be in danger, he said. If anything happens he'll be trapped in his cabin. They say the ship's out of control. His funeral, said Den Ruther. You've done all you can. He says he won't be fooled, Conquest repeated in a bewildered manner. It's difficult to argue with him. Of course he's used to having things his own way. He's a big shot. I tell you I'm worried about him. He stood there, mumbling about Wagwood, and how, despite being a big shot, he had been very decent to Conquest and had gone to the length of suggesting that he might give Conquest a leg up in the business world of Africa. Conquest said he thought the other fellows, of what he referred to as the gang, might have done something to help explain the situation to Wagwood. We were all very good pals, back there at the hotel and all that, he said. He had gone to ask Peterson to help, but Peterson and the rest of the gang had been busy packing things into bags in case there was an order to take to the boats. Well, naturally, Conquest said, at a time like this. They have a lot on their minds. It does seem a bit hard, though, he added. Then he seemed to remember suddenly about the fate of Major Ross, and spoke sadly of that, too. He tried to kill me, said Chelm. Conquest's eyes popped. He goggled. Then he said, oh, I say. Demortuous, I mean. Sort of thing. He went worriedly away, saying he would bang on the door of Wagwood's cabin again. I can't understand why he worries, said Maria. The Wagwood man always treated him like dirt. No doubt, said Den Ruther, he likes being treated that way by a big bug in the diamond business. Well, said Chelm, I must get along on my little tour of inspection. I don't suppose there's any reason for shutting off those sprayers. With a little elementary caution, a good watch out that a fire doesn't start in the leaking oil, it's perfectly feasible to keep the sprayers going. You'll see, he added, as he started to leave the saloon again. Listen, said Den Ruther, you don't know what you're running into. This isn't the sort of ship you're used to in the dear old Royal Marines. If the crew in this ship say it's dangerous, they may even be right. I don't, said Chelm, happen to share your high opinion of the kind of scallywags they get on this sort of boat. In any case, he added, I'm not asking you to help. The hell with you, said Den Ruther, and the three of them continued to sit where they were, in the saloon which was now almost in darkness. I suppose Harry's enjoying himself, Gwendolen said, after a long silence. I wonder, said Den Ruther, why he ever left the Marines. He thought, said Gwendolen, that it was his duty. Duty? Said Maria. To come home and look after the family interests. He had the idea of buying back that little place in Gloucestershire. He said it was everyone's duty to farm his own land, keep up the position of the English gentry, you know. But he isn't, is he? Maria said. He's going to Africa. He made a fuzzle of it, said Gwendolen. Something went wrong. And now, said Den Ruther, lifting his shoulders and pouring himself a drink, he is mucking about in the engine room of this ship. No one can say he's not brave, anyway, said Gwendolen. No, that's true, Maria said. He got one of his medals, said Gwendolen primly, for jumping into a sea of fire to rescue someone. It was one of the bravest acts ever seen, his commanding officer said. The man was dead by the time he got to him, but that wasn't his fault. Is that true or another of your little stories? Dan Ruther asked. No, said Gwendolen. I swear it's true. I can believe it, said Maria solemnly. He is that type. Say what you like about Harry, said Gwendolen with satisfaction, he has got courage. He needs it to go down in that engine room, said Dan Ruther. They sat in silence and darkness. Dan Ruther was pouring them all another drink, when the floor under their feet gave a sharp throb, and they heard a thud like a minor explosion some distance away. Then there was silence, and then a very loud shouting, and 2 or 3 pairs of feet rushed thundering along the deck above, and a moment later there was the brazen clanging of the ship's fire alarm gong. Dan Ruther shouted to them to stay where they were, and rushed from the saloon. He ran in the direction of the engine room, and there seemed to be a mob of men running in the same direction and then stopping and peering down at the oily smoke that was coming up at them, first black, and then with flames in it. There's a man down there, shouted Dan Ruther, and started to try to go down the steel ladder. Flames and smoke shot out at him, and Hans pulled him back. There's a man down there, he repeated. Not a living one, there isn't, said a man behind him. There was a continuous shouting of orders, and men were dragging a fire hose along the deck and turning it down into the engine room. They had manned a pump somewhere, and the hose began to stiffen and the water shot down into the smoke and flame. Someone dragged Dan Ruther out of range of the boiling steam that shot sizzling up from the engine room. Went down and tried to light up the sprayers, said the man to Dan Ruther. Raise steam. Knew it all. Officer in the Marines. Set the whole goddamn ship alight. Bloody fool. As Dan Ruther stumbled back along the passage, he could hear the words bloody fool being repeated by many voices. And for the 3rd time that day the whistles were blowing for boat stations. 17. Gwendolen was in the passageway with both hands to her head, and Dan Ruther told her that Chelm was dead. She put out one hand to the wall of the passage, and said something about the body. Dan Ruther said, I shall go back. Nobody can go down there yet. He went with her along the passage to the saloon, and there was the business of collecting life jackets and baggage, and then the struggle through the heaving ship to the boat station. Gwendolen and Maria each said something as they went along, but the wind and the loud slapping of the waves covered the words. Peterson, O'Hara, and Portsmouth were already at their station. The purser appeared, and stood about, shivering slightly. In reply to questions, he said that perhaps the ship was on fire, perhaps the explosion had blown a hole in her, perhaps nothing had happened and they would not have to take to the boats at all. Dan Ruther went back to the engine room, meeting on the way Conquest, padding anxiously along in front of Wagwood, whose bulk was struggling with a life jacket, and stumbling about. He was heard to complain that he had been given no time to find his passport. He threatened proceedings against the company. There was no flame coming from the engine room now, and only a thin grey stinking smoke wavered up. They got a blocked ventilator open somewhere, and the smoke puffed out in a stream which quickly diminished. There was some peering in, and argument and standing about, and presently 2 of the engineers started down and Dan Ruther followed. He won't be a nice sight, one of them said to Dan Ruther, and when they found Chelm's body, that was true. The explosion in the confined space had torn him apart, and then the fire had partially consumed him. The remains were drifting in a foot or so of water. Burned like hell down here for the first couple of minutes, said one of the engineers. Before we got that sprayer turned off at the main. Dan Ruther looked at what was left of Chelm and went back up the ladder. He went to Chelm's cabin and collected the black metal box which was still there. He looked at other cases, all of them solid leather, with Chelm's initials on them, and after hesitation finally picked up a middle-sized case and carried it and the box away. At the boat station Gwendolen was sitting on a bench with her chin in her hand, looking without expression at the sea, with Maria sitting beside her. They could have been a couple of river boat passengers watching a dull landscape go by. Dan Ruther put down the cases and shook his head when Gwendolen looked a question at him. The purser went away in the direction of the bridge, and came back again in a few minutes. He came and whispered to Dan Ruther. "One damn little thing after another," he said. "This boat's too old for explosions. That jolt didn't do any good." Wagwood shouted out that if there was any information available it should be given in the proper way to all the passengers. Peterson and the others began to crowd around them. Finding himself quite close to Gwendolen, Peterson said, "May I extend deepest condolences. Your loss." Gwendolen looked at him in bewilderment. She was still staring, when the noise of a voice began to go on in the murk, and it became apparent that the first officer had arrived and was making a speech. When he saw Gwendolen, he stopped his speech, saluted in a tender manner, and said, "Mrs. Chelm, I want to extend. May say I speak on behalf of the captain too. Deepest condolences. Your loss. One of the best." He saluted again, smartly and stiffly this time, and went on with his speech. Stripping the matter of technical verbiage, he said, paused, and then repeated, stripping the matter of technical verbiage, the situation. The rigmarole went on for quite a long time. At times he became emphatic, and almost boisterous. At these times it must have been evident to everyone that he was dealing with some aspect of the situation which reflected badly on the seaworthiness of the SS Nyanga. "These things will happen at sea," he said at intervals. What emerged from it all was that for no reason beyond the fact that the ship was rotten from the start, the explosion had buckled some plates below the water line, that the ship was leaking badly. The fire was under control. But it might be a matter of hours before the engines could be got going again with the best will in the world, Mr. Cater said. The captain had therefore made a plan, in the interests of the passengers. "Get into awful trouble if we risk the lives of the passengers," said Mr. Cater jocularly, and then his eye fell on Gwendolen again and he quickly put on an expression of sadness and gravity. The decision was that all the passengers were to be taken off in the big motor boat, and landed at the nearest point of the Spanish coast, which, it was reckoned, could not be more than 3 hours distant. As for the ship, when the engines were got going again, if they were got going again, they would try to get her into Almeria under her own steam. "We may pull it off, we may not," said Mr. Cater. "We shall do our best, and then we'll just have to see." He added, "Mr. Purser here, in whom we all have the very greatest confidence, will be in charge of the boat, and you'll have the regular motor boat crew, 2 very fine seamen. You'll have a jolly good trip, I shouldn't wonder." His words became a routine patter. It was as though getting passengers off threatened ships were as ordinary a part of his duties as entertaining them at the dinner table. It suggested a long succession of past disasters so frequent that they had become positively boring. Only when he looked at Gwendolen, he seemed to be checked in his flow, like a comedian who is told there is royalty in the house. Apparently the other wrecks in his career had not included men who blew themselves to bits in the engine room and left lovely young widows behind. They all looked gloomily in the direction of the motor boat, and Wagwood began to say something. He seemed to want the first officer or some responsible person to take charge. The first officer said there was no one who could be spared from the ship. "Salvage," said Wagwood, "that's the trouble. Afraid you'll have to pay out if the ship doesn't make port under its own steam." But Mr. Cater paid no attention to him. He looked past him with the expression of someone who has been heckled that way before and knows it is best not to reply. And then the carpenter came up to report that the leak was extending. "There you are," said Mr. Cater, and, smacking his hands together in the manner of a professional master of ceremonies, he called out facetiously, "Now then, boys and girls," and began to direct them how to enter the boat. As had been anticipated, the awkward movements of the ship made the lowering of the boat a difficult matter, and it was not until the boat was already making away from the ship that Wagwood ascertained that both the regular members of the boat crew were Greeks, speaking neither English nor French. This, for some reason, seemed to impress him as disgusting and perilous. He tried to interest Peterson and the others in the matter, but they showed no interest. Peterson sat hunched, his face tense as though he were driving that large motor boat forward by his own efforts. Portsmouth had his eyes closed and looked sick. O'Hara had the resigned appearance of a refugee being taken from one place to another. Only Conquest replied to Wagwood, saying that no doubt the purser knew how to communicate with the crew, and Wagwood said that if he could think of nothing to say more sensible than that he had better kept his mouth shut. Gwendolen said to Den Ruther, "Was he killed right away?" And when Den Ruther said yes, she said again in a puzzled way, "But the body? What about his body?" Den Ruther hesitated, then said sharply, "He was blown to pieces." Gwendolen put her chin in her hand again and stared expressionlessly at the dark sea. Once Conquest suggested they should all sing songs to cheer them up, and then looked at Gwendolen, clapped his hand to his mouth, and began a long nervous apology. Once Den Ruther said to the purser, "We been going 2 hours." The purser said, "Old blowhard Cater thought it'll be a 3-hour trip. Shouldn't wonder if it took us 6. What does he know about it?" Later, when Den Ruther asked him where exactly he thought they were, the purser answered, "God knows, I hope." There would be a moon before they were due to reach the shore, but clouds came up thickly, and they slowed down and changed course a little so as to get some light on things before approaching land. In the light of dawn land was sighted. There was a low shore with mountains behind it, and as they came on they saw surf breaking gently on a vast beach of white sand. They came in closer, and coasted along to the westward, looking for a village, or any sort of houses, but saw none. The Greeks spoke to the purser, and he told the passengers that because of the miscalculation about the length of the trip, they were running short of fuel. They had better beach the boat. The Greek at the wheel made for a place where the beach was narrowed by a projection of earthy and stony land, with subtropical bushes and plants growing on it. They got the boat onto the beach, and were soaked with sea water as they splashed to land themselves. The Greeks put a rope round a stunted tree on the spit of earth, and they all helped to haul the boat further up the beach and secure it. When the baggage had been got out of the boat, Peterson picked up his briefcase and began to walk up the beach with it as though he were going somewhere immediately. Then he looked about, seemed to notice the emptiness of the landscape for the first time, and setting down his bag, stood looking angrily at the mountains. He asked where in hell they were supposed to be. The 2 Greeks had already begun to collect wood for a fire, and the others began to run about and help with that work. When the fire was lit they stood or sat close to it to dry their clothes, and made a breakfast off some of the provisions that were in the boat. Peterson ate quickly, his angry eye roving over the empty beach and the vegetation of the littoral, and the purple mountains. "Well," he said, "where do we go from here?" Den Ruther said, "When the peasants start working the fields someone will come and talk to us. Or else the police will come first. In Spain the police usually come first. They will probably take us for smugglers." He stretched out by the fire with his head on his arms and fell instantly asleep. He was awakened by Maria shaking him and saying, "There are people coming." Far away to their left, they saw people moving. Den Ruther looked inland and saw people moving towards them from there, too. He stood watching and they came into full view. "It's the civil guards," he said. They all stood and looked, and saw 2 parties, each of 4 men, wearing greenish uniforms, and with the black shining hats peculiar to the Spanish civil guards. They carried carbines, and moved as if engaged on a military operation. From one of them a voice of extraordinary harshness and violence blared at the people by the fire. Den Ruther and O'Hara immediately put their hands in the air, and Den Ruther shouted to the others to do the same. Within the few seconds it took for him to tell them that, and for them to understand and begin to do it, the blaring voice came at them again, and the guards of one group put their carbines to their shoulders. Then all the people by the fire had their hands in the air. The voice shouted something, and while one group knelt and covered the people with their carbines, the other group came on, the man with the voice walking a little to the side of the other three. Den Ruther, his hands still above his head, began to talk to them in Spanish, saying that these were shipwrecked travelers. They neither looked at him, nor seemed to hear anything. They moved about like wooden automata, banging at the people's pockets and taking pistols from those who had them. They threw the pistols into a heap on the ground at a little distance. Den Ruther said, "Well, now can we take our hands down?" The heavy wooden face of the sergeant gave no sign that he had been spoken to, and when Portsmouth lowered his hands a little, the guard nearest him banged at him savagely with his carbine, hitting him on the wrist, and making him yelp. The sergeant shouted to the men of the other group, and they got to their feet and plodded towards the prisoners. The sergeant told Den Ruther that the men of the party were to take off their shoes. He kicked with his heavy boot at the feet of Conquest, who was standing near him. They were all then ordered to sit down in a row, and the guards stood near, with the faces of people waiting for rats to come out of their holes and get shot. One of the guards was then instructed to go to the village and come back with a cart. His gait gave the impression that this sort of thing happened every day and would go on happening every day for years. Watching him, Den Ruther said, "Can you tell us how long that's going to take?" The sergeant gave him his dully hostile look again and said nothing, simply leaning on his carbine, and waiting. The prisoners at first sat still, waiting for something new to happen. When nothing did, they began to talk to one another in low voices, as if accepting that talking aloud was certainly prohibited. Without moving, the sergeant opened his mouth and blared out a violent order for silence. In silence the prisoners sat or sprawled on the earth, and saw the light increasing in the east, and the tops of the mountains beginning to shine, and then the sun rising. They waited there while the long shadows of the guards shortened slightly as the sun went on rising, and then the creak and bump of a heavy cart could be heard a long way off in the morning silence. This arrival of the cart was treated by the prisoners as a big and excellent development, as though everything were now well on the way to being all right. The business of getting everyone into the enormous ox-drawn farm cart was carried out cheerfully and hopefully. The guard who had fetched the cart drove it, and the other guards marched in front, beside, and in the rear. Maria, Gwendolen, Den Ruther, Peterson, Wagwood, the purser, and the two Greeks were ordered to get into the cart and sit on the floor with their legs stretched out. Portsmouth, Conquest, and O'Hara were made to walk behind it. It had been cold, and now it suddenly began to be hot, and thick dust blew up, turning everyone white. They went for 3/4 of an hour along a rutted track behind the beach, and came out on a narrow metalled road, which went inland to where the vegetation of the littoral stopped and the feet of the mountains began. There were bare rocks flanking the road, and then among the rocks could be seen planks nailed together to make huts, and pieces of rag flapping at doors and windows. And a little while after that, they came into a village with many mean houses and a few handsome ones, before one of which the cart halted. A child rushed into the empty street to look at the cart and the guards, but nobody else came out of any of the houses. Someone screamed urgently to the child to come back. A shutter moved, and a person could be seen peeping from behind it. Then a big door opened and the cart was driven into a courtyard. The door closed, the prisoners were turned out of the cart, and they stood there in the mauve shadow of the walls, listening to the boots of the guards ringing on the pavement and plodding to and fro in long corridors within. Then a guard came out and gave an order that the prisoners were to be moved inside, and they followed him inside with a stirring and murmur of pleased anticipation, it seeming that now everything was going to be cleared up. But they were marched into a biggish room with dirty whitewashed walls, streaked with the blood of crushed insects, and small barred windows high up. The door was left open and a guard with a carbine stood at it, looking at them watchfully and yet without interest, as if he were paid to be watchful but not to be interested in this kind of thing going on day after day after day. The prisoners were now permitted to talk, and they crowded around Den Ruther, urging him to take action, to make them get a move on, to stir things up a bit. He went over and talked a little with the guard, who, however, would only shrug his shoulders and say they must wait. "Here, everyone must wait," he said. Peterson marched up and down chewing his knuckles. O'Hara sat on the bench which ran around two sides of the room and smoked a cigar. He, like the guard, appeared watchful but not interested, his expression suggesting that this sort of thing happened too often in life to be interesting. This expression and attitude of his seemed to have an irritant effect on Peterson. He marched up to O'Hara and said, "Don't sit there as though nothing was happening. We have to get some action." O'Hara sighed and said nothing, and Peterson marched vigorously about. Maria kept saying to Den Ruther, "But can't you explain to them who we are?" He smiled cynically and fumbled in his pockets for cigarettes. Wagwood kept up a loud continuous complaint. Conquest said to him in a tone of admiration, "They'll get a bit of a shock when they find out who you are, I shouldn't wonder." At the end of an hour they were suddenly marched out of that room, across the courtyard, and along a roofless passage leading to the courtyard of the adjoining house. This was tiled with beautiful colored tiles which were filthy now, and surrounded by an arcade with arches and columns of the Moorish type. A number of peasants were sitting on the raised step made by the pavement of the colonnade. The civil guards disappeared and instead there were policemen in a different kind of uniform, some of them with carbines, one or two with Sten guns, one with a parabellum. Den Ruther squatted on the step of the arcade and talked in a low voice with one of the peasants. Presently he explained to the others that there had been an outbreak of guerrilla activity in the district. It often happened. Now it was happening again. There had been fighting in the mountains. Extra forces of guards and police had been rushed in from as far away as Malaga and Almeria and down from Granada beyond the mountains. Many people were being arrested. "The guards are in fear of death," the peasant had said. "No excuse for arresting us," said Wagwood. "Can't you," Maria repeated angrily, "explain to someone who we are?" Den Ruther went and talked to the police sergeant who seemed to be in charge. The sergeant said, "Wait." The bottom of the courtyard was in shadow, but the sun was blazing now on the higher part of one of the walls above the arcade. 3 peasants with their hands tied behind their backs came out of a door at the corner of the courtyard, and were taken across the yard by 2 policemen and away through a door at the back. Conquest watched them and said, "Looks like 3 months without the option for them." Den Ruther tried to talk again with the peasants on the step, but they sat silent now, looking at the paving stones. They looked as though they might be listening for something, and within a couple of minutes of the tied men being taken across the yard, there was a sudden violently loud noise of a machine gun being fired somewhere very close, and a loud cry and another burst from the machine gun. "Fighting, by God," said Wagwood. "Firing squad," said Den Ruther. The travelers all stopped talking abruptly, and stood where they were, listening intently as though something more must be going to happen. Nothing did, except that presently the police who had been in charge of the tied men came back across the courtyard and disappeared through the door through which they had first come. "Look here," said Conquest suddenly. "I don't like this, I want to be out of this." Portsmouth gave his nervous giggle and began to tell a story about something that had happened in Mexico, but nobody appeared to be listening, and he stopped without finishing the story. Then a police officer came out and shouted something. "Our turn," said Den Ruther, and they all followed the officer into a big room like the one that they had been kept in before. There was a table in the corner and the police officer made them come up one by one and write their names down on a sheet of foolscap paper which he took away with him to another room beyond. When the door opened they could see more policemen, and hear the feeble tapping of a typewriter. "Wait," said the policeman as he went away. O'Hara puffed his cigar and remarked that the words to wait and to hope are in Spanish almost identical. "This, I must say, has a certain significance," he said. Peterson turned round and snarled at him. "Are you going off your goddamned rocker?" he said. "We can't afford to wait. Stuck here in goddamn Spain." They waited, and when the policeman came back he asked them for their papers, passports or other documents. Wagwood began to shout about how he had left his passport in his cabin. In English he seemed to be appealing to the policeman to understand how badly things had been managed on the SS Nyanga, how confusion had been caused, resulting in passengers not being ready for what was going to happen next. The policeman shushed him with his hand, and collecting all the other passports went away with them. They waited this time for more than an hour. Maria said to Den Ruther, "I do think you might do something to speed them up. Throw your weight about." "I thought you were so good at Spaniards," said Gwendolen petulantly. "You're tired," said Den Ruther. She covered her face with her hands. Peterson said, "If the lady feels like crying, it's about the healthiest thing she can do. Liberates those glands, with beneficial reactions on the whole system." He came across and stood beside Gwendolen, bending down a little to address her, where she sat bent forward with her face in her hands. "Just let go, Mrs. Chelm," he said in a medical manner. "Just let those glands have their way, and you'll feel 100% the better for it." 18. "Aha!" said the chief of police, "so you busy yourself with atom bombs. Now we begin to see a little daylight." From behind his flat-top desk he looked at Peterson with an expression in which contempt, satisfaction, and active malevolence were blended. The examination of the prisoners had been in progress for quite a long time. Behind the police chief stood two policemen, bristling with pistols and submachine guns. In front of him the travelers sat on low wooden benches. At the outset, Den Ruther had started to make a speech in Spanish to which the officer listened for a moment, and then interrupted, telling Den Ruther to sit down. He had Peterson's passport in front of him, and began to ask questions in Spanish. Peterson looked at him, split his big face open in his special bedside smile, and said, "No speaky lingo." The police chief signaled to Den Ruther to interpret. He then read out a series of statements from the passport, such as place and date of birth, color of eyes, and asked Peterson whether they were true. The other travelers showed boredom and began to whisper a little among themselves. "But this can go on all day," sighed Maria. "Where were you on the night of February 22nd, said the purser with a snigger. "Describe the circumstances of your birth." The noise of the machine gun outside crashed out again, sounding as though it were in the room. They all jumped and fell silent, and heard Peterson explain to the police chief, after a fractional pause, that his occupation was that of company promoter. "What sort of companies?" "Companies connected with mining." "What sort of mining?" "Many sorts of mining." "What sort of mining at this particular period of time?" "Uranium mining." The police chief leaned back in his chair and looked carefully at Peterson. "I see," he said, "I see." He looked at the ceiling, seemed to be permitting an idea to come to full development. Then he said, "And uranium is the raw material of atom bombs." "Well. Yes. But." The police chief slapped his hands on the desk, and jolted it as he threw the weight of his big chest against it suddenly. "Aha!" he said. "So you busy yourself with atom bombs. Now we begin to see a little daylight. So you think that in Spain there may be material for atom bombs? That is what you think?" Den Ruther began to try to tell him once again about the fate of the Nyanga, their reasons for being on this coast of Andalusia at this time. The officer resumed his statement as though nothing had been said. He addressed Peterson and all the prisoners, and sometimes twisted himself a little in his chair as though to include the policeman behind him in the lecture. "There are," he said, "many people who would like to walk into Spain by the back door and find out certain matters of interest in connection with the atom bomb. That much is known even to the newspapers. Agents of a certain power, masquerading as businessmen." He paused and looked down at his desk. Then he looked suddenly at Peterson and uttered the single word Moscow. Peterson looked dazedly at Den Ruther, asking what the officer was talking about. "He thinks," said Den Ruther, "you're a red agent." "Say, Listen, said Peterson. Listen to me. Tell him. But the police chief was continuing to speak. There have been instances in the past. Suspicious characters who land at more or less deserted parts of the coast unprotected by the authorities, as they suppose because they are afraid to present themselves at the normal places of entry, whether by sea or over land. You will find, he said to Peterson, who kept getting half to his feet, and starting to say things, that the Spanish police force does not overlook the possibility of connections between apparently unrelated events, such as an outbreak of abnormality, banditry, in our area, and the arrival of certain persons clandestinely on our coast. Peterson was on his feet now, jabbing the air with his forefinger. He talked at the police chief directly, as if he could be understood. Look here, he said, you're getting the wrong idea. I'm not red. Christ, he broke into a sort of pidgin English, seeming to suppose that this must be intelligible to the Spaniard. Me not red, he shouted. Moscow. Kremlin. No good, savvy. Bastards, savvy. Red bastards. Reds no, he yelled, and raised his hands with the thumbs turned down, and jabbed his thumbs down towards the floor. He smiled at the officer anxiously, who watched with his cynical look. Peterson persisted, his face turning dark with excitement. He tapped himself on the chest. He spoke all the syllables separately to make it clearer. Me. Ca pitalist sys tem. Good. Yes. Reds. Moscow. Bad. The police chief made no sign. He had the air of watching a bad performer who would presently leave the stage. With the sweat running off his face, Peterson turned to Den Ruther. Tell him, Peterson said, all I want is to make some money. The police chief suddenly shouted. Who sent you? What are your orders? What are your instructions? Den Ruther translated. Oh my God, Peterson said. Tell him I'm on my own. Tell him. He poured out words which Den Ruther was to relay to the police chief, who listened to them, and then went on developing his own idea of the situation. He enunciated a principle. By the violence of a denial, he said, can often be judged the consciousness of guilt. Tell him. Peterson kept saying. Explain to him. We shall investigate, said the police chief, and in due course, we shall ascertain the truth. Den Ruther said that if there were any doubt about the existence of the SS Nyanga, it was possible to produce here and now the purser of the said ship. The purser was told to stand up, and began to answer questions in good Spanish. But after a few questions, the police chief said, You are a Jew. Correct, said the purser jauntily. The attitude of the Jewish race in relation to this sort of affair is sufficiently well known, said the police chief. The purser replied in Spanish that he was glad that something was well known to the police chief. Den Ruther kicked his ankle and muttered to him to be quiet. This fat gut gets my goat, said the purser, but he remained silent while the police chief made some further statements on the subject of Jews in general and this Jew in particular. He said that the Spanish police force were quite capable of dealing at the proper time with a certain type of impertinent Israelite. They would also find out, without Jewish aid, the facts about the so-called SS Nyanga. He told the purser to sit down, and said that he wished to see something of the associates of the man Peterson in his atomic enterprises. Portsmouth was called upon, and at once made a deplorable impression. Cracked, evidently, and unhinged by alarm and bewilderment, he looked more than ever like a person dishonestly connected with horse racing. His features being out of control, his grin, meant to be ingratiating, resembled the snarl of a guilty creature. He could not stop talking. He seemed to be wanting to establish and justify his existence as a man of business, a person pretty well known in business circles in, for example, Mexico and, for another example, in Shanghai. At the end of a quarter of an hour it was clear that he had conveyed to the mind of the police chief that he was a typical international agent, rushing about the world, stirring up disorder, fishing in troubled waters. Of this, however, Portsmouth himself seemed unconscious. When he was told to sit down he did so with a renewed expression of complacency, smiling round at the others with a manner suggesting that things had now been set to rights, misunderstandings cleared up. He smiled encouragement at O'Hara, whose face as he stood up to be questioned was alert and weary at the same time. From this examination, trouble instantly resulted. For example, here was Mr. O'Hara born, under one name, in Brandenburg, Germany, and here he was under another name, a Chilean citizen ostensibly, and in the meantime he had traveled in many countries. Now why was that? "I am a businessman," said O'Hara, and his tone was defensive but humble, suggesting that he knew the sort of thing was going to take a long time and that the results would be certainly unpleasant and probably disastrous. "And just why," said the police chief, "did you leave Germany? And later associate yourself with this person interested in the uranium resources of the Spanish state? You had certain objections to the recent German regime, I suppose?" "I left Germany in 1927, said O'Hara. "To which political party did you belong?" "To none." "And yet," said the police chief harshly, "you left the country." "I wanted," said O'Hara, "to make some money." The police chief half closed his eyes, and looked at O'Hara from beneath his green eyelids, his fleshy face a little on one side. "I think," he said, "that perhaps you did belong to some political party." As had happened before when he was questioned by the French post office clerk, O'Hara's resistance to official inquiry crumbled suddenly. He said that he came of a good family, and that his people were people of means, that they had played a certain role in German affairs, and that in consequence he had, as a very young man but not since, been associated with the National Liberal Party of Brandenburg. The police chief said, "I see. Liberals. Reds in fact." He made a note on a piece of paper in front of him, and looked at the whole company with a look of bitter and cynical hatred. He also smiled to himself as he made some further notes, with a smile of visibly pure happiness at the simplicity with which the whole conspiracy was disclosing itself under his examination. He shouted, and when the police officer who had collected the passports came in, he asked him a question about the black list. "Not yet, not yet," said the officer, agitated and apologetic. "We are going through all the black lists with the greatest energy. None of these names have been found on it yet. There are thousands of names. Continue the search," said the police chief, and as the officer withdrew, began again to survey the prisoners with his familiar expression. Conquest seemed to become aware of an atmosphere that evidently struck him as unsuitable. He actually got to his feet and waved to the police chief. It could be thought that he was asking to be sent to the top of the form, or something of the kind. He said, in a peculiar kind of schoolboy Spanish, "I think, sir, if you will speak to my friend here, Mr. Wagwood, he will be able to clear up any difficulties and misunderstandings that may have arisen as a result of one thing and another." The police chief directed at him a long look, filled with hatred and suspicion, and suddenly called upon Wagwood, whom he instantly attacked on the ground that he was a man without a passport. Through Den Ruther, Wagwood began to explain the hurry and confusion in which he had left the ship, all that business about the boat drills, the unjustifiable attitude of the company, the fact that he, personally, had acted throughout on a point of principle. Den Ruther urged him not to try to go into all that. Because of this, the police chief seemed to gain the impression that the two of them were plotting together in English, concocting some story. He shouted at Wagwood to tell the truth, to say immediately who he was. "I," said Wagwood, "happen to be a British businessman." "A statement of which you have no proof," said the police chief. Conquest jumped up again and in his laborious Spanish said that he was prepared to corroborate Wagwood's statement. "As a matter of fact," said Conquest, "this gentleman happens to be an important figure in the British and South African diamond industry." "Diamonds," he repeated emphatically. "Look here," said Wagwood, "tell him I want to see the British consul." At this Conquest immediately called out that that was of course the proper thing, see the British consul. The nearest British consul. Maria joined in, too, demanding that they should see the nearest British consul at once. The police chief shouted. He said he was not surprised that certain elements present should be anxious to avoid a full examination by the proper Spanish authorities. If, however, such elements attempted to bring an atmosphere of riot into the examination room, they would be dealt with in the proper manner. His attitude became threatening. He repeated all his questions to Wagwood, particularly as to the political party to which he belonged. Wagwood became confused. He said, "Well, I mean to say, in England, you know, you've got the Conservatives and then you've got the Labour crowd and then there's that Liberal outfit. Well, I mean to say, tell him it all amounts to about the same thing, don't you see? I mean to say, belonging to any of them. What's the point, don't you see? Different here of course. Appreciate that. Different situation altogether. Tell him," he said, "most of the fellows I know in England think politics is balls." He laughed hopefully. But the police chief listened gloomily to Den Ruther's translation. The gentleman finds the activities of the political and then resumed his question about the passport. To every statement made by Wagwood, he replied savagely, "Your proof? Where is it? Who are you? How do I know?" As the angry examination went on, Wagwood finally began to look a little frightened. "What I want," shouted the police chief, "are documents." Wagwood said hurriedly to Den Ruther that he had a letter from a lawyer, a letter to a bank. He fumbled in his wallet, his fingers shaking a little, and brought out a letter which he handed to Den Ruther. Den Ruther looked at it and saw that it was addressed by a firm of solicitors in London to the manager of a bank at Salisbury, Northern Rhodesia. He was interrupted by the police chief, who demanded to see the letter, and sat peering at it for some time, and then pushed it back to Den Ruther demanding that he read it aloud in Spanish, immediately. He did so. The letter took the form of a confirmation by the solicitors of a certain financial arrangement. It stated that in accordance with the wishes of the solicitor's client, Mr. Henry Wagwood, the bank manager in Salisbury, Northern Rhodesia, was instructed to pay to the bearer, Mr. George Wagwood, brother of the aforesaid Mr. Henry Wagwood, the sum of £16 on the 1st and the 15th day of each calendar month, this money to be drawn upon the sum lodged with the bank for this purpose by Mr. Henry Wagwood. The letter further specified that the money was to be paid only by the bank in Salisbury, and not by any branch of this bank elsewhere, and that it was to be paid only on Mr. George Wagwood presenting himself in person to demand it. The payments were not to be cumulative, and in the event of Mr. George Wagwood failing to draw the money due on the appointed date, he was not to be empowered to draw a double amount on the next pay date. When he had finished translating this into Spanish, Den Ruther said to Wagwood, "What a twerp your brother must be." Wagwood looked at Den Ruther with a frank expression which no one present had ever seen on his face before. "He's a bloody bastard," he said. "But look here," said Conquest, who had followed the Spanish version of the letter with strained and incredulous attention, "look here." The police chief interrupted. He wanted a full explanation of this document. How much, for instance, was £16 sterling? "Damn little to live on for a fortnight in northern bloody Rhodesia," said Wagwood, and, surprisingly, broke into a coarse chuckle. Den Ruther explained that Mr. Wagwood's brother was evidently prepared to provide Mr. Wagwood with a small regular income, on condition that he remained out of England, that he remained, in fact, very close to Salisbury, Northern Rhodesia. And why, the police chief wanted to know, was this arrangement made? "He wants," said Den Ruther, "to know what the trouble was." Wagwood drew himself up, squared his shoulders, and put his hands in the side pockets of his jacket. "The trouble is," he said loudly, "that my brother, Mr. Henry Bloody Wagwood, God rot him." He described his brother in obscene terms. He told a confused tale of some business venture that had gone wrong through no fault of my own, I may say, and his brother had to pay certain debts. It was not, I'm bound to say, the first of such ventures which, because of causes beyond one's control, had gone, in a manner of speaking, wrong. Mr. Henry Wagwood had taken the thing in a nasty spirit, a low, dirty, where's the money gone, twerpish kind of spirit. Furthermore, Mr. Henry Wagwood, he, and his bag of a wife, and all the little snotty Henry Wagwoods had got to the point where they had taken it upon themselves to try to prevent Mr. George Wagwood taking so much as an occasional glass of beer, or a whiskey and soda when he felt like it, although everyone knew you couldn't do business, couldn't get out and about and see people, without taking an occasional glass of beer or a couple of whiskeys and sodas. This attitude on the part of Henry had provoked George to a mood in which, he did not mind admitting, he had put over rather a fast one. He had, in fact, deliberately inveigled his brother into a position in which the latter, Henry, had been forced to choose between paying up a pretty hefty sum for the settlement of certain debts, or finding his name mixed up in a rather unpleasant financial scandal. Wagwood's face beamed with happy triumph as he recounted the success of this manoeuvre, and the consequent sickness, fed-upness and general condition of not knowing what hit him, induced in Mr. Henry. It was then that Henry had hit on this scheme for getting George out of the country and keeping him there. George Wagwood depicted in harsh colors the cowering fear and envenomed spite of the Henry Wagwood family as they made plans to ship George Wagwood to Salisbury, Northern Rhodesia. The police chief listened to this discourse without interruption, as though hypnotized by the vigor and flow of George Wagwood's story as he let himself go. When George Wagwood stopped talking and mopped his head with a handkerchief and smiled, the police chief turned to Den Ruther. "He says," said Den Ruther in Spanish, "that there is a family quarrel." "But I say, look here," said Conquest. He seemed to be almost whimpering. Wagwood swung round and looked at him. "Anything I can do for you, my little man?" he said. "Well," said Conquest, in a tone of offended dignity, "I must say. You gave me to understand. I mean to say I thought." George Wagwood looked at him and laughed loudly. The police officer who had been searching the blacklists came back into the room with some sheafs of printed paper, and laid them down in front of the police chief. Craning his neck, Den Ruther could see what looked like a list of names, printed closely one beneath the other, some of them with a line or so of other printing beside them. He felt in his pocket quickly for a cigarette, found none, and passed his hand over his face. The police officer was pointing with his finger to a place on the list. The chief looked, picked up a passport from the pile in front of him, and looked at that. There was a long pause, while he looked from the passport to the list, and back again. Then he looked at Den Ruther. "So," he said. "So. I understand." He stared at Den Ruther with a movement of the face that might have been an ugly smile or the beginning of a snarl. "And so now," he said, "perhaps you will be able to explain why and how it is that your name appears on the official blacklist of dangerous persons, criminal elements, agents hostile to the Spanish state, murderers, spies." Den Ruther held on to the back of the bench with one hand and said nothing. His heavy face had gone a deep red color out of which his eyes sparkled strangely. O'Hara had muttered something to Peterson in reply to a question, and now Peterson sprang to his feet, shouting. "I repudiate it," he shouted. "Nothing to do with me. No connection. I repudiate categorically and in toto." "Categorically." Gwendolen leapt upon the bench and spoke at the top of her voice in English. She said to the police chief, "You had better be careful." She called to Den Ruther. "Tell him that I am the wife. That my late husband was one of the most important advisors of the British government and was going to South Africa on a military mission of the highest importance. Any discourtesy to any of us will become a major international incident." Ignoring Den Ruther, the police chief called upon O'Hara to translate. He gave a tiny shrug. He said, "She says that her husband was of the highest importance. She is under the high protection of the British government, she says," he added, without conviction. The whole question will be examined, said the police chief in an unpleasant tone, looking at Gwendolen with interest as she stood upon the bench, her figure sharply illuminated by the strong, dusty sunshine. The police chief spent a moment of abstraction, examining the points of her body. She prodded O'Hara's back with her toe. "Tell him," she said, gesturing in a manner which resulted in the police chief suddenly scratching himself as he looked, "that in the strong room of the SS Nyanga I have letters signed by the King of England in person, recommending all whom it may concern to treat me and my friends with proper consideration. Tell him that." "Jesus Christ," said Peterson. "She is recommended by the King of England," said O'Hara in Spanish. "We shall examine the situation," said the police chief, and then shouted suddenly. Armed police appeared from two different doors and started to drive the prisoners out of the room. The two who had stood behind the chair of the chief stepped forward and seized Den Ruther by both arms, pushing him along behind the rest. 19. With a cigar-smelling breath in his face, and a voice, fluent but low, in his ear, Den Ruther awoke, and his eyes as they opened looked sideways and upwards into O'Hara's blue ones. O'Hara seemed to be in the middle of a discourse, to have been talking for some time, supposing Den Ruther already awake. "And so you see, to imagine," he was saying, "that you can act alone, without us. Cut loose, you see. Is an illusion. Cut loose," said Den Ruther, his voice hazy with sleep. "There's no question." He groaned slightly as he moved his arm, came awake and said in a low, matter-of-fact voice, "Well? So what?" The big room with the barred windows high in the wall was almost dark, heavy with the smell of people and stale food and crushed bugs, and lay in the kind of silence that is made to seem more of a silence by a snore, a groan of someone sleeping uncomfortably, a whisper in a corner. Den Ruther lay flat on his back now, on the bench he had first sat down upon when the armed police herded them back to this room after the examination by the chief of police, hours ago, days ago, 2 days and a night ago. When the door closed on them that time, there had been an outburst of noise, exclamations and recriminations, and Maria shouting for the British consul. The noise had ebbed into a kind of exhausted silence, in which everyone had looked at Den Ruther, expecting, it seemed, an explanation, a solution, or some kind of important pronouncement, at least, on the situation now existing. They had watched him take off his shoes, as if once this were accomplished the desired statement would be forthcoming. Then, as Den Ruther made further movements, Peterson was suddenly on his feet, pointing, and his thin voice shot out of his big face on a stop-thief note of indignation. "And now by God," cried Peterson, "he's trying to go to sleep." Den Ruther had made a pillow of his jacket, swung his legs up onto the bench, and appeared, indeed, to be disposing himself to sleep. Peterson came across the room, incredulous and raging. "You can't go to sleep on us," he said. "You've got to do something. You've got to get us cleared of this. You get us all mixed up on a blacklist and now you figure you'll take a nap. I repudiate you." "I repudiate him," Peterson said, turning round and looking sternly at the others. "And what's more," he said, whipping round and looking at Den Ruther again, "it's false pretenses. Just what it is. You took employment with me and you never said anything about being on any blacklist." Den Ruther put his hands behind his head and smiled at him. "Go right ahead and sue me," he said. Peterson's face went bacon white, and he stood looking down at Den Ruther with a baffled expression. "I ought to have had you jailed back there in France," he said. "Well," said Den Ruther, "I'm jailed now." Peterson looked at him and then an idea seemed to present itself. "I thought," he said, "you were always so goddamned scared of the police. And now you're trying to go to sleep." "I was scared," said Den Ruther, "of being caught. Well, now I'm caught. It makes a difference. Nighty-night, angel face." Portsmouth had rushed up and started spilling words over him. "You aren't behaving very well, you know, Billy. I mean, you've made things bad for all of us. Being on a blacklist. He went on talking, and it was suddenly seen that Den Ruther had fallen heavily and absolutely asleep. Peterson shook the bench with a violent movement of his knee. Den Ruther groaned, awoke, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "If you don't let me sleep," he said, "I shall swear you're my accomplice in a plot to assassinate the government. Don't think they won't believe it. In a place like this it's just what they would believe. You heard the way he talked." Peterson marched furiously away to the other side of the room, as though this were part of his act of repudiation, as though he were determined that if anyone came in now they would find him sitting as far away as possible from the man on the black list. Maria looked down at Den Ruther. "He is hibernating," she said. "It is protective sleeping. He is an escapist. He does not know what to do, so he goes to sleep. When he first used to do that, when I first met him I used to think it was a sign of superior calm in an emergency. Heroic, you know. I think so no longer." "Perhaps this time," said Gwendolen. They stood looking down at him and discussing him as though he were dead. "Our Scarlet Pimpernel," said Maria bitterly. "Now Harry, after all, did something." "He blew himself to pieces," said Gwendolen tonelessly. "His body was all in pieces and couldn't be even buried properly." "His wonderful body," said Maria, "like a god. A Greek god." She put her hand to her forehead and groaned. Then she said, "And what will you do now, Gwendolen my dear?" "Now? Well, I mean, afterwards. When we get out. You won't go on now to Africa, will you? Now that Harry—" Gwendolen looked at Den Ruther asleep, and said, "Will he get out of this? Can they shoot him?" Maria gave a helpless shrug. "We must get hold of the British consul," she said. "You talk," said Gwendolen impatiently, "as though the British consul was magical somehow. It's the sort of thing Harry would have thought." "Of course," said Maria. "Harry was the real old type of Englishman. It is curious, but I have the same sort of ideas. At home in Hungary we always believed that with a British passport you were safe anywhere. A British passport and some sterling. Dollars are better," said the purser, joining suddenly in the conversation. "Don't worry your pretty selves. We shall get out all right." "You seem very sure about it," said Maria. The purser developed a theme. People had bad characters, were corrupt, would take bribes. The police chief, for example, a case in point of a bad character, a typical human. Easy to buy, if you knew how. "Do you," asked Gwendolen, "know how?" "No," said the purser. "But," he lowered his voice and nodded at Den Ruther's sleeping body, "he will." He smiled cheerfully and went to lie down on a bench near where the two Greek seamen were already peacefully asleep. On another bench, Peterson was talking emphatically, in a low strained voice, to Portsmouth, who kept nodding and repeating everything that was said, and O'Hara, who puffed his cigar and said nothing. Peterson's eye rolled commandingly round the company, perhaps seeking by habit the familiar, degraded face of the late Major Ross. He saw instead Wagwood, whose responses now were lackadaisical, and Conquest, who sat apart, watching Wagwood from some distance with a deceived and bewildered look. "If we could get a drink," said Wagwood, interrupting a long tirade from Peterson, "it wouldn't be so bad at that." Peterson turned on him furiously. "My time's money," he said. "I've got to be getting on. From Gibraltar. By air, or however." Wagwood failed to show adequate sympathy. "Far as I'm concerned it doesn't matter how long we take to get to bloody Africa. I have to laugh when I think of Brother Henry's face when he hears I haven't turned up there." He laughed. "Christ," said Peterson. "I'd forgotten. You're a goddamn remittance man." "That's me," said Wagwood. Now that the whole thing had come out, he seemed indifferent to the fact that everyone knew it, even complacent and at ease. And you pretended to be something big in the diamond business, said Peterson angrily. More false pretenses. Hell, he said disgustedly. Get better service that way, said Wagwood, and rolled an eye full of jovial malice at Conquest, who looked coldly at him and querulously jerked his head. The sunbeams coming through the barred windows moved slowly round the wall. A policeman came and brought food, and they all asked him questions to which he made no answer, leaving them to eat their food, complainingly. But when he came back to collect their plates, there was some sound, undistinguished words, from Den Ruther, and the man paused beside Den Ruther for a second, and said something in reply quickly, and went out. In the very late afternoon he came back again and gave Den Ruther a packet of American cigarettes, and talked with him a little while. My God, said Peterson, was that all it was about? I prefer American cigarettes, said Den Ruther, inhaling. You're a slave to it? An addict, said Peterson. My God, he said, looking round at everyone, here's a man that's on a blacklist for gun running or something. He's got us all in danger. He's probably going to be shot in a few hours and all he can think of is tobacco. It's nicotine slavery, if ever I saw it. Addiction, that's what it is. Den Ruther continued to smoke, insultingly. Peterson's voice went on, and the sunbeams went round the wall, and they said, we have been here for hours, and they began to say, we could be here for days. Not him, said Peterson viciously. They won't leave him that long, and he glared at Den Ruther. Den Ruther slept again, and at nightfall suddenly awoke and made a noise. He shouted. He said he must see the chief of police. He went over to the door and banged against it. A dreary, roaring argument went back and forth between him and the guards outside. They refused to open the door, and he went and sat down again and examined the ground as though it were a chess problem laid out down there. Don't, Billy, don't, said Gwendolen. There were tears in her voice. What? Don't make them angry. They'll shoot you. But what are you going to do, Billy? Maria said. He slept before they did, and at daybreak was still sleeping, and Maria said, he sleeps, he thinks. He does nothing. He will be shot, and then what will become of us? First Harry was killed, and now it will be Billy. But when the policeman came again with bread and ersatz coffee for breakfast, and again brought Den Ruther cigarettes, and talked to him for a moment, while Peterson looked on malevolently, she too became petulant and said, are you smoking your life away? Den Ruther appeared to have withdrawn into some place of meditation, as unresponsive as though only his body remained in the cell. In the night, Gwendolen got close to him and whispered, you make me feel lonely. Can't we talk about what to do? Or is there nothing to do? He shrugged and made as though he were falling asleep again, and her voice began to tremble and she said, even Harry wouldn't have. I wish Harry was here. Harry, said Den Ruther vaguely, and turned on his side. But at midnight he jumped up again and made a new row at the door, and all the prisoners snouted to him to be quiet, and Wagwood went across and tried to get him away from the door. But this time, after the row and a silence, they heard the steps of the police again outside, and the door was opened, and they took Den Ruther out. When he came back he had blood running from a cut below his eye, and walked as though he had been kicked in the stomach. He had been away for an hour. Peterson watched Maria and Gwendolen bending over him as he stretched himself on the bench. That's all you get for that, he said. A beating up, eh? He rushed over and demanded to know what had passed between Den Ruther and the police chief. And when Den Ruther said nothing, Peterson said, I insist that you tell him the facts. Or are you trying to get us all shot? Is that it? Is that it? 2 hours later, the police came again, and took Den Ruther away. The prisoners awaited a volley outside, or to see him return it was the expectation voiced by Peterson beaten to a pulp. But when he did return there were no new marks on his face, and he walked more easily than before. O'Hara looked at Den Ruther speculatively and thoughtfully, and at intervals throughout the day he watched moments of converse between Den Ruther and the policeman who brought food to all of them, and to Den Ruther also cigarettes. At night, when the groaning prisoners had been taken out 2 by 2 for their twice-daily visit to a filthy latrine with a hardly dripping water pipe for washings and had come back again and settled themselves to sleep as best they could on the benches or the floor, there was a movement in the silence, and Den Ruther was awakened by this voice of O'Hara, talking in his ear. Den Ruther listened to him, unmoving, his head pillowed on his clasped hands, his eyes bright. "For the facts are," said O'Hara, "that without you we are stuck. But without us you are nobody. Our common objective, you see. And what makes you think that I—" O'Hara sighed gently and gave a little smile that hinted of many prisons, memories of how communications are opened by just that kind of quick whispering with a guard in a certain manner. The smile urged Den Ruther not to waste time in pretenses. In the dark silence it was as if there were all the time in the world to discuss the matter. Den Ruther said lazily, "I'm a special case. The blacklist. That was a big business, that time up at Iran. My God, what a show it was. And I was running it and they knew it. They could even shoot me. Jail me for years anyway. But you've nothing to worry about." O'Hara nodded, as though an expected point had been made and he would now address himself to meeting it. "It looks like that," he said, "but it is not realistic to suppose it is like that. There is this imbecile, this chief of police. He has this idea about Peterson and the rest of us. He will make reports in that sense. They will investigate. It will take weeks. Enough to ruin us. When the Nyanga gets into port." Den Ruther suggested. "In which way can this help? What can the captain tell them about us? And perhaps the captain, this is what they will think, you see, has been paid by us to make up this story, to account for our landing here. And in any case, with such an investigation, are we to tell everyone just what we are doing? People like us, you see, cannot run to some consul and lay the facts before him and— well, you can see for yourself. It would be ruinous." He spoke the word ruinous with finality, so that it meant not simply very bad, or dreadfully unfortunate, but really and ultimately disastrous. He peered down at Den Ruther, inviting him, to participate in this vision of ruin. He paused and then spoke again for a long time. He had the air of intending, this time, to cover, laboriously and meticulously, all possible angles of the situation, to leave no loopholes, neglect no weapon of persuasion. He drew a picture of Den Ruther making good his escape, alone. And then what? Then nothing, no millions in Africa, everything to start all over again. And the women, the girl, for instance, this beautiful young girl, what could be her reaction to a penniless middle-aged adventurer? It would be increasingly negative. "Success, you see," said O'Hara softly, "the aroma and reality of success, are the sexual attractions of the middle-aged." "You should write a thesis," said Den Ruther. "All the same," said O'Hara, "it is true. Anything else is an illusion. You know this." "All right, Herr Professor," said Den Ruther. O'Hara beamed at him. "Good," he said. "So now, what is your plan?" Den Ruther continued to lie supine, but his low murmur became animated. He could have been an enthusiast for strategy, discussing the prettier points of a campaign. "It's simply a question," he said, "of a choice of techniques. The number of techniques for this kind of thing is limited. There is only a limited number of ways out. And you have chosen your technique," said O'Hara. "No. Because," said Den Ruther, "it depends on the number that must be got out." "4," said O'Hara promptly. For the first time Den Ruther jerked his head in a sharp movement. "What?" he said. "How only 4? "Yourself," said O'Hara briskly, "myself, Peterson, of course, who is essential for our objective, and the girl, of course. His expression was one of candor and common sense. Den Ruther twisted his head to get a full view of him, stared at him, and began silently to laugh. "Funny," said O'Hara, and sighed, in the manner of a teacher having to draw a map for the backward boys. "These two Greeks," he said, "they speak no language. Get them out of here, they will be arrested again. Better leave them for the captain to get out." Den Ruther, still laughing, said, all right, I give you the Greeks. This Wagwood," continued O'Hara, "who has quarrelled with his brother. Time is nothing to him. He has no objective. True. Can be left behind. Also that boy who has so admired Wagwood until today. Valueless. Agreed. There is the case," said O'Hara, "of our friend Portsmouth. In my opinion his nerves have gone to pieces. He is really boring. Also if he is unable to accompany us our partnership would be automatically dissolved. He cannot expect to reap," said O'Hara pompously, "where he has not sown." He paused in apparent contemplation of Portsmouth's position, and then said, "And there is the purser, of course. He is a seaman, and should await the intervention of the captain of his ship." "He is also a Jew," said Den Ruther, "and will be badly treated here, a Jew that is supposed to have been associated with Reds." "I was afraid you would say that," said O'Hara. "But you should concentrate on our objective." He gave his heavy sigh. "Still, if you insist, if it does not increase the risk too much." He stopped speaking. "Well," said Den Ruther. "Well? What about my wife? What about Maria?" For the first time O'Hara's face showed surprise, even bewilderment. "Excuse me," he said primly, "but I have naturally assumed that, in all the circumstances, you would be anxious to," he looked about for the phrase, "give her the go-by." Den Ruther started to laugh again in the darkness. "Also funny," said O'Hara. He examined the end of his dead cigar. "But you could leave her some money," he said. "I have faced this situation myself." "You gave your wife the go-by," said Den Ruther. "Poor little pigeon," said O'Hara. "It was for business reasons, not for love of another. I left a little bit of my heart in dear old Germany, with her. Also it was sad because I could not leave her any money. I had hardly enough for my own objectives. In your case this could be better arranged." Peterson could arrange it, if he understood that the less people who go, the easier it will be. "All the same," said Den Ruther, "I shan't leave her behind." "Great God," said O'Hara, "why then not?" "It would be," said Den Ruther flippantly, "a rude and vulgar gesture." "It's not funny," said O'Hara. "And I know why, I know what is your reason. It is that you cannot bear not to have her, too, admiring you again." Den Ruther Lawrence once more. "A hair's breadth escape performed by your cunning and audacity. It's surprising you have only 2 women that you must drag about with you. I am surprised there are not dozens of them. A whole harem. And all of them you must rescue amid a," he gave a low angry cough, a crescendo of applause. "And half the tribes of Israel, too. A purser, 2 women. Great God." Suddenly he became pensive, and sat still as if in communion with some internal adviser. Equally suddenly he said, "All right. I agree. 6, then." Den Ruther surveyed him with a look full of suspicion. "What's all this?" he said. "What are you up to, you Pomeranian bastard?" No, said O'Hara. "I am not up to anything. I am being realistic. I am weighing one thing against another. I have thought that if one lovely woman is not enough to stimulate you, then it will be better for all of us if you have 2. I want you to be," he said earnestly, "at the top of your form." The quiet was shattered by the loud voice of Wagwood, angrily urging them to stop whispering and let him go to sleep. What the hell are you talking about? He asked. Are you planning a jailbreak? Yes, said Den Ruther, and we are going to leave you behind. All right with me, old man, said Wagwood. Quite all right with me. George Wagwood's in no hurry. One place as good as another now. Henry's in the hurry. They could hear him begin to laugh a little, and then his laughter died out, and he was breathing regularly and heavily. A man without an objective, commented O'Hara in his murmurous whisper. And now, he added, about money. I assume that is the form your technique will take, in the circumstances. Yes, said Den Ruther, money. I have conveyed what may be called a certain suggestion. It is a question of guaranteeing it. Dollars naturally. Their whispers went on for a long time, rustling with dollars. 4 times, once at dawn, once at midday, twice in the following evening and night, this series of events repeated itself: the formal, crashing march of the police guards, the summons to Den Ruther, his return after sometimes 3/4 of an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, to his fellow prisoners, who crowded about him and asked questions and were told lies. Routine examination. Round and round the mulberry bush. May go on for days like this. This is Andalusia. Between the examinations, he slept exhaustedly or ate whatever was brought and made an arrangement with the police attendant to bring more and more. He gave the impression of being scarcely aware of his fellow prisoners, of abstraction from these surroundings. Once he murmured to O'Hara, "The standing's over. He gives me a chair now. It won't be long," and now he sat in a leather chair across the desk from the chief of police, in the chief's private office. He cocked one leg across the knee of the other, and lounged in the chair in a pose of lazy assurance, but his eyes blazed with energy, and from time to time his big hand slapped down on the desk, slapping home a point, even interrupting the police chief to make a point of his own. There was a moment when the police chief remarked, "I must remind you that it is I who am in charge, not you." Den Ruther's manner became more arrogantly assured than ever. He looked at the police chief as if the chief were being guilty of a foolish impertinence. He allowed a small silence to swallow up the remark, and then continued as though nothing had been said, as though he were magnanimously agreeing to disregard a stupid solecism on the part of the other man. "You must realize," said Den Ruther later, "that I have all the cards in my hand." The police chief attempted, querulously, a recovery. "Except," he said, "that I could have you shot. Out there in the yard. Within 10 minutes. Or I could make a report that would keep you in jail for many, many years. All your life, perhaps." Den Ruther gave the effect of briefly examining this claim and finding it both trivial and irrelevant, unworthy of a police chief who was also a man of the world. "You are a man of the world, I think," he said, as though a doubt on this point had occurred to him for the first time. "Certainly," said the chief of police. "My philosophy of life." He spoke at length of his philosophy of life. He luxuriated in Den Ruther's air of keen, though somewhat patronizing, interest. In the light of this interest he paraded his views. "I have my own point of view. I do not accept other people's opinions, his intelligence. I am a keen observer of people and events, his alleged character. I can be ruthless, but I have a warm heart, the heart of a poet and an Andalusian, his hidden capacities. If I, the chief of police of this corner of Spain, were to write a book, it would amaze the world." "And yet," said Den Ruther, "the world confines you here, between the sea, and the mountains, and death." They talked at length about death. "He is telling me," Den Ruther whispered to O'Hara after this interview, "the story of his life." O'Hara nodded in recognition of an expected development. "But you must hurry," he said. "Next time it must come in earnest to the money." It came in earnest to the money at the next interview. Money for the ruthless and passionate, for the superior man with his own opinions and moral judgments. Money for a villa in the hills behind Buenos Aires, money for the attraction and subjection of gorgeous Argentine women who with passion, and a sophistication unknown in the villages of Andalusia, unknown in the brothels even of Granada, even of Malaga, even, by God, of Madrid, would expend themselves in ministering to the desires of the superior man, the superman who with ruthless intelligence saw and seized opportunity, rose above his fellows, marched forward, did not miss the bus. Dollars and women danced and twisted back and forth across the desk of the chief of police. "There is a point," said he, "on which I should like your opinion as a man of the world." "At your service," said Den Ruther, bowing grandly. "It is a point which from here in Andalusia, it is difficult for me to decide, although, I may say, my knowledge of such matters is greater than you would find among the ordinary run of people here. But would you say, yourself, that in, for example, Buenos Aires, among smart people, the Packard or the Cadillac is considered the more chic?" "In your position," said Den Ruther, "there will be no need for you to decide. You will, I imagine, have one of each." The chief of police shifted his behind on his chair, and let out his breath softly. He nodded pensively. "Why yes," he said, "that is so. It will be best to have one of each. It will be better than a mountain of gold in Africa." "What?" said the chief of police, rousing himself from a reverie. "A friend of mine," said Den Ruther, "an acquaintance, believed that in the heart of Africa he had a mountain of gold. Buenos Aires will be better than that." "Obviously," said the police chief. "I don't care for African women. Besides, what nonsense. There is no mountain of gold in the heart of Africa. That is not realistic. One must be practical, realistic, and have a knowledge of men and things. This is the secret of success." "Certainly," said Den Ruther. "It only remains to discuss the practical arrangements on our side, and on your side." "At your service," said the chief of police, and bowed grandly. "Payable, I suggest," said Den Ruther later, "in Gibraltar." "In a form," said the police chief, "which guarantees me. You understand I have the most implicit faith in your nobility and honor." Den Ruther bowed again. "And now, on your side," said Den Ruther briskly. The police chief adumbrated a plan. "Admittedly," he said, "there are certain dangers. Life after all is full of dangers. But there is no other way. And to establish communication with the necessary parties. It's going to take long? We are in a hurry, remember." Den Ruther's hand tapped the desk warningly. "My dear sir," said the chief of police, "I am not like the ordinary dull-wit chief of police who sits in his office knowing, how shall I say, only one side of the wall. I happen to be one that transcends that sort of conventional ideas. I am superior to them. I have my communications everywhere. Not with the Reds, naturally. I do not care for ideologists. Besides, they are anti-religious. But with the real bandits. Our true, traditional bandits of Andalusia, my dear sir, that is a different matter. I have often thought that if I had not been chief of police I should have been a great leader of banditti. There are many stories of our Andalusian bandit chiefs, magnificent fellows, adored by women, too. When I was a child I knew those stories by heart. Then, could we say tomorrow night? Certainly. But there are some matters of detail." They discussed matters of detail. "This Jew," said the police chief, "I don't understand why he must go." "I insist," said Den Ruther. "Perhaps," said the police chief, half to himself, "he is your man of confidence. For certain services the Jews are good. I have read about it in stories." Den Ruther said nothing. "And the two women," said the police chief. "Now that, sir, is something I appreciate. Like myself, you have a passionate nature. You embrace woman. You are almost an Andalusian." He laughed gaily. "It is arranged, then," he said, after a final interview in which Peterson also played a role. As he signed certain papers, Peterson said in English to Den Ruther, "This fellow's a thief. A cheap crook." "Not cheap, surely," said Den Ruther, "you're buying him his dream house, his castle outside Spain." "It's nothing to be funny about," said Peterson. As Peterson signed, the police chief looked across his back at Den Ruther and said in Spanish, "He certainly is not a gentleman, a caballero." "Tomorrow night, then," said Den Ruther. "At your service," said the chief of police. XX. Between dawn and sunrise, Peterson pushed his body and face forward to shout from the crowded back seat of a fast-moving car at Den Ruther, lounging, seemingly asleep, beside the hired driver. "There wasn't anything to that getaway," he shouted. "Nothing to it? Hell of a lot of money for damn little service." It was as though he had been brooding on this grievance for hours and now finally proved to himself that it was valid. Den Ruther slowly roused himself and looked back over his shoulder at the bacon face, on which the unshaven bristles made tiny shadows in the light from the east. "All the service we could get," he said comfortably. "I was the expensive item in the package. You should cherish me. So valuable. If I was sure this driver no speak the English, I'd talk with you some more. We're not out of Spain yet. If that damn cop had fixed for us to be put across the Gibraltar frontier, we'd be right out of Spain. Maybe on a boat for Casablanca. More likely we'd have been in jail again. That frontier was too close for comfort. Something might have leaked down there." Den Ruther deliberately reached back and closed the glass window separating the front from the back of the car. He resettled himself for sleep. Peterson glowered from the closing window to the back of the driver, and eased himself back into his position between Maria, sleeping like a pale statue, and O'Hara, who sat with his hands on his knees in an attitude of weary attention, possibly counting the number of times the wheels went around. Beyond him, Gwendolen looked from her corner at the uppermost red rim of the sun lifting itself out of the Mediterranean. On the floor, his shoulders propped against the door, the purser softly snored. "Expensive item," Peterson said. "Christ." He turned his thick neck to direct a look of bitter reprobation left and right. "It's what I said all along," he muttered to O'Hara. "The whole setup's not natural. It's not nice and healthy." He eyed again the sleeping face of Maria, the averted cheek of Gwendolen. O'Hara shrugged. "I think," he said, "they have not added materially to the expense." "Goddamn harem," Peterson said under his breath. "One must see," said O'Hara, "that there exists a certain connection between the fact that Mr. Billy Den Ruther is our associate and the fact that our associate is of a certain type." His eyelids drooped and opened again. "Our papers," he said firmly, as if in response to a challenge, "are in order," and was suddenly asleep. Peterson greeted this defection with a grunt of frustration. The car purred northwards through rice fields, and the level rays of the sun now blazed in upon its frowsy interior, nasty with all-night travel. "We seem," said Peterson, talking across O'Hara's sleeping face at Gwendolen, "to be the only ones awake. I can't sleep until I can relax. Question of being able to afford to relax." Gwendolen appeared not to have heard, and continued to gaze seawards. "Mrs. Chelm," said Peterson, "I know that those shining waters out there hold very, very bitter memories for you. Very bitter indeed." He paused for a reply which did not come. "Might I ask, Mrs. Chelm," he went on, "just what are your plans for the future? In connection, for instance, with the African interests of the late Mr. Chelm." His small eyes switched alertly between her and Den Ruther, slumped in the front seat. Gwendolen sat up abruptly and made a small gesture of snapping her fingers. "Hijacking," she said abruptly. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Chelm. It's the word for what happened. I've been sitting here trying to remember it. You know how irritating it is when a word goes around and around in your head and you can't think of it. Hijacking." She smiled slightly at Peterson, including him in the general satisfaction of the discovery. "Hijacking." Peterson said. I don't know that I follow you, Mrs. Chelm. You been asleep? It's what that chief of police and Billy fixed up. I mean, it's the word for it. Fixing to get us transferred to some other jail in the middle of the night because those guerrillas might attack, and then fixing to have the truck attacked. In that way, don't you see, the police chief is nicely protected. Nicely taken care of all round, said Peterson bitterly. I'm sure Harry would have thought the money well spent, Mr. Peterson. He always said that if you wanted the best you had to be prepared to pay for it. That, of course, said Peterson, was a very, very wise saying of your husband's. Indeed, he said, turning his eyes up to the roof of the car and clearing his throat for the Vox Humana, I always had the impression, if I may say so, Mrs. Chelm, that Mr. Chelm was a more than usually wise man. I gather that owing to certain misunderstandings, what I might call misconceptions, he had a certain misconception of the aims and activities of our little group. And I confess that to a certain extent this misconception was mutual. I mean, he said, that even now, even after all that has happened, I am not entirely clear as to the exact nature of the late Mr. Chelm's. He paused and looked at her. Of the late Mr. Chelm's enterprise. In the very tragic circumstances that have come about, I feel I should like to know that. I wouldn't like to do an injustice to the memory of a brave man. He made in her direction what seemed to be an attempted bow. A tear swam into her eye. I prefer, she said, not to speak of it, and returned to her contemplation of the now brilliantly sparkling sea, beside which, on the fine, deserted highway, the big car swooped smoothly past the kilometer posts while the sun got fully clear of the eastern water. There was a movement in the front part of the car, and Gwendolen saw the driver jerk Dan Ruther awake with his elbow. Dan Ruther sat up, stared briefly and calculatingly at the landscape, and said something to the driver. After flying northwards another half-mile on the highway, the car swung suddenly left at a fork, and began bucketing over a dirt track that bounced the purser off the floor, and knocked about the four wedged bodies on the back seat. Peterson roared out, demanding explanations. With an air of weary arrogance Dan Ruther shouted them back to him through the window. The driver was worn out from fast driving through the night, after driving hours before that to meet them. Any minute now he would keel over, fall asleep at the wheel, kill them all. They were going to a tourist hotel a few miles from the highway. The driver and the rest of them could eat and sleep. Ham and eggs and coffee, Dan Ruther shouted. When Peterson wanted to know why Dan Ruther himself could not take over, Dan Ruther said he was half asleep and full of brandy. All of us are half asleep, he said. Too true, said the purser, yawning enormously. Perhaps, said Maria, waking up and stumbling sleepily into the argument, it's better. Less speed for a ha'porth of tar, or whatever. Of course I know we're in a hurry. Hurry, my God. Peterson said. We've got to get across that frontier and onto Marseilles. We miss an hour, we may miss a boat or a train. We've got to get on. Millions at stake, no doubt, said the purser. Why yes, said Peterson, if it's any goddamn business of yours. Always interested in the interests of the passengers, said the purser. All the same, said Dan Ruther, this man has to sleep. Well, have him make it snappy, Peterson said. And his exhortations harried and goaded them up the road to the hotel, through the 2-hour sojourn there, and at every pause for gas, for sandwiches, for drinks on the long road to the Pyrenees. As they waited, grouped around the car, while the exit permits supplied them by the police chief were examined at the Spanish frontier post, Dan Ruther began to pace up and down, chain-smoking and wiping sweat off his forehead and hands with a silk handkerchief. Gwendolen said to Maria, it's a pity Billy looks so frightened when he's frightened. It's not very noble. That was a thing about Harry. He was so calm all the time. Even at that last moment out there. She nodded in the general direction of the sea. Our papers are in order, O'Hara said aloud to no one in particular, but with his eyes always on the door of the hut where the officials were examining the permits. On the other hand, Maria said to Gwendolen, "I don't think poor Harry would have been able to get us out of that jail. It wouldn't, I should think, have been one of the things he was good at. The straightforward English type. Officer and gentleman. Don't imagine," said Gwendolen, "that Harry was merely any kind of type. He had many unsuspected qualities. He was as intelligent as he was brave." "Billy is brave, too," Maria said, her voice edgy with heat and weariness. "But is constantly frightened." She took a couple of brisk steps up the road, as though bringing finality to the discussion. "My dear little Gwendolen," Maria said, stepping quickly after her and raising her voice very slightly, "in order to be respectful to the dead it is not necessary to be insulting to those who have had the capacity to survive. This much I must say." Gwendolen stamped in the dust. "I suppose you imagine that because Harry found you," she paused, flashing her eyes, momentarily entertaining, "you understand something about him." "I suppose," Maria began, and was interrupted by Peterson shouting. The exit permits were in order, they must drive now the quarter-mile to the French frontier post, where Peterson barked at the guards in English, in a passion of urgency as they in their turn looked leisurely at the passports and carried them to the guard hut for study. "Urgent business," Peterson said. "Marseilles. No time to lose." "You will find," O'Hara said in French, "that our papers are perfectly in order." "Be good enough to wait a moment," said the officer on duty, and disappeared into the guard hut while customs officials briefly examined their meager baggage. When that was over, the voyagers again paced the dusty road, Peterson looking repeatedly at his watch. At the end of 10 minutes he turned suddenly on Den Ruther. "It's an outrage," he said. "We drive like hell to get here and now we're kept waiting. Go and tell them to hustle it. We have to get on." Den Ruther lounged over to the hut and disappeared inside. He was gone for minutes, emerging then with a small officer walking beside him, talking rapidly and apologetically, apparently in explanation of some delicate and disagreeable necessity. "What's he on about?" Peterson said. "What's the matter? What is it?" He stamped with impatience. The officer looked at him and said in difficult English, "A small little complication." "Small little delay, sir," and with his hand on Den Ruther's sleeve propelled him a little away from the others. Den Ruther gazed with a noncommittal expression at the toes of his shoes moving through the dust. When the officer stopped talking and walked apologetically away to the hut, Den Ruther continued to stand there, and in a moment Peterson was gripping him violently by the arm. "Well," Peterson said, come on. What is it?" His voice was hoarse with impatience. Den Ruther turned slowly and looked at him. "Don't shout at me," he said. "I'll give it you in one word." He lowered his voice slightly and said, "Brussels." He watched Peterson's jaw sag and tighten again. He saw O'Hara approaching, with Gwendolen and Maria close behind him. To O'Hara he said lightly, "Bit of bad luck, my darling man. A small complication, small little delay like the man he say. It's about," he said, "the late Mr. Van Meer." Maria put her hand quickly to her mouth and jerked it away again. O'Hara stood listening with the look of someone who has been requested to listen to a new gramophone record, looking careful and attentive and a little bored, while Den Ruther briefly summarized the frontier officer's story. The Belgian authorities, it appeared, were a trifle nonplussed by their failure to secure any concrete indications whatever as to the person or persons unknown responsible for the death of M. Van Meer, respected official of the Belgian colonial ministry. They took it for granted, knowing M. Van Meer, that the cause was woman trouble of some kind. They wished to close the case as soon as possible. But they did not wish to be accused of having failed to explore every avenue, pursue every clue, that might possibly throw some light on the affair. Someone had suggested that it was barely possible that one or other of the group of distinguished foreign businessmen who had been in touch with M. Van Meer on a recent trip to Brussels, might be able to throw that ray of light. He might, for example, have mentioned to them some name that could be meaningless to them, but full of significance for the police. The police, confident that the suggestion was pointless, nevertheless felt bound, once it had been made, to do something about it. Inquiries had traced the foreign businessmen to the port from which the Nyanga had sailed. A detective had been dispatched, arrived after the Nyanga departed, ascertained somehow presumably from the shipping news that the persons in question had been cast away in Spain, and had requested the Spanish authorities to inform him if they happened to pass the frontier. Zealous fellow, evidently, Den Ruther said. Happily for him, we have hastened to arrive just 15 miles from the spot where he is now sitting, our old stamping ground, the Grand Pyrenees and Gulf Hotel. The glad news is being conveyed to him by telephone at this moment. I presume, when he comes on the line, I may inform him that we shall have the honor to wait upon him and afford him any service that may be in our power to render. It is, you understand, merely to enable him to demonstrate his zeal. But we know nothing, Peterson said. Absolutely nothing. What's the point of wasting his time, our time? A little detour, said Den Ruther. Just to help an honest cop earn a reputation for leaving no stone unturned. Don't be silly, Billy, Maria said. I also, said O'Hara, find it always foolish to make jokes about a thing that may lose us first time, then money. All the same. All the same what? Said Peterson, grinding the knuckles of his hands together. Naturally, said O'Hara, figuratively opening a window onto an agreeable prospect, we are quite in a position to tell this detective to go to hell. We can say, by telephone, we are businessmen in a hurry. We have no information of the slightest conceivable interest to you on the subject of the late unfortunate M. Van Meer. We regret we cannot afford the time to make the necessary detour to the scene of our recent departure. That, said Peterson, is just exactly what we will say. But, said O'Hara, closing the window again, in such a case, you see, there exists always the possibility that this friendly detective who is only trying to prove his zeal, can become unfriendly. He can feel that since we are not being helpful to him, he will be unhelpful to us. He may introduce some complication. Maria, still looking dazed with sleep, said suddenly, but Major Ross is dead. She woke up to the look on the faces of Peterson, O'Hara, and Den Ruther, the puzzled looks of Gwendolen and the purser, and added hurriedly, I mean, it's not as though. The remark petered out. I feel, said O'Hara, that it may after all be best that we have a little chat with this zealous one. The officer was signaling to Den Ruther from the door of the guard hut, shouting that the telephone call had come through. Meyer Camp was on the line. Den Ruther started to walk across. Watching the expression of his face, Maria said quickly, don't do anything silly, anything not sensible, Billy. Just what, said Peterson thickly, looking from one to other of them, do you mean by that? Den Ruther kept him waiting for a moment, smiling maliciously. Then the arrogance went out of his face, and he shrugged his shoulders. It's just, he said, that Maria sometimes is afraid that I shall become what she calls fussy. Imagine such a thing, he said, at this late stage in the game. That wouldn't be the way to our common objective, would it, my darling man? He said to O'Hara, and swaggered off. Returning after an interval in which only the purser appeared entirely unconcerned, he reported that the detective from Brussels, Meyer Camp, was enchanted by the cooperation shown, desolate at being the cause of inconvenience, anxious that this inconvenience be reduced to a minimum, and could promise not to take up more than a half hour or so of their valuable time. Just for the record, he had said. I told him, said Den Ruther, we'd come right on down and have a drink with him. Okay, Peterson said, okay. But we're going to make this snappy. We'll get this talky-talk over with in 20 minutes, and be on our way to Marseilles. I'm not going to hang around that damn dump again. Now just a word before we go. He shepherded Den Ruther, O'Hara, and Maria a little way down the road, away from the purser and from Gwendolen, who looked at his back with brooding curiosity. "The position is," said Peterson, "that none of us know anything. We saw this Van Meer purely for the purpose of acquiring some technical information regarding business practice down there in the Congo. Jack Ross stayed behind just to clear up a couple of points that had been overlooked." "Certainly we have no information," Maria said. "We have," Peterson said, "no information and no speculation. We have no ideas about anything. Just that we were shocked to learn of the sudden and violent death of a person whose acquaintance we had made. That seems to have the situation about." O'Hara fumbled for a word and a cigar. "About covered," he said. "And then," said Den Ruther, "as Maria just remarked, Major Ross is dead." "Quite dead," Peterson said, and, surprisingly, laughed aloud. He was still laughing to himself when they returned to the car and started on the downward sweep along the coast. Twice on the way down Den Ruther turned around from the front seat and looked at Gwendolen. Once, when far away to the left could be seen the elegant mass of the villa, glowing whitely on the green and brown mountain, and again when they came out on the last stretch of the coast road and saw ahead of them the small café by the sea. Gwendolen, however, looked sideways all the time out to sea, and seemed to notice neither the villa nor the café. But a moment after they had passed the café she gave a quick exclamation and pointed. They looked across the flats outside the town, and saw, shabby and motionless by the quayside in the evening sun, the familiar bulk of SS Nyanga. "Our erstwhile home from home," said the purser. "So this," said O'Hara, "is how M'Ir Camp has known that we were cast away in Spain." "Now how," said Den Ruther, "in the name of reason did Skipper Granger and that mountebank what's-his-name get that busted teakettle back here?" "Possibly," said the purser, "they fell overboard, leaving the vessel to her own devices. But this proved not to be the case. For they had hardly entered the main door of the hotel when they saw Captain Granger in person, his woolly white hair looking as though he had twisted it sleeplessly into tufts, moving fussily towards them, with Mr. Cater, his cap over one eye and his hands in the side pockets of his jacket, striding masterfully beside him. Amid a flurry of handshaking and explanations, Captain Granger was heard saying, "The owners have been worried about you, you know, very worried." He seemed to be accusing them of putting a strain on the owners. "They've been pestering me for a full report. Everything falls on me as captain, you understand. You probably wouldn't credit the trouble I've had. I'm going to have to ask you ladies and gentlemen to assist me in making a full report on the whole matter. Explaining the exact circumstances in which you took to the boats." "Voluntarily," said Mr. Cater. "As a result of general agreement as to best possible course of action deemed desirable in interests of passengers." "Naturally," said Captain Granger. "What I suggest," said Mr. Cater, "is that as soon as you ladies and gentlemen see your way to it, we all have a little refreshment together, go to a café, in fact, and have a drink, and then see where we are." "If anywhere," said the purser. "What about it, ladies and gentlemen?" cried Mr. Cater, beaming forcefully on all present, including a dapper, pink-faced personage of middle age, whose slightly pop eyes, as he stood a little apart from the group, were leering in happy appreciation at Gwendolen, swiveling happily to rest on Maria, switching back to Gwendolen. "Look here," said Peterson violently, "if you think I'm going to stick around here making fool reports to your fool owners, you're crazy." "Line of duty," said Mr. Cater. "My duty as captain," said Captain Granger. "The hell with you," shouted Peterson. "I'm here to give just 20 minutes of my time to a Mr. Camp." "Where is Mr. Camp?" "Here," said the pop-eyed man in a small, musical voice, "here is Camp. More than delighted to meet. More than touched by your kindness." He began to shake hands all round. As he touched hands with Gwendolen she flashed him a smile, and his eyes not only popped but glowed. "Haven't much time," said Peterson. Time short. Interests at stake. Perfectly, 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 said Mr. Camp. My time too is short, unfortunately. He flourished his wrist to look at an ornate little watch. Ah, he said, it is the hour of the apéritif. Cocktail time, he added, in polite explanation. Now permit me to invite you all to take a cocktail with me at a not entirely miserable café, just across the Place Centrale. 2 minutes walk. Like that we shall talk comfortably. Grumblingly, Peterson said, okay. Come on then. We'll be back in 20 minutes, he said to Gwendolen and Maria. Mr. Camp protested. No need, he said gaily, to exclude the ladies. Let us try to combine business with pleasure. He bowed to Maria and again to Gwendolen. Good show, said Mr. Cater. Take it there's no objection me and the captain barging along too? Might get our little business settled at the same time. But good grief, said Peterson. But already the entire party was moving towards the main door, with Mr. Camp gambolling ahead of them, leading them across the place, and into the interior of the Café Universe and Madagascar, where the noise of the orchestra enveloped them. It is the bolero they are playing, said Mr. Camp. By Ravel. Let us sit at a little distance where we can talk. You know, he said, when they were all seated and had ordered drinks, you have relieved me from a possible embarrassment. In connection, I mean, with my expense account. Your what? Snapped Peterson. You see, Mr. Camp said, gently beating time to the music, this is my first trip as a detective beyond the boundaries of Belgium. Everything has cost more than I expected. I was beginning to be afraid that if I could not say I had even seen you, those nasty cashier fellows back in Brussels would. How shall I say? Look askance, said the purser. The very word, said Mr. Camp. But now, I shall be able to say that I have seen you, interviewed you, everything will be justified. We have no information, said Peterson. That is unimportant, inessential, said Mr. Camp, happily watching the approach of the waiter with bottles of Pernod. From the administrative standpoint it is essential only that the investigation be evidently complete. Now then, he said, after a delay while the drinks were being prepared, and Peterson fidgeted with a cup of weak tea, if you will permit me to take just 2 or 3 notes. He produced a neatly bound notebook and an expensive-looking ball pen. Briefly Peterson and O'Hara explained the purely business character of their short contacts with Van Meer. They related the substance of certain conversations. Den Ruther added that he himself, who had known Van Meer earlier, had had a business lunch with him, talking business and the old days. There had been no talk of enemies, threats, anything of that sort. Mr. Camp, stopping at intervals to sip his Pernod, scribbled notes, and at the end of a quarter of an hour flipped through them with an air of relaxed satisfaction. Well now, he said, on the basis of this information I think it should be possible to make a very completely satisfactory report. I think we are through with our business. He turned back to an earlier page in his notebook, slightly frowning. It's only, he said, that I understood there were 5 members of your group. A Mr. Portsmouth, I was told, and a Major Ross. Correct, said Peterson. Regarding Mr. Portsmouth, he has been the victim of a misunderstanding on the part of the Spanish police. He is detained by them. But I can give you my word he knows no more than we do. Mr. Camp smiled and sighed. Ah, the Spaniards, he said. They do these things. Our late associate Major Ross, said Peterson, I deeply regret to say lost his life at sea in the course of this very unfortunate voyage of ours. These gentlemen, he turned to Granger and Cater, can confirm that. Cater nodded. Overboard, I'm afraid, he said. Unavoidable accident. Bad show. Mr. Camp bowed sympathetically. My deepest regrets, he said. The sea is a treacherous element. After a decently reverent pause, during which he put away his notebook and pen. He added, "Well now, let us put business out of our heads and enjoy our little moment together." His face broke out in a social smile, and he beamed out of his pop eyes first at Maria then at Gwendolen, who said, "Major Ross fell overboard while he was making an attempt to murder my husband." Eyerkamp's eyes popped painfully. Someone might have just squashed a grapefruit onto his nose. "I beg your pardon," he said. It was clear that he suspected this beautiful girl of making some Anglo-Saxon joke in infamous taste. Before anyone could intervene, Gwendolen was saying earnestly, "You see, this Major Ross was what they call a killer. Possibly he became one through taking drugs. When my husband found out certain things about Mr. Peterson and his committee, Peterson arranged for Major Ross to kill him, but the ship jumped, and Major Ross fell overboard. It is a fairly simple story really, M. Eyerkamp." O'Hara began to speak quickly, gently, to Eyerkamp. "Excuse me, I must explain, this young lady recently, very recently, lost her husband under tragic circumstances. She is not yet quite." Eyerkamp's mouth sagged open. He looked at Gwendolen and said mechanically, "I deeply regret. Profoundest condolences." "Of course," said Gwendolen, "although Major Ross was a drug fiend and killer, it is by no means certain that it was he who killed this Van Meer. Although I have some indications. I am thinking, Maria, of something you said up there on the frontier. When you first heard about this investigation. I think," Peterson's voice was controlled and thick, "I think, Mr. Eyerkamp, that in these sad circumstances." He made vague movements towards rising from the table. "But don't run away," said Gwendolen. "That is always tantamount to a confession of guilt, isn't it, Mr. Peterson?" "Tantamount is what I would call it." O'Hara looked sideways at Eyerkamp, and tapped his forehead with his forefinger. "I'm quite sane, Mr. Eyerkamp," said Gwendolen. "You surely, as a detective, don't find anything very unusual in the story? These things are happening all the time in the criminal world." "I don't find it so usual, madam," said Eyerkamp in a voice piteous with bewilderment. "People," said the purser detachedly, against the tense, astounded silence, "do have, in general, bad characters. The fact is, when Mr. Chelm, this lady's late spouse, found that the late Major Ross had stolen his private papers, he took it, shall we say, very much amiss." Captain Granger and Mr. Cater broke out together against the purser. "We had an inquiry into that, purser," said Captain Granger. "Everything was perfectly in order. Shipshape and Bristol fashion," said Mr. Cater. "What you said wasn't what you're saying now." "All of us are fallible," said the purser. Amid the uproar, M. Eyerkamp was feeling tremulously for his notebook. "But let's see, he babbled. "I don't understand. What is this history of stolen papers? And dope? And killing?" Peterson again made a motion to rise, but abandoned it at a warning look from O'Hara, who said to Eyerkamp, "I am afraid this lady's hallucinations already have caused us much trouble. Even before the unfortunate death of her husband. I am afraid she is," he looked for the word in his glass, "a fibber." "All the same," Eyerkamp said apologetically, "I think perhaps I'd better just. Now," he turned to Gwendolen, "your late husband's name was?" "Henry Chelm," said Gwendolen. "And he was connected in some way with Mr. Peterson?" "Only," said Gwendolen, "in the sense that my husband, being a, how shall I say, not unimportant figure in the British intelligence service, had ascertained certain facts about Mr. Peterson which he felt it his duty to follow up. He knew too much. Naturally Mr. Peterson tried to have him silenced forever. The young lady," said O'Hara soothingly, "sees, I think, too many movies." But now Eyerkamp paid no attention. His eyes were fixed on Gwendolen in startled attention. "Did you," he said, "did I understand you to say that your husband was working for the British intelligence service?" He leaned forward, and his voice sank low in awe on the last three words. Gwendolyn shrugged slightly. "There can be no harm in saying so now," she said. "He was, as a matter of fact, very highly regarded by the chiefs of that organization." "Oh my God," said Camp simply. "It was his duty at this time," said Gwendolyn, "to pass as a simple coffee planter with a comparatively humble background. Of course he did not talk to me much of his work." She paused. "That is understood," said Camp reverently. "But I gathered it probably was in connection with the vital question of the uranium resources of the Belgian Congo. Carnotite and so on. No doubt he was in touch with your Belgian intelligence service." At the word uranium, Camp suffered a visible nervous convulsion. "My God," he repeated to himself. And when Peterson again attempted to speak, Camp astonishingly called sharply for silence. "One moment," he said. "Gentlemen, I must point out to you that a new element has entered into this affair. An element which will require," he tapped his glass on the table in an effort at a commanding gesture, "will require very particular examination." His eyes gazed across the cafe, possibly looking down a long and splendid vista of unquestioned expense accounts, official applause, and swift promotion. Coming out of the reverie, he said, "This will require immediate consultation with Brussels." "But God damn it," shouted Peterson, "just because this crazy little whore." Camp rose to his feet. "I repeat," he said, "that this will require consultation by telephone with my superiors in Brussels. Statements have been made which must be investigated. In the meantime, I must request that all of you hold yourselves available for questioning." "But," Peterson began, and looked at O'Hara, who shrugged and sighed deeply, a sigh that said one had been kept waiting by officials before. "I have, of course," said Camp, "no authority to enforce my purely friendly request. On the other hand," he explained, "that if anyone left without notification, particularly if anyone were to be so foolish as to attempt to leave France, complications of an unpleasant kind could follow." Puffing his chest slightly, he moved away from the table, handed, grandly, a large denomination note to the waiter, turned back and bowed to those at the table. "Naturally, ladies and gentlemen, nobody regrets more than I do. A pure misunderstanding, I feel sure. Simply a question of routine investigation, of completeness. I feel, of course, no doubt that everything will be cleared up satisfactorily, most satisfactorily," he said with a smile of anticipation. "Now I will go and put myself in communication with Brussels." The noise of Brahms' Hungarian dances flowed over the table. Peterson sat looking at his hands with the look he had had when the bottle with the worm in it was thrust in front of him at the Blue Pavilion. Dan Ruther stared at Gwendolyn with an expression of startled absorption. Then Captain Granger said, well, Mr. Peterson, it's an ill wind blows nobody any good. Now it looks as though you'd have plenty of time to give me the necessary details for this report to my owners." "That's right," said Mr. Cater breezily, "you'll have plenty of time now, Mr. Peterson." With the suddenness of a snapping hawser, Peterson jerked himself upwards from his chair and shot his big fist against Mr. Cater's jaw. His voice broke loose, shouting unintelligibly. Mr. Cater, caught off balance, went over backwards on his chair and crashed onto the tessellated floor. Peterson kicked him. Captain Granger jumped up, knocking his chair over. "Stop that," he said, "you must stop that." Before Peterson could hit him, two waiters rushed furiously upon the table, grabbed both Peterson and Captain Granger, and began to thrust them violently towards the door. The manager could be heard screaming epithets, ordering them all to leave. Waiters formed a tough cordon behind them. Shocked hostility shot at them from the tables on each side. In a confused group they were hustled across the terrace of the café, out into the Place Centrale. Two policemen were sauntering towards them. Mr. Cater started menacingly towards Peterson. "Mind the bobby," said the purser shrilly. As Mr. Cater paused, Maria pushed between him and Peterson, and reading peace. Our friend Mr. Peterson, said O'Hara, has been under a severe nervous strain. He will wish to apologize. He acted without thought. He hit me, said Mr. Cater. Awfully bad show, said the purser. Peterson swallowed hard in his throat, and glanced over his shoulder at the police. I want, he said thickly, to apologize. Strain. Nerves affected. Reflex action. Long journey. He looked at Mr. Cater with vivid hatred, and simultaneously held out his hand. Appearing dazed by the sheer violence in Peterson's face, Mr. Cater took it, shook it, and turned away. About that report, he said lamely, I suppose we'll have to see. He turned away and followed Captain Granger, who was already waddling off, muttering furiously to himself. Peterson made a gesture of almost literally pulling himself together. That bitch, he said, and looked around belligerently for Gwendolyn who, however, was already walking away from them by herself towards the corner of the Place Centrale. Peterson said it again, staring after her, with bitter incomprehension. It seems, said O'Hara, that she has fallen in love with the ghost of the late Chelm. It is always very difficult to deal with a ghost. A ghost has everything. Don't blather, Peterson said. We've got to go and think out the angles. There is no hurry, said O'Hara sadly. It will be hours before he even contacts his chief in Brussels. It would be better for us all to have an hour's rest. Healthier, you know, he said challengingly to Peterson. Sleep, said Maria, I should like to sleep for a year. I suppose we can get rooms in that hotel again. Oh dear, she yawned, and moved somnambulistically towards the hotel, with O'Hara and the purser yawning and dragging their feet behind her. Okay, conceded Peterson, and looked at Den Ruther. What I need, said Den Ruther, is a lot of good whiskey. I'm going to the Bar Moderne. Best place for it? Better for your system to get an hour's sleep. We'll be having a little conference at the hotel in an hour and a half. Bye-bye, Auntie, said Den Ruther. He sat in the mauve-tinted bar, where the barman was alone, reading his newspaper as usual. Back again, said the barman, pouring whiskey. Back again. What happened to that little fellow, the crazy one? The one that said he had a mountain of gold someplace in Africa. Died suddenly, said Den Ruther. Fancy that, the barman said, and read his paper again, while Den Ruther drank and looked at his own face in the mirror behind the bar, with the reflection behind it, now and then, of people passing in the street outside. Like that, after his second drink, he was aware that Gwendolyn had just passed down the street, moving slowly and delicately. He finished his drink slowly, ordered another, and suddenly drank it off quickly, paid, and strode out of the door. He came upon her, wandering along the street where she had walked with Chelm on their first day in town. She smiled faintly at him, without surprise, and he walked along beside her. This, she said sadly, was where Harry didn't want me to spit for luck. I was afraid the people might be cursing us, and I spat. It didn't bring Harry much luck after all. No. Nor anyone, really. You understand that after what happened just now, the Peterson game, the millions in Africa, the mountain of gold, all that it's washed up, finished, down the bloody drain. You mean because of the delay? About Brussels. I mean because of everything. Those boys up there, when they get Eierkamp's report, will start digging into things in Brussels and they'll find plenty. They may not be able to pin anything on Peterson, not bribery or attempted theft of half the damn Congo, or instigation to murder, but they'll get enough to stop the Congo game. And you go while the going's good. I told you this time I wouldn't jump off before the end of the line. But the way things have turned out, it's the end of the line that's come back and met me. You remember I told you that, up at the villa? When you wanted me to quit and take you along. That was a long time ago. As long as all that. Too long for words. O'Hara says you are in love with a ghost. I don't want to run away with you anymore. She turned abruptly and they walked slowly back the way they had come. I'm not sorry, she said, about breaking up their game. I felt, you see, that it would have pleased Harry. But all that about the intelligence service. It was the kind of thing Harry would have been, if everything had been different for him. My old Spanish nurse always said that there are some lies that are truer than the truth. How wise. I have often wondered, since we were in Spain, why she never taught you Spanish. They were approaching the Place Central. My nurse, said Gwendolen, was kidnapped by gypsies at a tender age, and after many wanderings taken to India. That was how she happened not to speak Spanish. I see. Harry didn't really believe in her either, she said sadly. Dan Ruther turned and smiled down at her. This, he said, seems to be where we'd better kiss goodbye. She hesitated, and put her arms around his neck, and he held her close for an instant while they kissed. You know, she said, as she stepped back from him, I feel Harry would have liked me to do that for luck. He didn't hate you, you know, or bear you ill will. It was only that he wasn't sure you were the kind of person one knows. On a gust of laughter Dan Ruther went on across the Place Central to the hotel lounge where, on a narrow settee, sat O'Hara, looking more than ever like a refugee waiting for a train. I have become too tired to sleep, O'Hara said. Soon there will be our conference. Not for me there won't, Dan Ruther said. Not any more for me, you blue-eyed old son of a leprechaun. Without surprise, without looking at him, O'Hara contemplated an imaginary railway track. The game, said Dan Ruther, sitting down beside him, is up. Is that, O'Hara said, your picture of the situation? There's no situation left, Dan Ruther said, and repeated what he had said to Gwendolen about the things that would now happen in Brussels. And, he added, you can tell Mr. Bloody Peterson that if he tries any tricks with currency charges to keep me in line, I'll hit back so hard he'll spend the rest of his life in the Brussels jug. But of course, said O'Hara, fumbling for a cigar. It would, of course, be an illusion to suppose that in the changed situation any action of that kind on our part would any longer be possible. The immediate common objective which has bound us so closely together has, he paused to bite the cigar, gone, quite unmistakably, to pot. He lit the cigar carefully. And so you will go. Where? Crossing frontiers is one of the things I am fairly good at. Yes. Once again, you see, you will quit. The jobs quit me, like the Maharaja and a lot of others. But this, of course, said O'Hara, lighting the cigar, can be something of an oversimplification. I have given some thought to this pattern of yours. You see, he puffed, one can look at the pattern one way, and say that you are the sort of man that quits a job. But then one can also look at it another way, and say that the sort of job you have is the sort that quits a person. Goes, he puffed, phut. You'd better not tell that to Peterson. He'll have you shot for not warning him. It is true that it is not the type of speculation Peterson would understand. And what are you going to do about it all? O'Hara's turquoise eyes contemplated the imaginary track, the possible train, with cheerful interest. Of course, he said, it would be quite possible for me to take the view that all this is merely a temporary setback, that it will not be difficult for us after all to survive the Brussels investigation, and that although our present venture is wrecked, one can always, as it were, pop up again. Looking for money and peace. Quite so. But you see, at my age, this must be seen to be an illusion. There is no such possibility. As though some cry of all aboard had sounded, he got up abruptly, bowed to Dan Ruther in a formal manner and shuffled off towards the elevator, just as the purser, who had been invisibly asleep on a corner settee, sat up suddenly and said, I take it, Mr. Dan Ruther, that you will soon be seeking fresh woods and pastures new. I was just about to go upstairs, said Den Ruther, and tell Mrs. Den Ruther that we are packing our bags again. Then it's ta-ta till we meet again, said the purser. Ta-ta it is, said Den Ruther. And that being so, would you mind telling me just why you said what you did over there in the cafe? It was your saying that about Jack Ross pinching those papers that really set the whole thing fizzing. If you were going to say it at all, why didn't you say it on the boat, at the investigation? But, Mr. Den Ruther, said the purser, that would have got me into trouble. Now the trip's washed out, the Nyanga's laid up, I'll have to be getting a new job anyway. Why should I worry about causing a little trouble to Mr. Peterson? I just thought I would like to see him slip on a banana skin. It's my character. It made me slip, too. No doubt you'll survive, Mr. Den Ruther. And all the very best of luck. You are, if I may say so, a man after my own heart. Goodbye to you, said Den Ruther.